Hello, I am from Sierra household. Oh, my braid is frazzled. I'm trying to. I don't know what I'm trying to do. Hold on. Chill. God, I watched that second Dune movie last night. Holy shit. It was even worse than the first one. Oh my god. How is there so much exposition with characters you don't care about, with dumb fight scenes that don't make any sense? The fucking the way that the way the mom dies for no reason after the son loses his mission. God, what a horrible movie. My God. Yeah, there wasn't even any slow penetration of the shield with the blade, you know? Who is this Panakia guy in chat? Is this guy a schizo? Hold on. Does anybody talk to this person, or are they just like schizophrenic? It's Kari. Why did Kari get banned? What did he do? They have 30 alts. Wait, is Kari a she? They. I'll just use they, okay. New Almost Friday TV.
Bro, come on! Seriously, come on!
Okay, I woke up like an hour ago. Should I take my Vyvanse or... Because if I do, I might skip to like 2 or 3 or 5. Or, It won't even kick in until like an hour. Nah, fuck that. It's 4 to 9, 5 hours. Nah, fuck it. Let's do it. No, fuck. Heads I do, tails I don't. Okay, we won't.
Last warning, man.
Oh, it's my last warning?
Eliminator, thanks for the 5 gifted subs, dude. Okay.
Bro, come on! Seriously, come on!
Last warning, man.
Oh, it's my last warning? Hey, it's our last warning! Do you know who my dad is?
You're done.
Get your hand off me! Thank you! Actually, thank you! Wow! You just got sued! Bye-bye job! Actually, thank you! Actually, thank you! Are you mentally dense? You have no idea! You broke bastards! You have no idea who my dad is! Yeah, enjoy your power trip! You have no idea who my dad is!
I do. Your father is Oros Roland, king of the High Void. And you are the Prince Grintel Roland.
Yomi?
Hello, cousin.
I thought you were at sea with the Empyrean Reserve.
I was. Your father sent me.
You spoke to my father?
There's war, Grintel. Low Voiders have broken the treaty. Dark Trolls have taken the hills.
There are thousands of halflings in those hills.
Destroyed. All of them.
Gods.
Fear not, Grintel. With you wielding the Glarex ring, they stand no chance.
No,
What?
the Glarex ring. I just had it.
We were wrong, Grintel Roland.
This is fucking retarded.
We do know who your dad is.
Do you know who our dad is?
That is property of the prince.
Indeed it is.
What do you know of the Glarex ring, Low Voiders?
Only the stories.
Stories are forbidden in the Low Void.
And yet we tell them nonetheless.
You know it's useless to you then. Only a prince can wear it.
Yes, the blood curse. Ancient magic. To wear the ring, one must possess the blood of a king. I'm afraid you do know who our father is. Grintel Roland.
It's impossible.
Nice to meet you, brother.
Who are you?
We have no names. Born to a low void whore and sold to slavers. Broke bastards.
The king has no bastards.
A king? With no bastards. You really are a fool.
We are liberating the voids from our father's cruelty.
By releasing dark trolls onto the hills.
We only wish to destroy the king tyrant Oros.
Wishing is illegal in the Low Void. You'll die for that.
Perhaps. And what will you die for, High Voider?
I wield the Glarex ring now. If you do not join us,
We will slaughter you.
No, you won't.
And why might that be?
Because I called my dad.
Does Daddy always fight your battles for you, Grintel?
Yes,
Must be nice.
it is.
Forfeit your weapons and return the ring to my son.
and which son would that be?
Do you not recognize us, Oros?
Drop your hammer, Low Voider. Final warning.
I recognize you, sons. It's time to go home to your mother. She's dead. I know.
Wanted to take a moment to thank the Sleeper app for helping to support our channel. If you think you know ball, go ahead and download the Sleeper app and use promo code Friday to get up to a $500 match on your first deposit. That's code Friday to get up to a $500 match on your first deposit. Terms and conditions apply. See Sleeper's terms of use for details. Currently operational in over 25 states. Check out Sleeper today. Thanks for watching. Yes.
Wow.
I was on a plane and I was seated next to two little girls that were flying alone from visiting their mom to go visit their dad. And the one in the middle was like the cutest. She was like this little 7-year-old and she was so cute. And then she kept asking me questions. Like she thought I was so cool that I was like flying by myself. Yeah. And she was like, do you cuss? And I was like, yeah, I cuss. And then it got kind of quiet and she like smiled and I went, do you cuss? And she like giggled and she went, yeah. And I go, do you have a favorite word? And she goes, yeah. But I can't say it because it's the N word. That is, and then my jaw did this.
What the fuck? What is this?
And then she loudly said, yeah, and I definitely can't say that word because there's a lot of black people on this plane. And she looked like she was my kid at that point, and I was like, shut the fuck up. I was on a plane.
Jesus. Christ. How are we doing today, guys? How's life been? It's my wonderful washing machine in the background. Why is it even making those noises? Check Lycan's logs. Oh no. Damn, Gina, thanks for gifting 5 subscriptions. I love you, buddy. Hell dive. Yeah, I've seen that. It looks interesting. I don't know what any comments on Ludwig blaming DG for Hassan hate? Yeah, I think we'll probably go over all that. What a wild ride of events.
So she said to me, sir, you owe us $500. And I said, I don't pay full price for anything. She said, sir, this is a hospital. We don't negotiate our prices. So I said, yeah, this is a hospital, a place where people come to get fixed. Remind me, what exactly did you fix? She hesitated. Your wife. You owe us for what? Spit it out, Toots. She said, the abortion. You owe us for the abortion. So let me get this straight. You want me to pay you for killing my only son? She froze. The whole ward went quiet. And that's when I knew I had them. I reached into my back pocket, pulled out a $100 bill, placed it on the table, grabbed my wife by the neck, and walked out of there. So she said...
Based. Caleb Hammer rape review? Oh no. What? I saw some drama on a subreddit. Is it over that? This is some of the cringiest shit I've ever seen somebody talk about online, ever. When I say my therapist was a Zionist, when I went back to her in 2019, I mean, she literally brought up that I was Lebanese unprompted and confronted me on it, saying she was Israeli. She asked if I had a problem with that, if I felt like Israel had the right to exist, started asking more and more if I was frustrated with Islam, and I've considered taking off my hijab. I asked her if she was all right with me being Lebanese, and she got really aggressive, accusing me of flipping it on her and refused to answer. So when I say Zionist, I don't mean she was Jewish. I mean she was a racist Israeli who could not help herself but to confront me about my ethnicity, what was supposed to be a therapy session. Here's me talking about it on the day it happened briefly, 4.5 years ago. I just went to therapy for the first time, and after talking about my dad fleeing the Israel-Lebanon war, she was like, I'm Israeli, do you have any issues with me being your therapist? Bruh, I was so taken aback. What happened to brought up unprompted? Why would she lie about something that she's literally said on the same Twitter account? What?
Look! Look! This man is going for a world record! 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. But watch out! If this guy misses, he'll die on the spot! Or he will hurt himself very, very badly! And all this just for you, just for your eyes, just to make this video goes viral. Will he do it? Will he succeed? That's the question we're asking ourselves right now. Look at him. He's flying. He's gliding. He's flying like a rocket. Incredible. This man deserves respect. You should give him strength in the comments. Check him out. After nearly breaking his neck, he decided to stop. Look! This man is going for a world record! If this guy misses, he'll die on the spot!
Why? Okay. Rate your debate performance out of 10. Also, I'm gonna be doing more Israel-Palestinian debates over the next month. Okay, I have to. I did so much research, and we didn't do a single. There wasn't a single thing of substance that got discussed in the 6-hour debate. 6 hours of no progress. Oh my fucking God. Holy shit. What a horrible ordeal. Oh my God. Oh, I missed the Ayla gangbang for this debate. Christ. Did he do the quote thing? Bro, so the first part of the debate, we were supposed to spend, I think, like, probably 20 minutes talking about, like, Zionism and transfer and the Nakba. That conversation took 2 hours, okay? It was a 2-hour conversation, and we got nowhere. This is... I think the Muin Rabbani guy, I think he probably, you could have furthered a conversation, although he had his own issues. But first of all, so Norm brings 3 books, okay, that are all his own fucking books. They're all his own books. To quote Benny Morris out of, because why would you quote him out of his own book when you could use your book where you quote him? Why would you quote him out of his actual writing when you could just quote your quotation of him, okay? Which is already fucking hilarious. So I feel like half the debate is, so we're arguing over whether or not transfer was built into Zionism, right? Did Zionism require a transfer of all the Arab Palestinians initially in the mandatory Palestine area, or in the Levant, and whatever the fuck you want to call it? So I think we all go around the table a little bit. I think Benny explains his stuff. I explain whatever. And then Norm goes, Mr. Morris, you wrote here. He flips through his fucking book where he's got his bookmarks. And I swear to God, he goes, Morris, you wrote here that Kaisman said the transfer of the Arab population was inevitable. And then he does this thing where every time he reads a quote, he sits back and he does this. For about 5 or 10 minutes. Every time he reads a fucking quote, he's fucking Plato, and he's just enlightened. And so Benny explains, he's like, well, the quote is out of context. The transfer was inevitable because of the Arab warring against the Israeli population. And he would go, but you said here, the transfer of Arabs was inevitable. I'm like, no shot is this the whole conversation. It can't possibly be this bad. It cannot possibly be this fucking stupid. That you would quote the guy who wrote the book and give like a 10-word quote. A 10-word quote. And then Benny tries to explain. Oh my God. I think we spent about 2 hours on that. And I'm trying to be, for the first couple hours, I'm trying to be incredibly respectful, incredibly humble, because obviously there's 3 people here that I think that I'm definitely the least knowledgeable, I would say. I've spent the least amount of time, for sure. So I'm trying to be chill or whatever. And then after the 2 hours are done, so Benny starts talking to me. Those 2 leave. They go out of the room for a smoke or drink or coffee or whatever. And Benny's like, I don't think this makes for very good TV. And I'm like, yeah, I guess. And he's like, I just don't know what the point is. I'm like, well, I don't want to like interrupt him a ton, but yeah, this seems like pretty dumb. I don't know why we're fighting over like 2 quotes of yours. Rabbani tried to bring up like, well, Theodore Herzl wrote this in his diary, and Benny Morris was like, yeah, that was like 1 sentence out of like a 40-page diary. He didn't talk about transfer much. It just wasn't a big thing that they spoke about. And then Lex is like, yeah, maybe you should be a little bit more aggressive. Don't let him ramble. And then Benny was like, yeah, you need to cut him off more. You do like internet debate, right? This is what you do. And I'm like, okay, I mean, okay, if you want me to. And then the next 2 hours were unhinged. So Norm must have called me a motor mouth, or he's like, Norm is like, when I say words, they matter to me. And I'm like, I know, you said that 3 times. If they matter to you so much, why do you keep saying the same fucking words over and over again? And then he's like, God, it was horrible. At one point, he's like, sir, don't impugn my academia because you read Wikipedia. I read the original sources. I'm like, Norm, you don't speak Hebrew. You can't read the original sources. Why would you even say that? God, what a horrible conversation. It was actually horrible. Oh, and he does this thing. It is the best debate strategy I've ever seen. I might copy this debate strategy, okay? Norm does this thing. When he doesn't want to talk to you anymore, okay? He does this. He goes, sir, excuse me, sir. And anyway, sir, blah, blah, blah. And then he'll stop. He does this like he's Darth Vader. Like he's casting like a spell on you. He puts his hand out, and then he just does this. And then he just keeps talking. Like, what a horrible conversation. Oh my God. I don't think he responded. Anytime I would bring up a point or a quote to counter anything he said, he would say he doesn't want to talk to me because I'm a motor mouth who talks too fast and reads Wikipedia. And then he would redirect to Benny. And then Benny would say, well, no, Steven's right. And then he would restate what I would say. And then Finkelstein would read a quote. And then do this stupid smug smile and sink back in his chair and like stare at the wall or the ceiling. And I'm like, Muin Rabbani was more reasonable, but then even his arguments were ridiculous. I tried to bring up in the beginning, I was like, hey, like Norm says he's a stickler for the facts, but the facts are, in the beginning, you say that the Jews wanted transfer and the Jews were exclusionary, but it was the Arabs that shut down literally every single proposal. And Wayne was like, well, yeah, but if Israel accepted them, it's not like they would have actually accepted them. And I was like, the initial UN partition plan of 47 had like It was like 500,000 Jews and 400,000 Arabs living in the same territory. Are you saying that they would have expelled all of the Arabs after accepting the partition plan? And Wayne goes, well, yeah, they were just brown people. It's not like Europeans care anyway. I'm like, what the fuck what am I even supposed to say to that? What a wild fucking point. You're going to expel 500,000 people because they're brown? And then later on, I think like 4 hours later, Wayne was like, I saw on stream you said that apartheid or that Jim Crow wouldn't have qualified as apartheid, which was shocking to me. And I was like, well, I don't know if it would have. Apartheid refers to like a pretty particular set of like, you know, top down, lawful, whatever racism. And he's like, well, that's shocking to me. And then I asked him, I was like, I'm sorry, do you think that I support Jim Crow laws? And then he wouldn't answer that question. He wouldn't answer it. I'm like, wait, do you think I'm supportive of Jim Crow? Bro, oh my God. It was a horrible conversation. I didn't know it was possible to sit for, Matt Pearl, thanks for 28 gifted subs. It was either 5 or 6 hours of a conversation. Did you ask him what his definition of concentration camp conditions are? We got to that, but anytime I challenged him on anything, he is the ultimate appeal to authority, where he'll say, well, these human rights organizations say this or that or this or that. And then I would bring up something to counter it, and he would just ignore me. But anytime I bring up a quote to counter him, he would just talk to Benny. He'd be like, I don't want to talk to you, Mr. Wikipedia. Like, I read through that ICJ case, which, oh my God. Bro, the happiest reason to get away from all the Israeli bullshit is the Israel shit will blackpill you on every fucking thing in the world. That ICJ case is so unbelievably fucking retarded. Holy shit. So he would bring up that. So he brings up like, well, actually, we know a guy that went through every single quotation in that South Africa case, and all of them are gold. It's like, I went through like, I think I brought 2 or 3 with me because I had so many quotes. I didn't even think I would get out any of these, or I didn't know if I'd get out half of these. Little did I know I wouldn't get out a single one. The South Africa ICJ case like misquotes so much stuff. It's actually like criminally fucking stupid. Yeah, oh my God. It was horrible. It was a horrible conversation. Are the last hours going to be funny content? Like, yes and no. There's going to be funny content, but it was like 5 or 6 hours, and the funny moments, I think it's mostly going to be boring. But who knows? My God. I think that, what was I don't even know. What a horrible conversation. Oh, now I wonder if Norm does run his Twitter account. Jesus. Do you think it's going to do better numbers than your debate with Shapiro? No, because the Shapiro debate, we actually had a discussion, even if it was not very contentious. This one, I don't know. Do you think Finkelstein will get away from it, optically speaking? Well, yeah, because people that support him are going to support him no matter what. They're going to say that it was epic and base that he didn't respond to a single point of mine because he didn't have to justify himself to like a YouTuber. They'll say something like that, yeah. Sounds like the moderation wasn't great. Lex did his best. He tried. But like there were times where Rabani was trying to get Norm to be quiet because he was trying to get a point out. And then there were times where Norm would like tell Rabani to be quiet, and he was just like going on and on. It was just like insane. Do you think it's going to be obvious to the audience how inept Norm is? I would hope so, but I truly don't know. He doesn't bring up, like, the thing is, Norm doesn't establish or bring up any good point ever. So, for instance, there was another part where Norm says, if I can quote you, this was one of the most disgusting books you've ever written. Benny Morris, you wrote here that Israel tried to minimize casualties in Lebanon. It brings up his other book. Allow me to read this. And then he reads the diary entry of some soldier in Beirut or something who was talking about how they, a lot of civilians were dying. And then he puts it down. And I'm like, I don't understand what the point you just made even was. Like, what was the point of what was the point of this? I think probably the worst looking moment. So he'd avoided debating you for months, and when you finally sat down, he refused to engage with you. That's crazy. True. Yeah, I don't know. I think it was just there. It almost felt like he was trying to farm TikTok clips on Benny Morris. What is Finkelstein's academic background? Non-existent. He had one good thing in the 1980s, I think, when he did his PhD challenged a book, and I don't even know at this point if it was a good response or not, where he challenged a book on some lady. And it's funny because everything he accuses her of doing in her book is basically what he does now in all of his writing, which is selectively misquote things out of context, selectively cherry pick sources, and then, yeah, Jesus. So you did read my Reddit post. Which one? Did you chat with Benny afterwards? Yeah, we talked for a little bit. He was a funny dude. It was funny to chat with him. God, these guys are just insane. I think probably the worst part, and I call this out, and Finkelstein gets mad every time it's called out, because Finkelstein was like, many people. So first, they're like, many people died on October 7th. That was horrible. Then I was like, wait a second. When you say many people died, do you think that most of them were killed by Hamas or the IDF? And Finkelstein was like, it was a tragedy, and many people were killed by Hamas. And I was like, hold on. When you say it was a tragedy and many people, do you think that like more or less than half were killed by Hamas? And then Finkelstein was like, well, I'm not sure. And then Muin tries to save him, and he's like, well, hold on. Well, Hamas wasn't the only one there. It was also Islamic Jihad and blah, blah, blah. And then Benny is like, okay, well, obviously he means like Palestinians. And then I'm like, well, yeah, but I don't want to say Palestinians because then they're going to accuse me of being racist when I know it was like Hamas and the other blah, blah, blah. They try to dance around that point a few times. And then by the end of this like chain of like trying to figure out, like, do you think the IDF killed all the fucking civilians? And I answer the fucking question. Neither of them would commit to a position of more than 50%. Where they were like, I think that, because finally the Muin guy was like, probably most of them were killed by Hamas and Islamic Jihad. And I was like, when you say most, do you think like 51% or 99%? And then he's like, a clear majority. And I'm like, so like 60, 70, 80%? He's like, well, over half. I'm like, why is it so hard to land on an approximation here? You truly have no idea? You think about trying to be respectful since you were in a room with three giants on the topic, you held back on your authentic of debating, blah, blah, blah. No, I mean, it was the last 4 hours were a shit show. The first 2 hours I was a little bit quiet, but yeah, I don't know. It was just stupid. It was fucking retarded. It was a horrible conversation. Were there any parts of the debate where you think you could have been done better or been more researched on? I think I was adequately researched on everything. The only thing I didn't, it would have been more rhetorical strength. Or I don't even know. I don't know if there's any way. I don't know how to beat the force hand thing. I don't know how to beat this. I don't know what the counter is for that. Did you watch Noah Samson's video on you yet? Yeah, I watched some of it, but it's also dumb. I need to do like I have all these little like mental mind models for how people work, and I think I need to put these together in some coherent way. There's this thing that happens where, and it's very frustrating to deal with. Okay, you have some you've got some belief, and then this belief becomes like out of this belief, you might say something like this, okay? I'll use the extra thing. Okay, so your belief is, we'll say like innocent people should be alive, right? Don't kill innocent people. That might be your belief. So your belief, translates in policy to murder is wrong, And this position becomes synonymous with this position. Or I might even say like killing is wrong. Right? Where these two things become synonymous with each other, which isn't like necessarily the worst thing in the world because they're pretty closely tied, right? So your belief about innocent preservation of life to killing is wrong. But the problem is we run on something called a euphemistic treadmill where it's not just killing, it's murder. It's not just murder, it's mass murder. It's not just mass murder, it's war crimes. It's not just war crimes, it's genocide. And you end up in this weird world here. And Noah Samson does this all the time in his video where genocide is this thing, okay? So your belief is that protecting innocent life is important, and so we need to prevent genocide. And when anybody argues against the idea of a genocide occurring, in your mind, you're like thinking that like, so you think killing innocent people is okay? That's the direct connection. And it's the dumbest, most thought-terminating, and it happens with all of these words. With all of these words in this section, to where, you know, I don't know if what's happening, I don't know if Palestinians getting, you know, kicked off of something, I don't know if this was kind of like, is this like an ethnic cleansing, or if this is like the worst, and it's like, oh, so you think you think all innocent people are allowed to be expelled from their lands because they don't fit the racial demographic? No, what the fuck? I didn't say that. Or I don't know if this particular thing would count as ethnic cleansing. I don't know if it's, oh, so you're okay with all of them being kicked off forcefully and never being, no, I didn't say that. I'm just not sure if it would be this thing. I think people getting kicked out of their homes is tragic and horrible, and we should avoid it as much. Or, you know, I don't think the Gaza Strip is not a fucking concentration camp. Oh, so you think those living conditions are perfect? You don't think those people have any problems? You think they should stay like it forever? No, I didn't say that. I think it's tragic. I think there's a lot of issues. I think there's a lot of stuff related to food security, insecurity, or, you know, water issues, electricity. Oh, so then it is a concentration camp. No, it's not a concentration camp. Oh, so you think it's fine? No, what the fuck are you talking about? Every single one of these stupid fucking buzzwords gets used like this, and it's so stupid. Like, you think it's okay that the people in the West Bank are held to different courts? No, I don't think so at all. So it's apartheid. Well, no, I'm not sure it's apartheid, especially not in Israel proper. So you think it's okay that Palestinians are treated? I say, no, I don't think that's okay. I think that obviously we need to resolve, so then it's no, it's not apartheid. Like, this happens with every word. With genocide too. It's so stupid and thought terminating. Kill me. Did Finkelstein really pretend not to know you? I don't know. In the beginning of the conversation, he's like, what is your name? And I'm like, Stephen Bonnell. You call me Mr. Bonnell. You call me Stephen, whatever. Because he wanted to call Morris Professor Morris. And he was like, I don't like using first names. I was like, okay. I think like 5 times in the first couple hours, he's like, Mr. Burrell, Mr. Borelli, Mr. Bernal, Mr. Burnell. I think he calls me like 3 or 4 or 5 different names. After our first break, he gets up to do something. I don't know what it was. Oh, they were getting up to get coffee or something. I don't remember why, but he asked me a question. He looked at me and asked something. And he looked at me and was like, Mr. Bonnell. And I think like me and Benny looked at each other. I'm like, wait, what the fuck? So wait, so he does know my name. Wait, what? What just happened? How did he perfectly... I don't know, bro. My God. I didn't have time to go through every single quote for the ICJ thing. I read the full South Africa submission, and then I read the 2 concurrent judge opinions. I didn't get to read the oral arguments. But even on the few quotes that I looked up, bro, this South Africa case is fucking wild. The way that they quote and misquote and selectively edit things is actually insane. Can somebody link me the South Africa thing real quick? It is so fucking blackpilling to see how this Jesus. Let me find this. Hold on. The funniest thing is the most important part of genocide is the special intent part, of which they spend like, I think the least amount of time on, but okay. Okay. Expressions of genocidal intent against the Palestinian people by Israeli state officials and others. Evidence of Israeli state officials' specific intent. Also, I never want to call people out on having read stuff or not, but I brought up this phrase, this dolus specialis, and neither of them were aware of it, but they both told me that they'd read the ICJ stuff like 15 times, or like 3 or 4 times. So they'd read and reread it, but they'd never heard this phrase before, which is pretty important when it comes to genocide, right? Because this is the thing that makes it genocide. You can literally, I think I even said something like you could nuke all of the Gaza Strip and it still wouldn't be genocide. And I think, Moyen, I couldn't hear, but I think he said, and I bet you'd like that. I'm like, bro, what? Why are you so unhinged? Evidence of Israeli state officials' specific intent to commit and persist in committing genocidal acts or to fail to prevent them has been significant and overt since October of 2023. Those statements of intent, when combined with the level of killing, maiming, displacement, and destruction on the ground, together with the siege, evidence an unfolding and continuing genocide. They include statements by the following individuals in the positions of the highest responsibility. This is the first one they list, by the way. I'm not cherry picking, all right? This is the very first one they list, all right? Prime Minister of Israel. On October 7th, oh, wait, hold on, wait. This is the first one, but this is the one I'm talking about. This first one isn't even anything. In a televised address by the government press office, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu promised to operate forcefully everywhere. On the 13th of October 2023, he confirmed that we are striking our enemies with unprecedented might. On October 15th, when Israeli airstrikes had already killed over 2,670 Palestinians, the Prime Minister stated that Israeli soldiers understand the scope of the mission and stand ready to defeat the bloodthirsty monsters who have risen against Israel to destroy us. Like, none of this even, but okay. It was the second one. I'm sorry, the second one, not the first one, the second one. President of Israel, on October 12, 2023, President Isaac Herzog made clear that Israel was not distinguishing between militants and civilians in Gaza. This is probably one of the most incredulous breaking of international humanitarian law that you could ever do. I think the principle of distinction might literally be the very first rule listed on the it might be the very first rule listed on the... It is literally rule 1, okay? If you were to say that you are no longer distinguishing between civilians and combatants, that's a really big deal, okay? So, stating in a press conference to foreign media in relations to Palestinians in Gaza, over 1 million of whom are children. Man, we love the children here. Holy shit, we bring this up over and over again. Quote, "It's an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true, this rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved. It's absolutely not true. And we will fight until we break their backbone." That's a pretty, to be fair, that is a pretty extreme statement, okay? It kind of looks like it could be genocidal, all right? What is the actual article that they put in their own? Keep in mind, hold on. I'm not like finding these, okay? I'm not like going out of my way to look for any crazy stuff, okay? This is what their own submission links to source that quote, okay? So the title is, Israeli President Isaac Herzog says Gazans could have risen up to fight evil Hamas. President Isaac Herzog is Israel's head of state. He spoke on Wednesday about what he called the largest single massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. But when asked about the bombardment of Gaza and the humanitarian situation of civilians, his sadness turns to anger. I asked him what Israel can do to alleviate the impact on the over 2 million civilians in Gaza, many of whom have nothing to do with Hamas. "We are operating militarily in terms according to rules of international law, period, unequivocally." So we already have a wild separation from made clear that Israel was not distinguishing between militants and civilians in Gaza. So we're already wildly departing from the opening sentence here. But, okay, maybe he says something else later on. "It is an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true, this rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved. It's absolutely not true. They could have risen up. They could have fought against that evil regime which took over Gaza in a coup d'etat." Oh, okay. So he's not necessarily saying that the civilians aren't innocent and aren't involved because they were like part of the terrorist attacks. He's saying they could have coup d'etat. Now, Is it a smart statement or a dumb statement? Maybe, maybe not, but significantly different than implying that all of them were like the people attacking on October 7th, but okay. And then right after that, it's not true about this rhetoric about civilians, okay? We will fight until we break their backbone. Was that talking about all the civilians? There's a whole other sentence in here that they're omitting, okay? But we are at war. We are defending our homes. We are protecting our homes. That's the truth. And when a nation protects its home, it fights, and we will fight until we break their backbone. He acknowledged that many Gazans had nothing to do with Hamas, but was adamant that others did. I agree that there are many innocent Palestinians who don't agree with this, but if you have your missile in your goddamn kitchen and you want to shoot it at me, am I allowed to defend myself? We have to defend ourselves, and we have the right to do so. To pretend that this one quote is capturing even the spirit of like what's being said here is unbelievable. I don't know how, and there's, which other ones did I go over? I think I only pulled 3 out of this because I didn't have time to go over every single one. On October 2023, echoing the words of Prime Minister Netanyahu, the president told foreign media that we will uproot evil so that there will be good for the entire region and the world. The Israel president is one of many Israelis to have handwritten messages on bombs to be dropped on Gaza. Okay. That ellipsis is fucking insane. It is. They really lean heavily into this human animals thing, but apparently in Hebrew, there's like a word, or there's an expression, shayat adam or whatever. I don't fucking know. It's not like, it wasn't supposed to be like an Untermensch fucking statement, but let's see, Bazel Schmuck, where's this guy? On October 8th, 2023, Bezalel Smotrich stated at a meeting of the Israeli cabinet that we need to deal a blow that hasn't been seen in 50 years and take down Gaza. Okay, sure, that's a pretty out there quote, yeah. When we say take down Gaza, the powerful finance minister, settler leader Bezalel Smotrich, I don't know, demanded at the cabinet meeting late Saturday that the army hit Hamas brutally and not take the matter of the captives into significant consideration. In war, as in war, you have to be brutal, he was quoted as saying. We need to deal a blow that hasn't been seen in 50 years and take down Gaza. It's literally a direct reference to Hamas. I remember bringing this up, and they were like, I think they both said like, oh, well, of course, when you say Gaza, though, you mean all of Gaza. And I think my counter was like, so when Ukraine says that they need to defeat Russia, are they saying they want to kill every Russian civilian? And then I think Muin laughed, and then I think Finkeldick did his like, staring off into space with like the dementia smirk. Oh my God. Why do you think the ICJ is continuing with the case then? I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't even want to. I don't even know, bro. Holy shit. There's just like, Israel is like the #1 nexus of unhinged takes. I didn't get to bring up any of the, another thing that Finkeldick, if you open that Inquest into Martyrdom book, basically every single thing you will find is going to be, is based. I would say, if you want to become the most informed person on recent Gaza Israeli history, buy Finkelstein's book, An Inquest into Martyrdom, and fact check every single quote. Because basically every single thing he says in there is either a deliberate lie or a misrepresentation of the point of falsehood. Something that was brought up to me, I think I did this research off stream. Finkelstein believes that Finkelstein believes that the Iron Dome is fake. He thinks that it doesn't do anything. He thinks it doesn't work. I think we were reading about this on stream a little bit. I did some digging around for this. I got linked a few articles that I read. So all of these claims come from, they come from a guy called Theodore Postel. And it's funny because remember how when we were looking on stream, when Finkeldick was talking about, well, when I look at people, I always try to see if they're biased in one direction or another. I always try to see if they're biased, blah, blah, blah. So apparently Postel and the other guy that publishes research with him are one, advocating for other methods besides the Iron Dome, which is a huge conflict of interest, by the way, number one. And number two, the guy's research is probably faked, and it's bullshit. The guy relies on YouTube videos to try to ascertain, like, whether or not Iron Dome interceptions are happening, and the guy plagiarizes his fucking research. So, for instance, I won't read through this entire Bellingcat article, which is like 10 years old, by the way. One of the most concerning parts of the coverage is the fact that none of the journalists took the time to check the photos used by Postal in particular to verify their accuracy and if they actually depict what he says they do. The author was able to identify 4 instances of manipulation of photos by Professor Postal, manipulations that cast a serious doubt on the ethical nature of his work, and also raised the possibility that perhaps he has manipulated other data in his published work. In his memo published by the Anti-Iron Dome and Pro-Thel, so it's Tactical High Energy Laser, also known as Skyguard or Nautilus Group, Megan Laurif, translated as Homefront Shield, Postal writes that one of the photographs contains an image depicting the damage from a Kassam rocket. So here's the image. I think the one on the right might be the one that he uses for a study, and the one on the left is what it actually comes from, is where the image actually comes from. The original source for this image is a 2007 presentation on Hezbollah's rockets in the 2006 war on the left by Uzi Rubin, the same man who has defended Iron Dome from Postal et al. The photograph is titled Impact of a 220mm Anti-Personnel Rocket. Even if the qualitative differences between the two projectiles are minimal, it is strange and unethical for Postal to take a photograph from somebody else, change the aspect ratio, and then caption the image differently without acknowledging the original source at all. Further in the memo, Postal has a grainy photo with the following descriptive text. The next photograph shows another example of a rocket casing that has been bent by glancing blows from Iron Dome warhead fragments. One can see on the front end of the rocket bent back sheets of rocket motor casing indicating that the warhead exploded. And then he uses this photograph over here like a part of it. This is what's in the study, but this is what the photograph actually comes from over here. The photo first appears in a Times of Israel article with a larger version of the same photo where it is written that an Israeli police sapper carries a Kassam rocket that landed in an open field near the Israel-Gaza border on December of 2011. The IDF only intercepts rockets projected to impact in urban areas. An open field near the Israel-Gaza border is not an urban area. In addition to Postal's altered annotation, the original image is copyrighted by Safrir Abiyav /90, yet Mr. Abiyav is not credited in the memo. The last and most troubling instance of improperly used photos in the memo is in regards to the following photo, which has been in existence since 2009, at least 2 years before the Iron Dome was deployed. Postal's annotation of this image states that the photo shows an example of a rocket carcass that was hit by a fragment near the top of the rocket motor casing. This indicates that there was a fusing error that led to a failure to place fragments on the rocket's warhead. This photo predates Iron Dome deployment by at least 2 years. It would be impossible for the Iron Dome to be involved in any way. Lastly, while perhaps a relatively minor detail, this copyrighted photo of Mr. Abiyav was again not credited. What the fuck? The memo is indubitably the product of Professor Postal, as the font used and the stylistic practices in the documents are identical to other documents known to be from the man. There are striking similarities in writing as well. The memo hosted by Megan Laoref is not the only Iron Dome-related work from which Postal misuses images. In an article for the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, Postal includes an image with the accompanying text, a view of damage apparently caused by the detonation of a warhead of this rocket when it hit the ground. The original source of this image was an article by Ynet News, where the caption reads, "The shrapnel that hit the Tel Aviv synagogue." And then you can see here the difference between, so on the right, this was the photo that ends up in his bulletin. Again, he always crops things to make them look as extreme as possible. And then on the left, you can see that it's like, just like a thing laying on the ground with the stuff around it, not necessarily looking as like completely fucked. Even if the Iron Dome failed to intercept this rocket, there was one known failure in the Tel Aviv metro area. Flights were even canceled after a rocket landed near the international airport. It is unclear why Postal would claim that there was a detonation of a warhead. There is no impact crater shown, and if the warhead actually did explode on the ground, wouldn't the 100-pound plus warhead have created much more destruction? Postal doubles down on this assertion in Figure 4a, where he uses a blown-up version of his edited image and writes, "Holes in an empty rocket motor casing suggest that an Iron Dome interceptor warhead exploded too late to detonate the target rocket warhead in the air. If, as Postal said, the warhead detonated when it hit the ground, and that the Tamir indeed failed, why isn't there a crater?" Postal told Reuters that there would have been an impact crater for nearly every rocket. Does he believe that there is a conspiracy by the Israeli media to cover up any damage in Israel? Here are 3 additional photos of the same scene, progressively further away from the impact location, which help identify the synagogue as well as the precise position in Tel Aviv. So here's where you saw the thing landed. Clearly, it's not an exploding fucking rocket. Oh, yeah, here's his blown up image on the left here again. Yeah. But anyway, so this is a guy that Twinklestein cites to show that. I just want to read the quote out of his book, so I'm not misquoting him. Does Finkelstein think Hamas just isn't firing any rockets? Yes. Finkelstein thinks that people for the Iron Dome, he thinks that the Iron Dome is propaganda and that Israel makes up the amount of rockets that Hamas fires so that they can pretend that the Iron Dome is effective, when in reality, the Iron Dome doesn't do shit and it's just a huge fucking waste of money. Unironically, he believes this, yes. Just reading some quotes out of his book. The armed resistance Hamas put up during the 8-day Israeli assault was largely nominal. The lopsidedness of the war was suggested by Defense Minister Barak as he boasted that Hamas only succeeded in hitting Israeli targets with a single ton of explosives, while targets in Gaza were hit with 1,000 tons. On the other hand, although Israel celebrated its deployment of Iron Dome, the anti-missile defense system did not save countless Israeli lives, and perhaps did not save any lives. Compare civilian casualties before and after Israel's anti-missile defense system became operative. The bottom line was, Iron Dome effectively made no difference. It's unlikely that in the main, and allowing for any occasional aberration, Hamas used more sophisticated projectiles during Pillar of Defense. Though its army of informers and state-of-the-art aerial surveillance, Israel would have been privy to any... Also, he denies also that the missiles coming out of, or the rockets coming out of the Gaza Strip have become more sophisticated over time. He just completely denies that at all. If Israel hailed Iron Dome, it was because it sought to salvage something redemptive from its otherwise failed operation. Shortly after Pillar of Defense ended, MIT missile defense expert Theodore Postel voiced doubts. Quote, that's the guy that we just read about. Quote, initially, I drank the Kool-Aid on Iron Dome, end quote. He admitted, quote, I'm skeptical. I suspect it is not working as well as the Israelis are saying, end quote. A senior Israeli rocket scientist subsequently rated the claims made for Iron Dome, quote, exaggerated, end quote, at best. I really think you should make a deliberate effort to discredit the experts on this issue. It's not worth it. I think going through and doing like a full takedown of this book would be interesting, but it would take me months to do it. But it's unbelievable how much he just like... It's just so shoddy. Oh, here's another from 20 pages later. Israel misrepresented not only the threat posed by Hamas's terror tunnels, that he puts in quotes, it also inflated the performance of its anti-missile defense system and the threat posed by Hamas's rockets, in quotes. Hamas reportedly fired 5,000 rockets and 2,000 mortar shells at Israel during the operation. To reconcile the vast discrepancy between the many thousands of projectiles Hamas unleashed, on the other hand, and the minimal death and destruction they inflicted, on the other, Israel motioned to its wondrous Iron Dome anti-missile defense system. A leading Israeli military correspondent posited that were it not for the Iron Dome, quote, the Israel casualty count would have been infinitely higher, end quote. While an Israeli diplomat purported that Iron Dome, quote, prevented thousands of potential Israeli civilian casualties, end quote. But this explanation does not persuade. Whereas Israel alleged that Iron Dome intercepted 740 rockets, the UN Department of Safety and Security put the number at closer to 240. I haven't read the underlying report for that. Who knows how misquoted that is. However, the most skeptical reckoning came from one of the world's leading authorities on anti-missile defense, Theodore Postel of MIT. Quote, or parentheses, Postel had previously debunked claims hyping the Patriot anti-missile defense system in the 1991 Gulf War. He concluded that Iron Dome successfully intercepted 5% of incoming Hamas rockets, or, on the basis of Israel's raw data, an underwhelming 40 of them. Even accepting for argument's sake the official Israeli tally of 740 successful interceptions, it's still perplexed by the thousands of Hamas projectiles that Iron Dome did not intercept caused so little damage. Why is it perplexing? They're literally rockets that can't be aimed, and Iron Dome only intercepts stuff that's headed for populated areas. It's only perplexing if you don't know what the Iron Dome does, if you don't know what Hamas does, and if you don't know anything about the conflict. How can he even make the sentence? The sentence literally makes no sense whatsoever. Yeah, Jesus. Why would Finkelstein lie about this? Because he's bought into a whole narrative of fuck Israel, and he will buy any conspiracy theory that has to do with, like, Israeli propaganda. Yeah. Site check. Fateful Triangle by Chomsky. Okay. How much did you get into international law during the debate? Barely, but it didn't matter because every time I bring up a point, he would just start ignoring me. He started to make the point that like the plausible standard is very, very, very high, and I was like, no, the plausible standard is very fucking low. And he was like, oh well, I'm sorry, I'm gonna go with what the judges think instead of you, Wikipedia warrior motormouth. And then I'm like, okay, well then I'll quote you what the judge says. So then I start reading this quote, and then Finkelstein just talks over me the entire time because the judges themselves contend, of course, or admit, of course, that the court is not asked in the present phase of the proceedings to determine whether South Africa's allegations of genocide are well-founded. At this stage, the court may only examine whether the circumstances of the present case, as they have been presented to the court, justify the ordering of provisional measures to protect rights under the Genocide Convention, which are at risk of being violated before the decision on the merits is rendered. But I don't even know if you can hear me say this because he just talks over me the entire fucking time. Anyway, fuck me. What a horrible fucking conversation. My God. Do you think that the people who call Israel a colonial state are clueless or just want to ignore the facts about the history of Palestine? And now there are even Arabs in Palestine. I don't know. Benny and I think, fought over that a bit. But anytime you like counter a point, hold on. Anytime either of us would counter a point, they would just move on to the next thing. They wouldn't address literally anything. Like, do you think Finkel holds his views genuinely, or is he lying? I have no idea. I'm not sure. Why didn't Lex stop Norm from interrupting you? I think he was just kind of letting us run with it. And he did stop us at a few points, but yeah. Did they bring up the food convoys that got shot and trampled? No, I don't think either of them were. They didn't seem to be aware of the news because I feel like they would have brought that up. Are we really doing another month on Israel Palestine? No, we're just going to chill this month. I'll still do debates, but I'm not going to be like actively researching anything. I think I have enough info to counter the haters. Were the Houthis brought up during the Congo? Yeah, I don't understand because Norm tried to do the thing. Norm tried to do the thing where he was like, I'm sorry, but I support international law, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, well, do you still support the Houthis? And he's like, I absolutely would support anybody trying to stop genocide. And I was like, well, okay, then you pick and choose international law too. And then after I said that, you pick and choose when to follow international law. Do you know what he did? He did this. Okay, I said, okay, well, it seems like you pick and choose when you want to follow international law as well. And he did this again. I wanted to kill myself. Oh my God. He hit me with the Smirkenstein, okay? The unbeatable. The unbeatable. Oh my God. I'll watch that guy's video on you. Oh, the Samuel dude. There's just like nothing to. 90% of the video is just him reading the ICJ thing. Or the Samson, not Samuel.
At a time when Israel...
Why are you banning so many people on Bridges' criticism? I'm not banning people on criticism. If you want to have like a critical thing or whatever, that's fine. But like the whole point is, listen, all I want to do is get on an episode and then iterate and then do that. That's it. It's very simple. But people will see like the first episode like, oh my God, this is horrible. It's never changing. Blah, blah, blah. So I just permaban you. It's easy. You don't have any value to the community. There's no point in like your criticism is worthless. Like I just ban it. It's so easy. Like if you think it's legitimate criticism to type in a subreddit like, oh, this is the worst thing ever. It's never going to change. Oh my God. Then just die. Kill yourself and then get banned. It's so easy. Boom. So easy. "30 seconds of Merc drama." Merc drama.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, what's up?
It was cool to meet you in person in Ohio.
Yeah, duh, because I'm a cool person.
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah, I had some disagreements. Actually, it was cool. It was exactly kind of what you were going over, except I had some better quote mined quotes I wanted to get your thoughts on. Just pasting you into my stream. Okay, so I had a few things I want to go over. Polling data, human shields. I watched your conversation with Joe. I was wondering if you looked at the article I sent you on the IDF targeting that particular journalist.
I might have, but I don't remember it.
With that overall. Yeah, and then yeah, I had a bunch of quotes that I mined. So I don't know if one of those you want to start with. I guess the polling data actually. So I was curious just which particular polls you were looking at in terms of if Palestinians want to fight, if they want one state versus two state. Because when I talked to you last time, you quoted me some kind of old polls that weren't really.
I don't think they were old at all. I think they were pretty recent. It's
from like 2008.
Oh, I don't know what those are from. There's a site that I don't remember what it was called. Forethought might have it. There's an abbreviation for this. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? It's PCPSR. That might be it. PCPSR. Palestinian Public Opinion Polls. I think this is the largest Palestine public polling thing, I think. Here, I'll just throw you a random link and then you can search from here, I guess.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, that's great. I just wanted to be kind of up to date in my head in terms of what you were looking at for that. Because I know you've talked a lot before about being that people should be pretty skeptical of how polls will translate into action as well. So just being kind of careful around polls and being too concrete.
For sure, yeah.
I know. So I was thinking about this when I was watching you talking to Ben Shapiro, that it seems like you, as a debater, have a preference for standing on whatever ground you feel like you can defend more firmly. And so if it's not 100% known exactly where Palestinians stand, but there's some polls that say, oh, maybe they want to fight, maybe they don't want a two-state, then that's a little bit more defensible rather than arguing for the position of we actually don't really know. We don't have the proper polling to say with any certainty. What do you think about that situation? Is that a fair...
I don't even know what the question is. So I don't know, or we don't know what Palestinians want because we only have some polling data to say as much, or...
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but if you're in a debate or you're talking to Ben Shapiro, you obviously don't want to look weak or like you don't really know what's going on. But to argue for the position of doubt is a little tougher. But I think in this case, it's probably a good position to argue for rather than we know Palestinians, say this or say that.
I'm not sure. I mean, polling data is just a snapshot of what a population thinks in response to a polling question at a particular point in time. It's not determinative of what a population will support or what's politically or socially and militarily possible. But I mean, like, you can speak pretty confidently about the polling data. You just have to be careful, I guess, about the conclusions you draw from the polling data. But
yes, so conclusions like Palestinians would have to go through a major shift before they'd be less radical or more willing to accept a two-state solution, something like that. I'm trying to think of general statements that I've heard you say.
Yeah, I don't know as much if that's true anymore. Maybe that's not necessarily true, and instead they just did like a really important, brave leader that is willing to come out and make some big deals, and maybe the population would shift significantly if like a brave leader actually came out and figured something out, maybe. But
yeah, or if there was some really, really good faith looking plan out of Israel to create a Palestinian state, then maybe that would immediately have some kind of impact toward like a more hopeful view.
Maybe. I don't know what that state would have to look like at this point, but sure.
Sure. Okay, so let me go to the quote mining then, I guess. So I was starting to look through. I was like, oh, we all have heard of like the Smotrich, and the Ben Gvir kind of quotes that were kind of unhinged. Like, oh, you know, Nakba 2023, you know, maybe we should drop an atomic bomb on Gaza, this kind of crazy stuff. And I kept hearing this like, oh, you know, we shouldn't freak out about these quotes because it's like, okay, there's some crazy people saying some crazy stuff. You know, if some American congressmen were saying some crazy stuff, I'd be like, oh, okay, it's one congressman, whatever. This doesn't characterize American position. But just to name the people that I've seen now, it's like agriculture minister, finance minister, minister of national security, tourism minister, minister of construction and housing, the head of the opposition party, and the vice prime minister are all like kind of high positions of authority that have all said crazy stuff.
Yeah, so here, this is the issue that, and this is just an optically losing debate because the genocide argument is literally the most soy-infused argument of all of mankind. This is how it should go, and maybe the whole world will change because none of the stuff, nobody actually gives a fuck about any of the actual laws or rules or whatever anymore. This is how it should go, okay? Genocide requires the special intent, okay, to destroy a people in whole or in part of like a particular ethnic group, a particular national group. The genocidal intent can't just be a war or military intent, even if the war or military intent is incredibly extreme. And the problem is that in this particular case, people are incapable of separating those two things out. I'm not saying it's impossible that there are people that have made quotes, even high up in power, that seem genocidal in nature. But the problem is that, like, somebody will take a quote of, like, an Israeli high-up person saying, like, we need to nuke Gaza, fuck these people. And, you know, people are like, oh, well, that's genocide. And it's like, I don't think that's genocide. Even if you were to kill every single Palestinian person, I don't think that would necessarily be genocide because you're looking for the special intent of genocide. Just like when we nuked Japan, that wasn't genocide. Just like when we bombed Dresden, that wasn't genocide. Just like when tens of millions of Soviets or whatever were being killed by Germans and Soviets when they were marching, that wasn't genocide. None of these things, the Civil War in the United States was not genocide. None of these things were genocide. Even though it involves war and a mass amount of civilian loss of life and people who are trying to kill or defeat like other countries, the question is always like, you know, is the goal of one particular country to actually destroy a whole people? Is that the goal? And the fact that the military operation that's happening right now is starting in a response to an attack already severely undercuts that claim. Severely undercuts. It's because now the problem is what's happening is every single quote that's being given, the question is, well, okay, well, is this like a quote that's expressing an intent for genocide? Or is this a quote where it's like, we really want to destroy this country? Like, we want to destroy these people, they attacked us, blah, 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 blah. Like, is it actually genocidal? Or is it like, is this war? Because I think that if you look at the statements on both sides by Ukrainians and Russians, you could very easily say, oh, this is genocidal. Oh, but it's not genocidal. It's two countries at war with each other. Yeah.
Can I didn't want to get into too much details because I mostly agree with what you're saying, but can you think of a quote from some like high Ukrainian official that was on the level of like maybe we should wipe out all the people from Russia, something like that?
I bet that if I dig through quotes, I bet I can find statements that have been made by people high up in Ukrainian military leadership that either refer to people as orcs or laugh at like Russian soldiers getting killed, or that make comments about how they want to be able to bomb. And I'm almost positive I can find this. I can't think of any in particular off the top of my head, but I'm sure I can go and find, like, there's like whole subreddits where people are like making fun of Ukrainian people are making fun of Russians dying. Didn't they okay it on Facebook to make like statements of hate towards Russians or something? Or did they ban that or something as Ukrainians were writing statements on that?
I mean, that's like a Russophobic thing from a Western audience. I'm just trying to think if there's something I could latch onto that's a direct analogy where it's like, you know, we're rolling out Gaza, we're rolling out a new Gaza. Ben Gurion should have finished the job. No such thing as a Palestinian people. You know, these something on those level. It's like real Russians don't exist. Like, you know, we're gonna wipe them all out. Something like that. I don't know if something on that level from Ukrainian officials.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I could go back and look, but I'm just super not interested. But I'm sure it has been said because I feel like I recall people are posting quotes of like Americans during World War II that
I can imagine there's definitely some American politicians
fuck, what
could
was
have
it?
said, you know, there'll be no Germany standing once we're done.
No. It was fuck. Where did this quote go? This is a. Why are chats so fucking hard to scroll and laggy? My God.
Is that the YouTube or DGG chat?
When we're done with them, the Japanese language will only be spoken in hell. Said by a senior American military official after Pearl Harbor, and then we nuked them twice. But yeah.
Yeah, that would be something analogous. So I think I agree with you. I wouldn't take these quotes as affirmatively saying, you know, the Israeli government or the IDF is actively trying to do a genocide. I think that's like way too far based on the evidence available. And that's on like a kind of far side of trying to make a claim. I think the much kind of closer claims to make is it's like, okay, not genocide, because that's like, we're going to go and wipe these people out wherever they are. It's more on the side of ethnic cleansing, but even that's a little bit further than I think the nearest claim, which is basically pushing the people of Gaza out of Gaza. Maybe it's not because, you know, we hate Gazans or whatever, but just we don't want them there, you know, or we want that land or whatever.
Okay, but like,
and then just there's an even nearer claim than that, which is not that affirmatively Israel is trying to do this, but it's these statements are at a concerning level for a country that is planning to occupy this area and says that it's going to administrate it for some amount of time and then give it back. So that's, I think, the nearest claim.
So here's the question. Can we find in Israel's operations or statements something inconsistent with a country got attacked by another group? That country wants to go in and destroy or eliminate that group and destroy or eliminate that group's ability to attack that country again. Can we find something inconsistent with that? Because I think all of Israel's actions can be very clearly and obviously explained by this.
Sure. I mean, if we're gonna gloss over the things that could point to war crimes, which could kind of chain up to pointing to, okay, there's a level of disregard that implies that they're interested in killing a lot of civilians.
War crimes don't get us any closer to genocide as well. Maybe like a very, because like you can commit tons of war crimes in a military conflict with no desire to do genocide whatsoever.
If they're committing the types of war crimes that will lead to a lot of civilian deaths and destruction of homes that will force people to leave, I think those are the kind of things that could point toward, I'm not saying get you all the way there, but would be evidence toward saying we want maybe not even genocide, but ethnic cleansing, getting people out of the homes.
Sure. So ethnic cleansing, I don't even like the term ethnic cleansing. I think it's a stupid
that's fine.
term because, but
there's
like
a lot more I'm just saying overall like mindset, but literally just getting people out of their homes, right? So I'm just going through every member of the Knesset and trying to see, have they positively stated that they want to resettle like North Gaza, basically? And I've already found 4 of the 120 Knesset members that have specifically said. Now, obviously, that doesn't directly translate into plans for the government, but my understanding is that members of the Knesset basically, you know, are able to form policy. That's like, if it turned out that a third of the Knesset had specifically said that, even if there wasn't yet a plan, would that be concerning?
I think it'd be concerning, but not because it's genocide. Can't we be concerned about things that aren't like the top most insane crimes in the world?
I'm literally not talking about genocide. I'm literally not talking about genocide.
Oh, I mean, I think it would be. I think settlements are already bad, and I think settlements are already bad. So settling anything more would be bad, including Gaza. Yes.
Sure. I mean, where's the line? So there's the line of like, okay.
Hold on. Wait. Stop. Okay, hold on. This is my issue. I hate this so much. Okay. Sure. There is no line. Okay. It's not, this is peace, this is terrorism, this is war, and this is genocide. People want to put this on a spectrum, and when you've done that, you've already assassinated your brain's ability to comprehend anything.
I had a specific type of line that I was
Sure, okay, but what I don't like is that it feels like you've got military conflict, and when it's real bad, it's genocide. Genocide is a wholly separate thing. Israel could go in and kill 5,000 Palestinians in a way that would constitute the crime of genocide. Israel could go in and kill 1,000 Palestinians in a way that would constitute the crime of genocide. Genocide is a wholly separate thing from war crimes, civilian deaths, war, terrorism, from all these other things, okay? So in terms of like what would the line be? I don't know. The issue is that it's incredibly difficult to imagine right now because Israel has so many valid concerns and valid reasons to want to go in and fight that I don't even know why they would be genocidal. They don't need to even be genocidal to want to kill or destroy a whole bunch of Hamas members or a whole bunch of parts of the Gaza Strip. So I think it's the thing that makes it really hard is it feels like every single major operation that happens, Cast Lead, Protective Edge, or Operation Pillar of Defense, or the Swords of Iron, all of these seem to come after hundreds or thousands of rocket attacks by Hamas into Israel. That is hard to imagine why I need to inject any kind of genocidal intent here when we have so many appropriate causes for war. I just don't know where it would even come from. The same that I wouldn't imagine that America wants to go genocide Japan. They bomb Pearl Harbor. We've got a super legitimate cause for war here. I don't even know if I would necessarily say it gets more tricky, but I don't even know what I would necessarily say now. For instance, like the Arab states wanted to genocide all the Jews when they were fighting all the wars in 48 and 56 and 73 and 76. I don't even know if these were necessarily genocidal wars. You know, they might have just been trying to destroy Israel because they don't want the country there, because they don't like all the immigrants that are coming in. Yeah, I'm not saying it's impossible for genocide to happen. I don't understand the hyperfixation. It's such an irrelevant point at the end of the day because there's not much strong evidence pointing towards it, and there's so many other more important things to talk about.
Yeah, so I'm still not talking about genocide. That's still not my focus at all. So when I say line, what I was going to finish was line at which point, for example, the U.S. has to seriously evaluate what kind of strings we're attaching to military aid, right? So something like, okay, you have to severely rein in when your governmental officials are saying things that people will latch onto as this kind of intent, where they're saying we need to settle northern Gaza. You guys can't be saying that at all, right? If you guys are going to be taking over this area and saying you're going to give it back and not settling it, then you can't have people in your government saying that. Something like that kind of line. So my question is, where's that line where the U.S. is going to say, like, guys, you got to actually get your shit in order?
I don't know. I mean, if they were to start building settlements, or if it seemed like there was actually huge support, I mean, they have a right to express that opinion. Like, it's their members. Are we going to sit here and say, like, you don't have the right to say that, you know, you should bring settlements back to? I don't know. That's kind of a weird thing to tell. If they would actually start building settlements in fucking Gaza, I think that's cause for a severe restriction of aid. Or if it looks like they're actually mobilizing to do that, I think it'd be really bad. But I mean, members of their Knesset are allowed to express their opinion. I mean,
well, they're allowed to express that. But I think if members of a government, if some fraction of members of a government are saying we should do exactly this, you can't call people who are saying, ooh, maybe Israel is going to do this. You can't call those people crazy.
I absolutely can. Just like how Marjorie Taylor Greene doesn't dictate U.S. foreign policy, one or two members of the far-right parties in the Knesset also don't dictate what's happening with the actual war effort. If they did, I think things would look a lot different.
Sure, but she's okay. If she says that and Trump is president and it's like, you know, 60-40 in Congress and the Senate, and a decent number of both of those, of both the House and the Senate were saying this, then it's genuinely moving in that direction.
Yeah, I think that would be troubling, and you would say as much. You'd say, like, hey, this is troubling. I hope you guys don't do that. And then if they do start to do it, then you probably start conditioning aid or something. Sure.
Okay. So it sounds like for you, your line would be on some actual action of they've started building settlements. It wouldn't be,
or like at least a movement in that direction.
Plan,
it wouldn't just be like 4 or 5 members of their Congress, of their parliamentary body, saying things after like a huge terrorist attack their country. Yeah, I don't think it would be that.
Okay. All right, I'll just move on to the last thing I wanted to talk to you about, which is this question over human shields. So I was interested in your conversation with Joe over this, which it seems like you maintain the position that Israel, by international law, needs to treat human shields as civilians. They're still civilians. They still have to be factored into any calculations around proportionality versus some military advantage. But at the same time, it feels like there's like a sneaky principle that's making its way in, where you say it's because of Hamas, or Hamas is the one who's morally culpable for putting these civilians in this situation. And it seems like some of the moral culpability is being taken off of the IDF for bombing those civilians in that situation of being human shields.
Correct. All of the moral
Okay.
culpability would be taken off the IDF, and all of the moral culpability would be assigned to Hamas, is what I would say.
So is that in the situation that that the IDF is still properly doing those calculations, treating those human shields as civilians, or would that still be true even if they weren't doing those calculations?
If they weren't doing the calculations, then I would say that Israel starts to suffer and has responsibility or culpability.
Okay. Okay, I think that's fair.
Basically, you have an obligation to shield your civilian population from attack. You have an obligation to try to protect your civilian population in times of war to make sure that they're not being destroyed by the enemy. If you're failing to do that, if you fail to protect your civilian population, that is a violation of international law. You are failing to uphold I think this is under additional protocol. It's either additional protocol 1 or 2. Actually, I think it might be both. It's Article 58 of Additional Protocol 1. The parties to the conflict shall, to the maximum extent feasible, without prejudice to Article 49 of the Fourth Convention, endeavor to remove the civilian population, individual civilians, and civilian objects under their control from the vicinity of military objectives, avoid locating military objectives within or near densely populated areas, and take the other necessary precautions to protect the civilian population, individual civilians, and civilian objects under their control against the dangers resulting from military operations. This is an Additional Protocol 1, I'm pretty sure, and Additional Protocol 2 under Article 13. There's also protection of the civilian population. Saying that they shall enjoy protections against the dangers or risk of military operations. They shall not be the object of attack. They shall enjoy the protections afforded by this part. I think this is for belligerents, actually. So the Article 58 under Additional Protocol 1 basically means that you have to protect your civilian population. Hamas fails to do that. On Israel's side, now when they go to attack, they still have to obey things of distinction. So, for instance, you can't just start killing civilians at large because of whatever. But if you identify a military target and it's commingled with civilians, and Hamas is utilizing that to try to, afford them some protection, which would be human shielding, you have an obligation to do a proportionality assessment to make sure that the amount of civilians killed is, worth the concrete military advantage that's enjoyed by targeting whatever thing, and then you go from there. But in that case, like, Israel is conducting itself according to the rules of war, even if they are killing civilians, in a way that is 100% wholly consistent with international law, and Hamas is the one that's failing to conduct themselves in a way that's wholly consistent with international law. So I would say, even in the case where 100 civilians are killed to kill 50 Hamas operatives, Israel has no moral culpability for the deaths of those civilians, and Hamas has 100% the moral culpability if they're utilizing them to gain a military advantage by shielding their military objectives.
And the proportionality is respected. Do you think that Israel should be compelled to substantiate some or any of those claims around military targets?
I don't know. I don't know if anybody is ever expected to do those things, ever. Unless they're, like, formally charged with a crime internationally. I don't know if that has ever been the case, where you have to make, like, those things are by nature, those things are, a lot of those are secret. Like, you don't, there's a, there's actually a name for this particular type of thing. I think it's a 3-letter abbreviation that stands for the actual cost of a military objective for a civilian life. But these numbers are secret, and militaries don't publish these for obvious reasons. You don't want people to know exactly how much they would need to shield a particular object. But I mean, like,
so either publish or provide to, like, the U.S. military, U.S. intelligence for them to make.
Well, U.S. military, U.S. intelligence doesn't matter. Nobody cares about that because Israel already has done that at times. And people just say the U.S. will just suck up to Israel and not actually hold them to account. So,
I mean, I am concerned with. I'm sure you've talked about this. It's called the Gospel, Israel's, like, new AI targeting tool.
Yeah, I've heard that. It sounds a little cringe. I don't know if they're actively utilizing that in the field or not yet. But
I think they talked about. I could try to pull the link for you, but it was something like they managed to like double or triple their generation of targets using this, and it's concerning that now it's not even on analysts to come up with a reason for a target. They still need manual approval, so it's not like there's just you know, Skynet drones going out and just killing people, totally like AI controlled. But the AI is not necessarily something you can kind of backtrack and even say why exactly was this determination made. It's still manually like reviewed, but the speed at which they're increasing their number of targets, I think, is concerning about how, you know, if those calculations even could be done in a situation like this.
I mean, it could be good, it could be bad. I don't think you should write it off just because it's AI. Like, it could be incredibly good. Maybe generating 100 targets is better when human intelligence could only generate 10 targets, and all of those had huge cost of life for civilians attached to it. Maybe the additional AI generated targets don't have the same civilian cost of life. I have no idea, though. I'd have to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you think there should be? I mean, I'd be curious to know if anything has ever been released in terms of those conversations ever being had, or any kind of best practices within the IDF of like what number of civilians, you know, for a strike that
I don't know if any
military
military has ever released those numbers. I don't know if that stuff would ever just be released publicly because it's such a sensitive thing. And
I mean, if it turned out that literally their numbers were, I don't know, 30 to 1 or 50 to 1 or 100 to 1 or whatever would be past the line of what's kind of
Well, the thing is, it's
accepted.
not just going to be number of civilians per Hamas militant. It might be how important that Hamas militant is. It might be what is the risk to your military. It might there might be a whole bunch of other things. Yeah.
But if that were released and it turned out that it were, I mean, I'm actually curious, is there some specific standard? I know the general concept behind the proportionality.
I have no idea. Maybe in some leaked,
formula?
someone's saying that in the Iraq-Afghanistan leaks, some of that information was available, but I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if it turns out that what the kind of worldwide accepted practice is something like, you know, 100 civilians to 1 low-level Hamas operative, not some officer or leader or whatever, would that be something that, I don't know, us among the left or whatever of the international community should demand some kind of further action on? Because if it's the case that it's such a lax number, then I think that's not a sufficient protection for civilians.
Possibly, but remember, okay, this has to be considered at all points in time, okay? International humanitarian law, and specifically the law of armed conflict, okay, is balanced on a razor edge for protecting two different things. It has to be the protection, the general protections of civilians, and it has to be for the ability for nations to conduct war. If you lose either of those things, all of it becomes pointless. Because if nations discover, oh, you know, my proportionality has to always be like 1-to-1, and oh, my opponents just discovered that if they shoot rockets at me from buildings, I can never attack them. Well, this is stupid. I'm never following international law again. This is a whole worthless apparatus, and I'm just going to march and do what the fuck I want because I'm going to get fucked anyway, so who the fuck cares? That's the worst case scenario. People always think that the worst case scenario of international law is that, oh no, they're being too lenient on allowing more civilian deaths, but there's another worst case scenario of being too strict on it, where you make it so that basically you're telling states you guys can never basically conduct warfare against guerrilla operatives. You can never conduct warfare against people that utilize civilian populations as shields, and now you've emboldened those groups, and now you've made other nations just not give a fuck about international law. It's like, oh well, fuck it, we're gonna violate it anyway. So
yeah, so that was kind of my follow-up of if it's the case that in this situation, so let's say just whether or not Hamas was particularly trying to put civilians in harm's way, but just the number of civilians living in some small area made it so that in order for Israel to carry out their objective of destroying Hamas, that they would necessarily have to go beyond the kind of current conception international standard, that for them that standard should be loosened so that they have the capacity to conduct war? Is that something that you personally...
No, I don't think the standard should be loosened.
Okay.
Maybe the standards, maybe they need to be changed, but they shouldn't be applied selectively in different situations.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. I agree with that. Okay, I think those are my main points I wanted to hit.
Okay.
Yeah, did you have any questions for me about any of those, or anything that you wanted to put more pushback on anything I said?
Nope, but I love you.
All right. Take care, buddy.
Be careful. Bye.
Texted my ex last night, bruh. This bitch. Oh my god. Please answer. Please. I love you. I still love you. Actually, fuck you. Okay, how you ended things was unfair. I deserve better. And guess what? Fuck you. And you graduate in May. I might just fly back and throw shit at the stage when you walk across. Fuck you, bitch. That was wrong of me. I was sad. Sorry. I texted my ex last.
Wow. Amazing.
Is killing Palestinians at a time when Israel is killing Palestinians at unprecedented rates, at a time when Israel is bombing hospitals, ambulances, refugee camps, deliberately targeting journalists and their entire families, at a time when Israel has flattened most of Gaza, rendering it uninhabitable. There's a select group of individuals, we call them liberals, that aren't quite focused on that. They're more focused on making sure people don't call this genocide.
I think Israel's goal is to eliminate Hamas. I think they have the moral authority to do so. Unfortunately, there's a high cost right now of civilian casualties. I'm not sure there's any way to avoid that at the moment. I'm not sure there's any way to avoid that at the moment. I'm not sure there's any way to avoid that at the moment. I'm not sure. So when we say there's not any way to avoid the civilian casualties at the moment, the avoiding can't be never going to war. I'm sorry, like I know that, bro, I'm trying so hard not to. I understand the Israeli desire to wield the anti-Semitism card now because I think Finkelstein is anti-Semitic. I think that Moin guy was anti-Semitic. I think it's, and I'm starting to see it more. And I don't know if I'm getting mind fucked by the Mossad. Okay, if the Jewish space lasers are mind controlling me, but holy shit. I'm sorry, but when you terrorist attack a country and you kill 1,200 people and you hostage take 250 people, every single one of these things was in contravention of international law. Every single one of those stages. When you do all of those things and then the entire world says, sorry, you can't go to war with them because you might kill some civilians. That would be against the rules. That's fucking stupid. That can't be the standard. That cannot be the standard. So no, when we say, I don't know if there's a way to avoid that. I don't know if there's a way to avoid that and accomplish your military goal. And the goal of killing Hamas is a worthy one. It is a totally acceptable goal from Israel. You'd be hard pressed to find anybody to say, who's not a total fucking idiot, that that's not an acceptable goal. If there's any way to avoid that at the moment. I'm not sure there's any way to avoid that at the moment. No other fighting force in the world does what Israel does when it comes to warning people about imminent attacks.
This guy
This is also true. Nobody else drops leaflets, makes phone calls, does roof knocking, like knocks on fucking, like nobody does all of these things. You don't have to believe me. I'm pretty sure there was an analyst for, it would have been, oh God, what was this under? It was that one. It was duty to warn. The IDF understands these realities and has accordingly long provided warnings before attacking targets in Gaza and elsewhere. See, for example, reporting to the Night Gaza operations, blah, 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 blah. These practices have drawn a great deal of attention. For instance, an International Law Association study group in the conduct of hostilities, of which I was a member, observed in 2017 that Israel's 2014 operations in Gaza and the extensive efforts to provide such warnings have elevated the discourse on this warning's precaution to unprecedented levels. Some worry that the Israeli Defense Forces created an unrealistically high bar on when and how to provide warnings. Conversely, some condemn the idea because the warnings did not produce their intended effects. Finally, some suggested the extent of warnings were the result of policy decisions and not legal obligations. What can be said with confidence is that the IDF regularly uses a wide variety of warnings, almost certainly more than any other military. Best known are phone calls to individuals within a building to be struck and those nearby in order to gather information about the number of people there and instruct them to evacuate. As I previously explained, following a research trip to Israel with Colonel John Merriam at the invitation of the IDF, see his post on our findings here, To conduct the phone warnings, the IDF employs a specialized team of trained personnel who run a phone bank with the sole purpose of contacting individuals who might be affected by a strike. The calls are in some cases extremely precise. For instance, the warnings may be that a strike will occur at a specific time. Live operators make some phone warnings, while others consist of generic pre-recorded messages. The personnel in the warnings cells speak Arabic fluently, have received cultural training on the civilian population in the target area, and whenever feasible, use all source-fused intelligence to focus on specific individuals who might be at risk. For example, understanding Palestinian culture and family structures, the warning cell may try to contact the head male of a family in a particular apartment building, knowing that he will effectively disseminate the warning to other family members. If a minor or a female answers the phone call, the warning cell attempts to speak to the head of the family. When several buildings in a particular area are targeted, the warning cell may also contact a local official, a local civilian official, or an informal community leader who will also try to spread the warning effectively and insist on obedience. The IDF conveys warnings by many other means, such as leaflets, social media, text messages, and radio and television broadcasts, and it regularly monitors the area to assess whether civilians have heeded the warnings. For instance, the IDF has been harvesting data from mobile phones in Gaza to give it a real-time picture of where Gazans are located, following its warnings to evacuate the north. So yes, my understanding is, and if anybody wants to provide an actual counter, not just soy over, death figures, I don't think any other military in the world, wait, look up the word gold standard, Mark. Does somebody else? Without more facts, it is too early to say whether the IDF has complied with the obligation to warn in every case. However, there's no question that the IDF's warning practice in general is the gold standard. Indeed, as a matter of policy, the IDF typically exceeds what the law requires. It is likewise clear that that its warnings to evacuate northern Gaza constitutes an effective warning, as that concept is understood in international humanitarian law. This is in sharp contrast to Hamas's failure to provide any warnings to the civilian population of Gaza and its efforts to neutralize the effectiveness of the IDS. That Hamas has violated its own warning obligation under IHL is simply indisputable. IHL meaning international humanitarian law. Yo, was the discussion with Jordan Peterson get recorded? Yes, F me for being continually online. Sorry I haven't been here. I don't know what you're talking about. I just showed up. I love you, G. Take care. It should be released sometime soon. Thank you for $100. Love you, Zachary. Yeah, so I don't know, like, you can quote me and then, like, laugh and look at the camera and do, like, your soy posting, but, I mean, give me an example. Give me an argument. That at the moment, I'm not sure if there's any way to avoid that at the moment. No other fighting force in the world does what Israel does when it comes to warning people about imminent attacks.
This guy is, what's his name, Destiny, I think? Yeah, he's like some type of influencer, internet guy. He is one of the loudest of such liberals that really just don't like hearing the G word when we're talking about what Israel is doing right now. Destiny went on a Twitter storm the other day. We're going to read these tweets. We're going to see how he justifies this assertion. And yeah, that's today's video, and hope you enjoy. If Israel wanted to genocide Palestinians, then they would only exist in the history books.
Okay, this is a tweet. It's not technically a good argument against genocide, though, because again, you could act in a way where 1,000 Palestinians are killed and it's genocidal, or you can act in a way where you literally nuke the entire Gaza Strip and it's not genocidal. So it's not actually an argument in favor. It's just it's a tweet. But also, I've had hours and hours of conversation on this. Why are you debating tweets of mine?
Okay. Yeah, so we see what's going on there. So because Israel hasn't wiped all Palestinians off the face of the earth, then they have yet to commit a genocide. That's what's being expressed here, right? If you read the UN's definition of genocide, any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group as such. Killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction, in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. There's no requirement or stipulation for total annihilation. If that births within the group, forcibly...
Well, that's true. A, B, C, D, and E, none of these actually mattered that much. Like, they're part of genocide, but the most important part is the intent to destroy. Because you can do almost all of these other things and it not be genocide. If, for instance, in the nuking of Hiroshima, you've killed members of the group, obviously. You've caused serious bodily and mental harm to members of the group, obviously. You're deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, obviously. Imposing measures intended to prevent births, maybe not. And forcibly transferring children, maybe not. So maybe not D and E. But like, again, the matter here is the intent, the special intent. That's what makes it genocide.
Transferring children of the group to another group.
Oh, but these people probably think the atomic bombings were genocidal. Maybe, yeah.
There's no requirement or stipulation for total annihilation. If that were the case, a lot of genocides, most genocides would not meet the definition, a notable one being the Holocaust. Yeah, the logic in this tweet implies that because some Jews survived the Holocaust, the Nazis must not have wanted it that bad, because if they had, they would have succeeded. Anybody else sense that? There's Hitler particles emanating from this tweet? Journalists.
It also doesn't make much sense to use that comparison because Germany did try to kill every single fucking Jew that they had or could get their hands on. Sometimes even to the detriment of the military effort. I'm pretty sure when Germany was negotiating with other countries or invading other countries, he was saying, listen, you need to kill all the Jews here. We need to ship them to the fucking camps that we set up in Poland. We need to do, like, yeah, that was an obsessive war aim of Hitler. By the way, people that didn't even pose a military threat to the country right? It's not like the Jews were rising up and fighting against fucking Hitler, in the beginning stages of fucking World War II that the Jews represent, right? They were just fucking Holocaust. It was part of his fucking idea. Yeah, they started to fight later on when they were being mass executed in death camps, but there was clearly not a military aim here for the genocides that were committed in Germany. And you couldn't even think of a military aim. It wouldn't even make sense to try to think of a military aim.
Mehdi Hassan responded to that last tweet from Destiny, writing, per this argument, China isn't guilty of genocide in Xinjiang because the Uyghurs still exist. Same with Russia in Ukraine. Destiny quote tweeted this, writing, China is guilty of genocide because they are intentionally trying to eliminate a group of people, and it shows. There is no evidence of Israel doing this to Palestinians today. No evidence. Just, there's nothing. It's like...
Intention. I need to highlight the intent part, but nobody actually even cares about it. Nobody cares about intent for anything, to be fair, I guess. Like, it doesn't matter.
Oh, shoot, okay. It feels weird. Everyone's like really up in arms about what's going on. Are they just making it up? Oh, hold on, hold the fort. I just found something on my computer. It's an 84-page document submitted to the International Court of Justice that outlines in detail.
You should go, this will take maybe like an hour and a half to read. It's a really easy document to read, and it's really stupid.
With citations, the plethora of
Do you think this guy would ever talk to you? No, he literally says at the end that he doesn't want to talk to me yet.
Evidence of Israel's genocidal actions and intent. Chat, is this real? Is this a thing? Just to preface this document.
Wouldn't his point imply that he thinks that Israelis are killing people in Gaza, not over territory, but over the fact that they are Palestinian? Yes, that is the implication, which is where I wonder, and it's really hard not to see it, if the anti-Semitic shit, this was another point that came up in the Twinkle Dick and the Muin debate, because they ended up bringing up the IDF killing 4 Palestinian children on the beach next to all of the reporters in the Gaza Strip. And I don't remember if it was a debate with Lycan, but I'm very familiar with this case. I was like, oh, hold on. They didn't just kill 4 boys. They couldn't tell that they were boys, but they shot and killed them, or they attacked them with a drone because they were literally playing in a place that had been identified as a Hamas compound. That's what happened. And they were like, oh no, you really think that's realistic? And then my counter question was, okay, well, hold on. This was a drone strike, meaning it wasn't just a single soldier. You're telling me that multiple levels of commanders, of intelligence, of everybody involved in this strike cell or whatever, all of these people said, we're just going to kill 4 Palestinian children today for the lulz, because it would be fun to kill four Palestinian children. And both of them were like, yes. And I'm like, what? What an unhinged statement. What an unhinged statement to make.
An application is pretty unprecedented. The ICJ is the UN's highest court. It's the world court, basically. And after hearing South Africa's case against Israel, they ended up ruling that Israel is plausibly committing genocide. They fell short of calling for a ceasefire, but they did order, with near unanimous approval, that Israel must...
Don't say they fell short of they didn't fall short of calling a ceasefire. They didn't even consider the ceasefire. They didn't write anything at all, even considering the ceasefire, because it was a ridiculous fucking ask. They didn't even consider it. They didn't fall short. Like, they were just like, what?
Halt any actions in Gaza that could constitute genocide, which, according to the ICJ, they are currently plausibly undertaking. There is no evidence that Israel has changed anything about their rhetoric or military strategy in the months since this ruling. So
remember, plausible just means it's the lowest standard to even consider to hear a case. It doesn't mean that there's like a good chance of they weren't asked to rule on the merits or the well-founded claims of South Africa just to say like, well, given all these facts that they're true, yeah, I guess maybe.
By the court's logic, the final verdict should be obvious, but unfortunately, we likely won't see that conclusion for at least another few years because we live in hell. Okay,
I like how it's obvious that they're committing genocide. The court should be obvious.
Has changed anything about their rhetoric or military strategy in the months since this ruling. So, by the court's logic, the final verdict should be obvious, but unfortunately, we likely won't see that conclusion for at least another few years because we live in hell. Okay, enough yapping. We're starting on page 30, section C. Genocidal acts committed against the Palestinian people. This section provides an overview of the acts in which Israel is engaged that are genocidal in character, having regard to their nature, scope, and...
When you say that's the lowest standard, does that mean there's an array of standards? Sure, you've got like, I think, I don't know if everybody uses it the same way as they do in the United States, but you've got like probable cause, you've got a balance of, what is the 51% called? On the balance of probabilities, you've got beyond a reasonable doubt. Yeah, you've got different standards in law.
Context. These acts are ongoing and ongoing in a conflict context where Israel is deliberately...
Does the ICJ use these though? Yes, I will reread the quote. Yes, the judges literally say that they are not asked. The court is not asked in this present phase of the proceedings to determine whether South Africa's allegations of genocide are well-founded. They're not even determining if the allegations are well-founded. Another judge, Judge Nolte, went on to say, the information provided by South Africa regarding Israel's military operation is not comparable to the evidence before the court in the Gambia versus Myanmar in 2020. While the applicant cannot now be expected to provide the court with detailed reports of an international fact-finding mission, it is not sufficient for South Africa to point to the terrible death and destruction that Israel's military operation has brought about and is continuing to bring about. The applicant must be expected to engage not only with the stated purpose of the operation, namely to destroy Hamas and to liberate the hostages, but also with other manifest circumstances, such as the calls to the civilian population to evacuate, an official policy and orders to soldiers not to target civilians, the way in which the opposing forces are confronting each other on the ground, that means Hamas using human shields, as well as the enabling of the delivery of a certain amount of humanitarian aid, all of which may give rise to other plausible inferences from an alleged pattern of conduct than genocidal intent. Rather, these measures by Israel, while not conclusive, make it at least plausible that its military operation is not being conducted with genocidal intent. South Africa has not called these underlying circumstances into question and has, in my view, not sufficiently engaged with their implications for the plausibility of the rights of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip deriving from the Genocide Convention. Oh, and then earlier quote from the same judge, the court must remain conscious that the Genocide Convention is not designed to regulate armed conflict as such, even if they are conducted with an excessive use of force and result in mass casualties.
Imposing telecommunications blackouts on Gaza, restricting access by fact-finding bodies and international media. Section 1 outlines the actions defined as killing Palestinians in Gaza. It goes over the death toll, which is actually out of date. Currently, it's sitting at 28,000, not 21,000. The percentage of women and children killed, which is 70. The 15,000 people forming.
It's all just like
immediate risk.
Quoting.
Were dropped on the refugee camp, and articles on the Gaza
like
started banging. Civilians in certain areas of Gaza leave their homes for other areas. The first of which they need to urge. Since early, at least 8,660 students and 209 teachers. Exam grades in the whole of Palestine killed with multiple.
Like it's just like people killed. It's just like going over a bunch of news articles of like people getting killed, which sucks. But it's war. But it sucks. But it's war. It's not necessarily genocide just because it sucks. Beanpod, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. Remember, everything that sucks is not genocide.
Members of her family in a strike on Al Nusra giving birth is to undergo a hysterectomy in order for their lives. Amalek by the Israelites. That was the deputy speaker of the Knesset. It can be assumed that some of the Hamas fighters and future.
אני לא לקחתי שבויים. בזמן קרב, אם מישהו הרים ידיים, משהו כזה. לא לקחתי שבויים. אם היה עומדת כיתה של זה, עם ידיים למעלה, אז באותו יום הייתי רואה אותי, הייתי קוצר את כולם, עד כדי כך. כמה אתה חושב אנשים הרגת ככה? לא ספרתי. לא יכול לדעת בחיי. היה לי מקלע.
This is not base, but... Anytime, I haven't done the research. Anytime you get these interviews with one person, always look up, like, who is the interviewer, who's talking, what the fuck is this even about? Because I don't trust any of this shit now, but...
This list goes on and on and on, and I hope by now at least some of you are able to look at this and say, you know, maybe there's some evidence in there. I don't know what better evidence you can have of genocidal intent than looking into the camera and saying, I want to do a genocide, we want to do a genocide, we want to kill everybody, we want to do it right now as soon as we can, and then immediately taking actions over and over and over again that are meant to achieve that goal. How much fucking clearer does it get, man? We're gonna return now.
Like, really?
To a few more of Destiny's tweets, because, you know, that's the point of this video, to look at an influencer's tweets and call him dumb, not use drama farming as a Trojan horse to read the ICJ application that lays out a pretty compelling case that Israel's committing genocide. That's not the point of this video. We're here to farm. Omar Badar is another person who responded to that initial tweet from Destiny. He wrote, your obsession with litigating the applicability of the word genocide here without adequate legal background is getting in the way of a bigger point. Genocide or not, there is no dispute that Israel is committing horrific war crimes in its deliberate war on Palestinians.
But this is the problem. We're not talking about this now. Now we're talking about the ICJ case with the genocide shit. That's the issue. It's your fault for bringing up these heavy legal terms. If you want to talk about the horrendous things that are happening right with the war, then just talk about the horrendous things happening in the course of the war. They are horrendous, and it's sad. And there are a lot of Palestinians on the course of famine, real famine. Not the famine that the UN, and not the famine that Finkeldick, and not the famine that everybody else has been talking about that has apparently been going on in Gaza for 20 years, but an actual real famine where people might actually start dying of starvation if they haven't already, depending if you believe Al Jazeera reporting or not. Like, let's talk about that, not apartheid, not genocide, not like all the other weird fucking buzzwords that we want to throw around because just talking about the actual facts on the ground are too boring, I guess.
Civilians. Destiny responded, writing, I mean, it's possible that the IDF is, but the other side is committing a fuck ton of war crimes for sure. It's possible. It's possible. Aside from the fucking CEO of the Israeli War Crimes Institute for Defending War Crimes College, Destiny is the only guy casting doubt on the assertion that Israel is committing war crimes. They're on video. When it comes to Hamas's war crimes, it's for sure.
What do you mean? He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know what they are. I don't care. Zachary, thanks for the $100. You're retarded.
very sure about that when it comes to Israel's. Maybe. I don't know. Who's to say? Who's to say? The other absurd part about this tweet is him saying that no one cares about holding Hamas responsible. My brother in Christ, what do you think Israel thinks it's doing? Literally only
yeah, and what is the point of like the entire rest of the world telling Israel to stop doing it? I mean, like that's the whole point, right?
reason this genocide is still going on is because Israel is saying that they are, quote unquote, large quotes, holding Hamas responsible. Also, the United States, virtually every Western media apparatus, that's why every major interview has to start off with 12 minutes of the host telling the guest to condemn Hamas, condemn Hamas, condemn Hamas. Come on, do you condemn Hamas? Another person responded to that tweet writing, since when does death toll in an active war not count? Destiny replied saying, question mark, question mark, question mark, going to war is not genocide. People die in war, that doesn't make it genocide. Civilians die in war, that doesn't make it genocide. Even if you commit war crimes and target civilians, that's not genocide. So Iris is just sort of milking the one thing he's been technically correct on, which is that death tolls alone are not the same thing as genocide. They're not, but also no qualified commentator in this discussion is saying that. I personally don't consider a random 700 follower Twitter user to be a qualified commentator, but that's just me personally, I guess. He likes to do this thing. He does a few other tweets. Somebody wrote, paraphrasing him, if you commit war crimes and target civilians, that's not genocide. Lamau. He responded writing, how fucking stupid are people? Hey, come on, man.
Well, I like how he just admits in the whole past like 40 minutes of the video that I was correct. Okay, thank you. But okay. I like...
war crimes and target civilians, that's not genocide. Lamau. He responded writing, how fucking stupid are people? Hey, come on, man. Relax. Jesus. Yes, why would you think you're making a point here? What do you even think genocide is? Just killing civilians? Once again, the original statement taken on its own as a tweet is technically incorrect. War crimes and civilian targeting usually are a part of genocide. Actually, using the term requires other factors. But also, he here took an incomplete version of this person's argument. A minute after that first tweet, they replied to their own tweet writing, there's actually a wealth of evidence that Israeli forces are committing genocide. All of it was used and quoted in the ICJ. The war crimes and civilian targeting in the original tweet are clearly referencing a specific application, which...
I don't see... Bro, if I click quote tweets on my tweet, I don't see all of the replies that they're making under their own tweet. I don't it's not like it's not like I'm clicking through and reading every other thing they put underneath it. Like,
does display genocide. He didn't respond to that original tweet, and you can see why, right? The tweet makes his big epic dunk a moot point. Here you might say, well, no, he maybe just didn't see that second tweet. And it's like, maybe, but also, it was tweeted a minute after. And the first thing you see when you click on a tweet is replies from the original author. I think
that's, like... This is normally how I quote tweet. So if I bring up a tweet, I can click the things and I can view quotes, and then I usually just quote from here. Bro is still sore. A British twink sees his means of reproduction. Nice. Oh, and then this racist subhuman fuck. And then I do this, and then I quote. I don't know what else they're fucking tweeting underneath here. For me to actually see what's underneath the tweet, I would have to like click through and then actually like look for more responses. But I just quote tweet from here. Like, does he even use Twitter? Like, why the implication that I'm ignoring, especially a tweet that would be so easily visible if I was ignoring it?
You can see why, right? The tweet makes his big epic dunk a moot point. Here you might say, well, no, he maybe just didn't see that second tweet. And it's like, maybe, but also, it was tweeted a minute after. And the first thing you see when you click on a tweet is replies from the original author. I think the more likely explanation is just that it's easier to pick incomplete criticism to dunk on. It's just you want to win. You win. You win that point. You win that point in response. Congratulations.
Or I've just got hundreds of people that are quote tweeting and responding to me, and I don't have time to go through every single one of their tweets. Like... Destiny, is there any genocide that looks even remotely similar to this current war? I don't know of a single known genocide where there wasn't mass reports of shit like massacres, rounding up people for execution or deportation, in which I'm not sure, actually. Maybe we should go through the ones that the ICJ has litigated. Like, look at what actually was happening in Bosnia. Look at what the Myanmar Rohingya stuff like actually looks like, and then go through it and actually see it, maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
But you won in the most annoying and inconsequential way possible. One wonders how someone like this ends up getting divorced very publicly and then making hours and hours of content talking about his ex-wife. I mean, it's just, normal stuff.
What is the weird personal attacks here from a guy? What the fuck? It's such a random bizarro ad-hom. Holy shit.
Cool stuff. Another response to that first tweet was someone saying, if Nazi Germany wanted to genocide all the Jews, then they would only exist in the history books, Destiny circa 1943. And he's just quoting the logic back. We did that earlier, How does Destiny respond to this? Well, he does it by doing a sneaky little switcheroo. The Jewish population still hasn't recovered from the Holocaust, a genocide lasting a few years that's some 80 years old.
What was the percentage of Jews that were killed in Germany and Poland? I guess percentage of Jewish people in Germany, Poland killed World War II. Because didn't some of the death camps have literally like 97, 98, 99% kill rates? Wasn't it like an insane number of people? Like somebody put in YouTube chat earlier that it was like in the Treblinka one or whatever the fuck, or Auschwitz or whatever, that like 37 Jews were pulled out of this camp afterwards, and 1 million had been killed there. Like, I wonder if there's anything that lists like the total. The total number of people. Is there like a total number of Jews that were inside of like German conquered areas that got? I'm trying to find that. The guy in the YouTube chat was saying. Albania? Okay, what? So maybe a third of Austrian Jews were killed. A fourth of Belgium Jews. Deaths unknown here. What is this? Like a 2/3 of Czechoslovakian Jews. What is this? Like 65% of Bohemia, Moravian Jews. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is all under Czechoslovakia. These are different areas of Czechoslovakia, I guess. In Germany, it was over 50%. By the way, none of this also technically matters. Like, this doesn't necessarily make it a genocide. I think the fact that there was no conceivable military reason to do this is probably one of the big things that makes it a genocide. But Jesus.
Israel has been continually genociding Palestinians for decades, and yet their population continues to grow every single day. The first tweet stipulated total annihilation, remember? That was the definition he used, but when someone responds doing the same thing, he does a switcheroo. He backpedals from a population that only exists in the history books to a population that has not recovered in growth. That's not what you said, bro.
Normal stuff, cool stuff.
In the future, when the dust settles about what's going on right now, what's happening to Palestinians, insofar as it...
Jesus. Jewish population in Poland, 3.35 million. Deaths, 2.77 million to 3 million. Holy shit.
Needs to settle. I think anyone paying attention, there's no dust. I do wonder what guys like this will be up to, you know? Like his grandkid, Beyonce Jr., comes up to him at the cabin, sits up on his knee and says, hey, Pup, where were you during the Palestinian genocide? And he'll be like, well, kiddo, I was in my gamer chair trying to convince everybody that it wasn't happening. And then Beyonce Jr. will say, why'd you do that? What the fuck, man? And he'll say, because I didn't want to be wrong. So also it helped me pull 20 million views a month. So there's that. It'll be fine though, you know, big fan base, following the pathway of warmongering liberalism. Every lib journalist that foamed at the mouth to invade Iraq, they're like tenured professors and they work at the Washington Post and write op-eds for that War Crime College Institute place we talked about earlier. No, I'm not coming on your stream. I don't want to get destroyed in the marketplace of ideas, but also that's probably a good thing. The last guy debated live on stream ended up having animated child porn on his computer. I don't think anyone wants to be exposed for that. So lose the battle, win the war, so they say. Anyways, see you guys. Have a good one. Bye.
Remember, the big issue is that when you focus on these stupid words like apartheid and genocide and all these other things, you never actually have conversations about what's actually happening. Same thing with everything today, right? When you focus on mRNA vaccines and the extra death that's being caused by the sneaky string demons that are being introduced into your bloodstream, well, we don't get to have actual interesting conversations about what makes an effective vaccine, when should they be mandated. You know, when you focus on the fact that vaccine passports were created or social distancing was made just so that, I guess, Bill Gates could laugh at how much of a loser he made all of us look. You don't have an interesting conversation like, well, what actually is effective when it comes to social distancing? Did any of these measures actually help? Like, you don't get to have any of the interesting conversations. All you do is you obsess all day over whether or not you're hitting these precise international definitions. And insofar as this conflict in general, or I'm sorry, this conflict narrowly is concerned, when you say things like Palestinians are being subjected to apartheid, genocide, and concentration camp conditions, you also further make the conflict intractable, because why the fuck would you negotiate with somebody who's genociding you? Why the fuck would Palestinians want to negotiate with a person who's engaged in a apartheid, genocidal, concentration campian campaign against you? You're not. You would have no desire to. Not only would you have no desire to, you'd feel righteous in that lack of desire to. I'm not going to negotiate with people genociding me. I'm going to wait for the world to come save me, which is what the Palestinians have been doing forever, and now it's like it just further makes everything fucked. Fucked. Did you touch on this with Lex? I think I did a little bit, but Finkel Smirk just did a stupid fucking look and stared off into the ceiling while he shook his head and the pachinko machine of his brain cells tried to funnel down into making a coherent thought. They just ended up in him either calling me a motor mouth or saying I read Wikipedia, even though I'm literally quoting like ICJ judges and UN reports at him, but you know. One thing about Israel that I've never seen Destiny address is that it seems like laws that heavily favor Jewish citizens over Arab citizens, Arabs live in Israel, I've never heard of those. I haven't seen that ever. There's like probably some level of discrimination or whatever that happens, but I've never seen good justification for the inside Israel apartheid arguments. Was Norm like no bullshit levels bad? Yes. But hey, listen, the conversation will come out. You can watch it, make up your own minds. Did you all discuss solutions? Yes. I didn't get to express my disgust at this statement, which was very frustrating. But Ween and Finkeldick both said that there were no solutions, that this conflict was over, that there was no hope for anything. That was both their points. And then Finkelstein went on to talk about some other stupid fucking book that he'd read about how I think that it's really important that we're documenting the memories of the Palestinians, and that that's what we're doing. We're documenting their memory. And I'm like, I didn't even get a chance because these are like the final words, and I didn't even. And it's like, bro, you're already writing these people all off as basically being dead. Like, you know that they're still alive. You know that they're still there, right? Like, he literally reminded me of the what's the name of that dumb fuck loser who thought his son was dead and he was about to set him on fire, and he's like talking about how sad he is that his son is dead even though he's still alive, and the hobbits have to go in and tell him to fuck off. Like, it was literally that scene. Denethor and Faramir, sure. All right. What drama did we miss? Using the Nyan Cat song when the creator is pro-Palestine, he would not fuck with this animation whatsoever. Why? What does Palestine have to do with this commercial? McDonald's? Does McDonald's support Israel or something? Or are they on the boycott list? Holy shit, Fox. What the fuck? Okay. Give me a minute. We're gonna go over this whole, somebody documented this whole timeline of the Hassan Ethan stuff. Oh boy. I'll be right back, 1 sec. Let's see. We've got... Hassan talking about how much he defends Ethan from his community one day before Ethan's comments about the guy who used brand alt on himself. Why would you write it this way? You're so stupid. Oh, we've got to watch that Sneeko video tomorrow maybe. It's supposed to be good.
Things people always used to say is like is the way to go. One of the funniest things people always used to say is like with the leftovers breakup was that I was egging on harassment towards Ethan, and every single day I went live in the beginning, every single day I would spend at least 5 minutes to 30 minutes talking about how Ethan is not your enemy.
I do not like the twinked out, whatever the fuck, short hair Hassan. I don't like this look. The lack of it, I don't like it. He needs to go back. Or I don't know what he did or what he changed. I don't know what's going on here. Is it new glasses? Whatever change here happened, I don't approve.
You should not yell at Ethan. Ethan is a good person. Be more charitable to those who are open and susceptible to your opinions. Every single day. I'm still friends with Ethan, by the way. I still talk to Ethan every day. Every single day.
Every single day.
Throughout the stream. And yet, for many people online, because of the way that you can just craft drama, people legitimately think I was like saying like, fuck Ethan, and that I was egging on harassment. Because the truth does not matter. Do you understand? The truth does not matter. Even amongst people that know each other in the real world. Even if there are two people that are, you know, they have relatively sizable communities, it still doesn't matter. Because
okay. But turns out the people in his Discord are fucking crazy. They start frothing at the mouth like the commune, just to inform them that they already have too many basket weavers and poets. This is what happens to the first person who tries to defend Ethan. This happens to be right after Hassan makes his statement on stream. Y'all just can't help yourself, Limfeo. Ethan is a genocidal Zionist. You are so lost, Limeo. I mean, he is not, but if thinking that makes you feel better, by all means, keep slamming your face into the wall, man. Eventually they'll make it through. He defends the existence of Israel. Okay. I'm not the one defending a fascist. I haven't defended him. So you admit he's a genocidal Zionist? No. Yawn. Holy fuck, you are dumb. For sure, man. Ethan is a Zionist. You people are so pathetic, not interested in trying to actually improve things. You just want to feel justified in being a hater. By all means, be a hater, but don't think you're any different than a D-stan hating on Hassan just because you're in this community. You realize that if you think Ethan is a Zionist, driving a wedge between him and Hassan will guarantee he stays a Zionist. Do you want less Zionists or not? Again, just playing how pathetic you are. Okay, damn, didn't know. You knew better than Hassan. You better let him know he's doing everything wrong. You don't need to convince me. I know how awful it is over there. I don't know what they're linking here. Why is there an Ethan sexual in chat? Ethan is a settler now. You're slow, I guess. It is what it is. He lived on stolen land for some time, so make the equation. Oh, remember, guys, try not to let the Palestinian flag dipshits on Twitter gaslight you over this. When a lot of these guys say settler or occupied territory, okay, always keep this in mind. When they say settler, when they say occupied territory, and when they say stolen land, they're not talking about the Gaza Strip, and they're not talking about the West Bank. They're talking about all of Israel. They're talking about so when they say that Ethan lived on stolen land, they don't mean he lived in the West Bank or the Gaza Strip. They mean any part of Israel. Tel Aviv is stolen land. They mean every part of Israel is stolen land. Don't forget that. Yeah. I know, did he personally kick a Palestinian out of their home? All right, time's up. Permaban. Damn. Permaban. Look at Hassan's community defending Ethan. Good job. Fucking monkey doesn't know what a settler is. Ban. Go chase your Zionist buddy, you fucking lib. Like, these people think there's a debate to be had, LOL? No. People in quotes. Ooh, dehumanizing language. Isn't that part of, hold on. Who's that one fucking retard these guys said all the time? I shouldn't call him a retard, I'm sorry. I don't know about him. I just know that people make an infographic, everything he says. Fuck, what's the name? Is it Stanton? Is he the guy who does the stages of genocide? Oh no, Umberto Eco, the guy, Umberto. The stages of genocide. Isn't dehumanizing language one of the stages? Is there an Ethan sexual genocide happening right now in Hassan's demented Discord? Then Ethan makes his comments on stream after this. Uh-oh. Oh, no, that's the fascism guy, not the genocide guy. Fuck! I'm sorry. I fucked up. August, just AI voice me saying fascism instead of genocide, okay?
Video. And my first reaction is that, don't say rest in power. That's not for him. I see the leftist dialogue about this has been absolutely bananas.
Is Ethan having a leftist arc? Oh, no. Oh, no.
My first reaction is this. It was absolutely insane how he, like, stood the whole time. That was crazy. I don't even know how that's humanly possible. Again, not to put this uncouth, but he's a champ at fucking burning alive. I mean, that sounds bad, but he did it really good. Does that sound bad? We have to make levity of things. Does that sound bad that he was really good? I mean that as a compliment.
The leeway. Thank you for the 138-viewer host.
What the fuck are you guys angry about, you weirdos? What did I do? My God, stop. They're just saying, all I hear is Ethan no, but I don't understand what I've even fucking said.
Ethan turning back into a Lion of Zion.
Oh, chewing? Yeah, I'll stop that. Maybe they're just talking about the chewing. Could that be?
Yeah, that's probably it.
Wait, what did I even say that to mean? Like, give me a fucking break. Holy shit. Didn't the guy do it because he wanted people to talk about it? Like that's what I'm doing. My point is this. First of all, I was stunned by the way that he stood through the whole thing. I mean, shit, that was wild. And really showed his true resolve to protest in that way. I can only imagine that's just a horrific way to die, so pretty wild. That being said, I do not believe that it is good for people to be romanticizing or encouraging. I know it's not. I know people aren't doing that, but like the way people are romanticizing it is kind of fucked up, in my opinion. The man, he killed himself, and I don't think we should ever talk about that issue with any kind of reverence. Because let's be real.
What was Aaron's relation to Palestine? What do you mean? He had like the strongest relationship with Palestine you could possibly have. He was 25 years old and white in America.
The amount of people online who are talking about it in this like wonderful, almost like, I don't know how to describe it. People are, trying to where I put it. People are idolizing him. More people are going to kill themselves. I mean, that's just a matter of fact. There's just more people going to kill themselves. I don't think suicide's funny. I don't think it's anything that we should encourage. I think it's pretty much always bad. And while I can appreciate he's...
Really? And he reveals the inner Nazi. Suicide is always bad. What about when Hitler killed himself? Checkmate.
I mean, to put it mildly, you know, if I can appreciate his dedication, and his conviction, right? I mean, unbelievable. Self-immolation is literally suicide. He killed himself. Sorry, I don't know what that's another weird dialogue. They go, no. Everybody goes, yeah, we agree, suicide's bad, get help. But then they go, unless you're doing it for a good cause, then you can kill yourself. Like, no, this is not something to romanticize ever. Sorry. You should 100% do more research on self-immolation as protest. Yeah, you know who does self-immolation? Fucking, people who are like under tyrannical rule, who have literally no way for their voices to be heard other than that.
Damn! Wow, what a great take, huh? Interesting.
Like, I'm sorry, suicide bad. I don't think we should romanticize it. I haven't seen anyone romanticizing. Are you fucking kidding me? Have you been online? Everybody's glamorizing it. Oh my God, how can you even disagree with me on that? That's crazy. Like the amount of people online who are like, I understand why people want to go like, he's a hero. Like, I understand that because he made this ultimate sacrifice in the most gruesome way possible, right? And so I understand the impulse of being like, I don't want that to, I want to honor that sacrifice. Monks do self-immolation. Yeah, I know. When they're like under tyrannical oppression by the Chinese and have literally no way for the voices to be heard. But, I mean, the Palestinian cause is for sure plenty talked about.
Wow. And then there's a part 2, but hold on. Quick your rage break. Sneeko trolls your rage for his tweet earlier today.
Your rage who's trying to, Sneeko, let me find out you run your meme page. You can't even admit that you don't believe in transgenderism on Twitch. You know you don't believe in trannies. You know you believe there's 2 genders, and you are not even allowed to say that. The more you clown me for this, the more we need to clown them for the fact that they don't even have basic freedom of speech.
It's such a fake talking about. Why not just say that, like, you don't believe in trans people, or you don't believe in, yeah, like, what's up with the 2 genders thing? That's like a 2016 talking point.
You know you believe there's 2 genders, and you...
It's literally like a 2016... Like, I don't even know if Sneeko was old enough to care about politics when the 57 gender meme was, like, even a thing.
You are not even allowed to say that. The more you clown me for this, the more we need to clown them for the fact that they don't even have basic freedom of speech. This is why Rumble is necessary. All these pages, and right now I'm even in group chats with these major meme pages with the people that dominate Twitter. They're all trying to say, why are you gonna try to like say that Jinxie shouldn't release a podcast? That nigga invited me on his podcast. Jinxie invited me to his home to do a podcast, and then he got too afraid because he wasn't able to cook me. Your age who's trying to, Sneeko, let me...
Is it just me, or does he seem to, or does he make it seem like saying there are 2 genders is a lot more controversial than it actually is? Yeah. Part 2.
Can be present and moral goodness can also be present at the same time. And I think that that's just like, I don't understand when people say it wasn't suicide, just because I don't understand the logistics surrounding like the definition of it.
It's because, you're right, it is because they're carving out a moral barrier for themselves to say, oh yeah, well in this case, killing yourself is great. But it's not, that's because it's not suicide. It is. He killed himself. He has family, he has friends, presumably. He has people that are going to be affected by him leaving the planet in that way. It's suicide. It literally is suicide. He was a service member? Well then, did he have any delusion about what the United States military was? The ones that like killed 1 million fucking Iraqis like a decade before? Why did he join? I think he was mentally ill.
Fuck, that's a bullshit talking point, Ethan. Don't repeat that talking point ever. It is completely not true.
I think what you said is right, Olivia. I think he did something that in his mind didn't hurt anybody, and he made the ultimate sacrifice for what he thought was a. Do
you have more Palestine stuff planned, or is Finkelstein debate the last one? The Piers Morgan show, I might fly out there in a week or 2. I don't know if they want to do something with me. The Booker was talking about it. But no, I don't have anything formal planned. I'll probably do a few more debates because I have so much knowledge on it now, but I don't know how much more. Wait, what? Oh no, are we... Okay. On November 14th, I might be in the wrong here. I just assumed this wasn't actually happening. On November 14th, I got an invite to the Michaela Peterson podcast. I did agree to it. The earliest date available in March would be fine. Great, I sent you an invite confirming Tuesday, March 5th. That was on November 17th. And then I got an email 3 hours ago saying, hey, just wanted to make sure that we're still on for this. Hey, what the fuck are we talking about? What, is that like a 5-month-old booking? Oh no! Fuck! What fucking state is this in? Oh. That's a massive podcast. Michaela Peterson is? How do I see? What's her main platform?
What views or opinions?
Is it not on your calendar? Yeah, it's on my calendar, but I just assume they canceled. What? Who the fuck goes? Who books that far ahead in advance and doesn't say anything? What the fuck are we even talking about? Oh, what the fuck? Oh God, why would I agree to something so far in advance? Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. Where does anybody know? I think I know where it's at. Oh. I need to see if I even want it. Oh, we're flying west, so I could fly in that morning maybe. And then fly out that night? Do you think I could get in and out in a single day? Somebody just whistled the McDonald's theme. I feel like I'm in that Always Friday TV video. I could fly in. I could leave here at 7:30 a.m. And then I could fly back at... We land at 10:30 a.m. I could leave there at... $10:55 p.m. $800 flight. Oh God. They don't even pay for your flight. I mean, they should, right? Ah. Hey, all right, let's see what we got here. Do you think I can move this to Wednesday? I just don't want to, I don't even want to do this. No, I should do this. Why not? Because I just want to chill this month. I don't want to fucking be flying around all over the fucking world and... Okay, a few questions. One, what city was this in and what time do you shoot? Seeing if it's possible to fly in and out on the same day. What city is this? What time do you shoot? What topics would you like to cover? And 3, do you guys cover travel? Fuck me. Is it possible to do this on Wednesday? I believe she's in Miami. Oh, she's in Miami. This makes it so much better and easier. If that's the case, I don't care at all. That's totally fine. I thought she was basically on the West Coast. No, I think she's in like... well, I don't want to say because I don't know if it's public or not. But I don't think she's in Miami. You have to, bro. Think of the content. I think she's in Arizona. Yeah, I thought she was in Phoenix. Is it worth it? Like, I don't even know what we're gonna be talking about. I don't even know what she does now. Oh. Okay, I'll look at that.
We're here for a good time, not a long time. Oh, he's such fun. It's like, yeah, no, he's actually not that much fun. Young women are much more likely to be fooled by narcissistic psychopaths than older women. Well, why? They don't understand that people can be malevolent. Maybe a woman has a very agreeable guy, and she doesn't find him that attractive, right? And so then she finds someone disagreeable, who's not disagreeable because he's got integrity of character, but because he's a psychopath.
Yeah.
But that, I don't give a flying fuck about anyone else. Like, there's a certain confidence that mimics. It's not confidence. It's false confidence.
Red pill sphere that's very popular online. That's if you're a man and you're in a relationship with a woman, they should listen to you because you're the man. And it's basically as simple as that.
Well, first of all, right when the biblical corpus opens, one of the first pronouncements is that both men and women are made in the image of God, right? There's an absolute insistence in that. And then, you know, the feminist critics will say, well, yeah, but Eve is cast in a bad light. It's like, yeah, so is Adam.
Yeah.
Eve takes the first bite, but Adam submits to her temptation in a second, and then he blames her for his faults, which men do to women all the time, and vice versa. I mean, we're pretty good at that both ways. So no, there's no submitting. Plus, it's impossible anyways. You try to get a woman to submit, like, good luck. It's just not possible.
Not for very long.
They're slippery.
What am I doing? Anyway, sorry.
A righteous cause of paramount importance. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I think people need to be absolutely careful with how they fucking put him on a pedestal, because you're gonna end, because more people are gonna kill themselves, and I don't think suicide should ever be glamorized. Even when a fucking monk does it, and it's like, wow, it should be more like, dude, that's fucking crazy. And it's horrible also. It's absolutely mental health. Then why isn't it, okay, people go, it's not a mental health issue, then why the fuck isn't there tons of other people doing it? I'm sorry, you don't set yourself on fire. If he's a martyr, Jesus Christ.
A martyr?
Some of y'all are lost, I don't know what to say. Some of y'all like sometimes wonders if like, I don't know, man. Chat is so fucking weird, I agree. People under tyrannical, so Palestinians. No, but there are people whose voices can't be heard. Also, the dude's not even Palestinian. If he was, you know what I mean? Like, nobody in Palestine is, like, going to the fucking barbed wire fence of the wall and setting themselves on fire.
Well, the Great March of Return had people going to the barbed wire fence and trying to set Israel on fire. It's kind of close.
If someone did that, it'd probably be like, wow, that's...
Oh, that was another ICJ thing that was in that South African case where they brought up the only thing South Africa mentions about that March of Return is they say it was a large-scale peaceful protest along the separation fence between Gaza and Israel, in which thousands of Palestinians participated every Friday for over 18 months. But the funny thing is, you can look at the actual UN statements about what was going on, and even in the UN, they bring up like all the violence that happened on the border wall. While the vast majority of protesters have acted in a peaceful manner, during most protests, dozens have approached the fence, attempting to damage it, burning tires, throwing stones and Molotov cocktails towards Israeli forces, and flying incendiary kites and balloons into Israeli territory. The latter resulted in extensive damage to agricultural land and nature reserves inside Israel and risked the lives of Israeli civilians. Some instances of shooting and throwing of explosive devices have also been reported. Jesus. But anyway, mostly peaceful.
Like that would hit me maybe harder. Again, not to trivialize it. However, you have to be mentally ill to set yourself on fire. Especially, I'm sorry. Then why aren't people going and doing it? There's a billion people talking about Twitter, so why isn't there a whole fucking Congo line of people self-immolating outside of the Israeli consulate? Do you know what I'm saying? I'm someone that takes mental health seriously, and that's part of one of my fucking things. So like when I see people like romanticizing suicide and saying, oh, it's not mental health, it is absolutely mental health. You think of one of the, let me think, I thought about it this way. If one of the guards was able to stop him before he lit the fire, do you think that in 10 years' time, he would have looked back and be like, man, I wish that my regret is that I didn't set myself on fire? Or would he be like, you know what, that guard, I understand what I was trying to do, and it was a righteous thing, but I'm happy I'm fucking alive and that guard stopped me. Like, which do you think he would be thinking in 10 years? More likely. That he wished he died in a fire at a moment of crisis in his life, even if it was for a good cause? Or that he's like, I'm so fucking happy I'm alive right now, and that somebody saved my life, quote unquote, whatever. Although I will say this, the video was insane. I cannot fucking believe the police are there. It's like, it can't ever stop being so ridiculous. A cop came up to his charred fucking corpse and pulled a gun on him. Did you guys see that?
Insane.
I was like, what are you doing, dude? He's sitting there with a gun pointed at this man's charred corpse. It's still on fire.
Yeah, like a devastating metaphor.
I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? God damn. You're mentally ill, Ethan. You should answer why you're not self-immolating. That is something I need to think about. Egg white screen that sounds good as shit. Tomorrow. Don't you have to say place? Oh, that place. Yeah, I'll take a look.
Do you have a take about the cop with the gun pointed? He apparently claimed he was doing just in case to protect the people putting him. I don't know. That was weird, but also I'm not going to judge too harshly. I don't know how many times you're confronted in your life with a guy literally setting himself on fucking fire. Like, who knows? It's not like that wild to think that the guy might run and try to like grab somebody else and set them on fire. Like, not everybody is confronted with a person running around self-immolating every day.
Fuckers. You know what I mean? Like, I have this issue too when people go, someone like kills their whole family and their kids, just the most horrific thing. And then they go on trial and they go, we're pleading insanity. It's like, yeah, no shit. You don't fucking kill your whole family if you're like perfectly sane of mind. It's not a normal thing to do to kill somebody, let alone, some of the horrific crimes. Especially, it drives me crazy when like a 16-year-old does a horrific crime and they get charged for adult. It's like, why do we have the charge as an adult? Why do we have that rule? If every time a 15, 16-year-old or even younger fucking 13-year-olds do a horrific crime, we try them as an adult. They're not an adult. That's the whole point of that's the whole point of the law, But I think, in the grand scheme, I don't know. I just think I'm a little put off by how people romanticize.
What is your response to the 100 murdered at the Israeli aid trucks? I'd have to look into it, but just on a cursory glance of things, it sounds like what happened was there were aid trucks. It sounds like there were a ton of people that stampeded on the way there, and a bunch of them died. It sounds like a bunch of people are blaming and saying the IDF was like indiscriminately shooting into crowds of people trying to murder as many Palestinians as possible. That was my cursory glance takeaway. Maybe there's something different or something happened, but I don't know. It just seems stupid to me. But 1.2 thousand comments. Man, Ethan, I love you, but you were super disrespectful about Bushnell. It seems you now only talk about the genocide when it's to shit on or question pro-Palestinian activities. The death toll has passed over 30K, and it was radio silence on that with peace and love. Hundreds of bloodlines and thousands of children gone. The Flower Massacre just happened, and you did not say a single thing. The Flower Massacre, is that what we're calling it now? No, it's not your responsibility to talk about it. And of course, you don't have to if you don't want to. But every time you do bring it up, you end up saying some very disrespectful things in poor taste to say during a genocide, even if your overall point is to mean well. For perspective, try to imagine this during other historical events, such as the monks during the Vietnam protests. Why do people keep making this stupid fucking comparison? The absolutely brutal means people in the military are making it of the situation are wild. Haven't seen any. Maybe. Why don't you ever refute the descendant of Cuban slave owners comment? I thought that they were obviously BS, but people on Twitter get themselves so convinced based on your mom's wonder. Because I don't know what the descendants of my fucking family from 200 fucking years ago are. I don't even know my mom fucking knows. Slavery was outlawed in Cuba in like the 1800s. Like they're convinced that like my mom and her dad were like slave owners. I can't prove or disprove that. I have no fucking idea. But it's also just a racist joke. Like, I don't. First of all, my mom came to New York. They immigrated to New York when she was like 5 years old. My family didn't come from a fuck ton of wealth or money. Although I guess they would say that was all confiscated from them from Cuba's glorious fucking revolution. Also, I'm pretty sure my parents came over at a time. My parents and their parents came over at a time when a ton of middle class wealth was fleeing Cuba. But the thing is, they'll say every single person that had any amount of wealth in Cuba was a slave owner. I guess since they all owned slaves. It's just not. It's not even worth talking about. Also, most of these people probably grew up more privileged than I did, because I guarantee you these fuckers got free education and shit paid for by their fucking parents and everything too. Fuck them. Also, that one girl on Twitter that makes fun of me, or says that my parents were slave owners, is a fucking Somali, meaning her ancestors probably sold my parents the slaves that they used. I used to say Ethan had good intentions, but honestly, what do good intentions even mean when you talk like this about a dead man? Laughing and mocking, self-immolation, holy shit. I'm sorry, but this is psychopathic. Afterwards, Ethan unleashes his Jewish fury on the unsuspecting innocent Palestinian children in his chat. Why is this summary written like that? Sorry, the guy that wrote this for me is...
Call Ethan a Zionist and a racist and a fucking genocidal freak. You can run in the pastures with your friends. Ethan's genocidal. Hold hands and skip in the daisies. Smell the beautiful air of Ethan being a genocidal Zionist. And then when you're done, you can handle my circumcised, tiny Jewish cock delicately into your mouth. Like a miniature, what do you call those kosher hot dogs that everyone loves?
Hebrew National?
Like a little Hebrew National appetizer plate with a toothpick in it. That's what my dick is. And you're going to delicately put it in your mouth, and you're going to like...
Why?
Didn't she have some recent drama too?
Hold on. Why are people mad at me? I want someone please to explain it. Explain why you're mad at me. Go ahead. I'm dying. Please.
Are people mad?
They're mad about my comments about Aaron Bushnell on the See You Next Tuesday. My point was this. I think you should be careful about how you romanticize suicide because it's going to encourage more people to do it. That was my take. And that apparently enraged people. Unless I'm misunderstanding, tell me why. I'd love to know why. Because I feel like when people are angry at me, they're looking regarding this kind of stuff. They're looking for any reason. And so I feel like if you actually articulated why you were mad at me, it wouldn't make any sense. So I'm dying. Please write it.
What I saw
because you made fun of him burning. Okay, dummy. I joke about all this shit every fucking day. And now all of a sudden you got to get all bitched out? Like, give me a break, dude. I wasn't even insulting him. I said... the joke was that it was distasteful, and I was complimenting his resolve, frankly. And the joke was that it was a compliment in a really distasteful way. That's my fucking humor. I do it here every day. And
I mean, it's especially on the members, which is a little more unfiltered.
Ethan gone wild.
Unfiltered by design. It's just kind of like Ethan is there. And
no, I would say that joke on the podcast.
Sure.
And I joke about.
But especially on the members, you just kind of like shoot the shit.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's really annoying that like people just. They stand by it, like just waiting for any reason to call me. And by the way, call me a Zionist, make it about how I support genocide, about all this horrible fucking shit to call me racist. Why? Because I made one stupid, insensitive joke that, by the way, didn't call his character into question. It literally was just like, he was really good. And my point was...
You should call his character into question, by the way. That guy that burned himself alive was a fucking piece of shit. So, I mean, he was a bad person, too. Or at least he had bad political beliefs.
Resolve was crazy. And the thing that, really struck me.
Ethan calls out Frogan and addresses the hate. Oh no.
That's the problem. You know what I mean? So extreme.
Not a bad person, just mentally ill. Well, they also posted some, well, unless maybe they didn't mean anything they said on Reddit. Hold on. I've seen people post a lot of excerpts. I guess I should fact check. Maybe people are making all this up, but I've seen it posted by a lot of different people. America isn't defending Ukraine. If by Ukraine you mean the Ukrainian people, America is competing with Russia for control of the Ukrainian state. They aren't giving weapons to Ukrainian people. Why would they do that? They're giving weapons to the Ukrainian state. Hey, so I'm not a Palestinian and I'm in no position to endorse or condemn Hamas's actions. That being said, neither are most people, and there are a lot of very confidently ignorant opinions being thrown around. There are no Israeli civilians or tourists who have no part in the oppression of Palestine. That idea doesn't make any sense. It betrays a lack of understanding of what the oppression of Palestine even is. Israel is a settler, colonialist, apartheid state. All of its residents or their immediate forebears have moved there specifically to settle on stolen land. Land those people are being cornered and cleansed just a few miles away, or right next door, the case of the West Bank. There are no Israelis without the genocide of the Palestinian people. To bring this into stark relief, there is the example of the music festival, which the liberal states and media have made such a point of clutching their pearls over. A music festival? How could it get more innocent than a music festival? That music festival was happening just 3 miles from Gaza, within sight of the border wall. Imagine a similar event happening in the early days of the colonization of North America. Can you or I really say that indigenous people are wrong for retaliating against colonizers who are rubbing their domination in their face? Whiteness erases culture. I think he said shit about Jews too, but I have to go find the fucking quote.
It really pisses me off because I never said a damn bad thing about that guy. And that's why I says when you need to explain your reason for calling me a racist, calling me a genocidal, a Zionist, which by the way, Zionist is just another slur for Jew, being a Jew. You know how many people now calling fucking every Jew a Zionist? It's like, okay, just call me a Jew and get it fucking over with. Call me the K word, at least I'll know what you mean. It's just the truth. Not
I think the
everybody,
Jew
not
one
all
is
the time.
fake. Oh, was the Jew comment fake? There was one that said that like all the Israelis or Jewish people had to be killed or whatever. Maybe it was fake. Okay.
Okay, just call me a Jew and get it fucking over with. Call me the K word, at least I'll know what you mean. It's just the truth. Not everybody, not all the time. But a lot of times, let's not fucking pretend that anti-Semitism isn't a fucking massive inferno of acceptable behavior right now on the left and the right. Nazis and leftists are dabbing the fuck up, saying fuck Zionists, you know? And, you know, again, it's driving me insane. I gotta fucking talk about it. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like there's just not a tidal wave of anti-Semitism gobbling up the entire discourse. It's fucking disgusting, man. And I'm doing, as an Israeli dual citizen, as someone who's deeply invested in the state of Israel, who's probably more sympathetic to the Israeli perspective than most people would be, I've tried so hard to pull myself to some kind of central ground where we can have a real conversation about this stuff. I'm pulled myself all the way to, you know, outright saying that it's apartheid, that it's genocide, that the Israeli government is committing. And so, but you still want to call me a racist and a genocide and a Zionist. Why would you call me a Zionist if it wasn't just, oh, you're a fucking Jew? When I have said all the things that you want to hear from me.
Oh, no. Okay. This is boring. Wait, no shot. Am I about to cringe? We might actually cringe to death. Warning! All right? I just want to give a quick warning, okay? We might be about to watch lethal levels of cringe-inducing content, okay? This could be some of the worst stuff we've ever seen, just because I just glimpsed the title of this YouTube video. Wait, real quick.
Edge.
Not that one. Hold on. A minute edging, gooning challenge.
Edge. Have you ever been on an edging streak? Edge. Edge. Do they keep you in a state of edging? Edge. Edge. When you're not performing your edging, do they make you goon? Edge. Edge. Riz. Riz. What's it like to hold the yacht of someone you love? Riz. Riz. Do they teach you how to feel, sigma to sigma? Riz. Riz. Do you long for having your heart rizzed? Riz. Riz. Do you dream about being rizzed? Riz. Baby Gronk rizzed up Libby Dunn. Riz. Riz. Do you feel that there's a part of you that's skibbity? Riz. Riz. Skibbity edge riz. Skibbity edge riz. Why don't you say that 3 times? Skibbity edge riz. Skibbity edge.
Okay. Not that thing. This thing. Sorry.
Aaron Bushnell.
Rest in power. Aaron Bushnell.
He was a 25-year-old, a member of the Air Force, U.S. Air Force, died from wounds that were self-inflicted. He lit.
What a way to say suicided. I like how every time somebody's like, 14 Palestinians were killed today, 14 Palestinians died, you need to write what happened. They were murdered. type murdered, say murdered. They were murdered. But it's like, yesterday, 25-year-old man died of wounds endured in the course of an event following the self-infliction of conditions that brought about the untimely end to his like, bro.
Himself on fire outside of the Israeli embassy on Sunday. Let's just play the clip that CNN ran, because I saw this on PBS as well, and it is, you don't often see this type of news coverage for this, and you can
contrast it with MSNBC's, for instance.
And
good job,
it is, there's a lot of a controversy around, I guess, the idea of someone doing a protest like this, but I don't know, from my.
Why are they even avoiding calling it a suicide? I mean, like, technically, to be fair, you probably wouldn't call it a suicide, because suicide implies you're killing yourself because you don't want to live, whereas martyring yourself implies a cause that you're killing yourself for. So technically, you wouldn't call it suicide. Just the way that they explained it was funny.
My perspective, if someone's going to be protesting in this manner, at the very least, you should honor their, retelling it, let people know about it. Here is what CNN did.
Does it? Wait, yes, of course. I don't think we would typically say, like, suicide. Like, oh, do you remember the suicide Japanese pilots? No, you call them kamikaze. There's usually another word for that. You wouldn't just say, like, suicide. Oh, that guy that, remember that guy that, like, if I were to, I'm trying to think of other things. There's not very many things you kill yourself for, but yeah, I think typically suicide doesn't imply, yeah, everybody's bringing up suicide bomber because that's the one term that you have. But even suicide bomber has, like, the bomber part is the active part there. And even at that, you would call a suicide bomber a martyr. Like, you would never describe a suicide bomber as saying, like, oh, that guy committed suicide. You would never say that about a suicide bomber. You would say, like, oh, they attacked a place. Oh, that person, blew themselves up. Or that person, that you would never say, like, oh, that guy ran in and committed suicide with a vest on that exploded. Like, you just wouldn't say that. You don't typically use suicide in a manner of, like, oh, this person just wanted to die. Or, I'm sorry, you use suicide in that, like, this person just wanted to die. Not that they were trying to effect some other outcome as well.
We're learning new details today about
only terrorists call them martyrs. Even for things of, like, even if you like I don't think you would ever say, like, let's say a grenade gets thrown in front of your soldiers and a soldier jumps on top of the grenade. You'd never be like, oh my God, it was so brave. He suicided himself. It was so brave when he committed suicide. You'd say, no, he sacrificed himself. Right? That implies for a greater cause or something. I just don't think you would ever explain. You would never call it suicide. That just carries and I can't believe I'm arguing this artistic fucking argument. I know that I'm right. Suicide carries a heavy connotation of death for no reason, or death because you just want your life to be over. It doesn't carry a connotation of dying for a greater cause. You would use martyr or sacrifice or some other term there than just suicide. You just wouldn't call it suicide.
Outside the Israeli embassy in Washington. Authorities identified Aaron Bushnell as the person who, on Sunday, set himself on fire. The 25-year-old was an active duty member of the U.S. Air Force. CNN's Gabe Cohen joins us now with the details. And Gabe, this is something that he did in protest.
Yeah, that's correct. And we're learning much more about this 25-year-old active duty airman, Aaron Bushnell, as you mentioned. He's from San Antonio, Texas, and he live streamed his actions on Sunday in broad daylight on the streets of D.C. outside the Israeli embassy. We are not going to show that video. It is extremely graphic and disturbing. I have watched the video. I can tell you at the beginning, at the start of it, you can see Bushnell walking up to the embassy on the street in his military fatigues. He's speaking calmly to the camera. I want to read a portion of what he says. He said, quote, "I will no longer be complicit in genocide. I'm about to engage in an extreme act of protest, but compared to what people have been experiencing in Palestine at the hands of their colonizers, it is not extreme at all. This is what our ruling class has decided will be normal." He then goes on to pour some sort of accelerant, it looks like, on his head out of a water bottle he was carrying, and then he lights himself on fire, Boris, and as the flames engulf him, you can hear him yelling, free Palestine," again and again, until finally he collapses, and that is when...
If you think that, then how could possibly think Aaron committed suicide? I mean, like, in a strict sense, I probably shouldn't say he committed suicide. He, like, martyred himself, or he, like, killed himself for a political, or you could say, like, suicided for a political cause. But it's weird to just say, it is kind of weird to say that, oh, he just committed suicide. He didn't just commit suicide, right? Like, I don't know if he actually wanted to die. He might have been mentally ill, but I don't think he, like, was enduring unbearable pain or, like, mental anguish or whatever. Like, there was probably some other set of things that...
officers. You can see them race in, one of them with a fire extinguisher in their hands, trying to put out the flames, but it takes time. And as we have learned, Bushnell died in the hospital at some point later on. And look, it really speaks to the tensions that are continuing to escalate around the war in Gaza, not just across the world, but here in the United States. We saw a similar incident.
We should also say that, you know, it's unclear. I haven't seen much written about Bushnell that too much at this point. But I do know that there are elements of the U.S. military that have been involved in like flying drones on behalf of Israel and this and that. And it's unclear, you know, what if he was actively involved in it or was anticipating having to be involved in it or whatever.
But I really appreciate Gabe Cohen and the way that he phrased that there and framed it, because you don't hear, first of all, the word genocide was used on CNN. That's important because that's what's happening. And two, like, you know, what MSNBC did was they just basically said, you know, he killed himself in front of the Israeli embassy and then put up the suicide hotline. Like, folks, I mean, of course, this is an extreme act of protest that I implore people not to engage in. But just to paint with such broad strokes about mental illness, really, I think is a
How can you say you would encourage people not to engage in it? You're going to spend the next 4 minutes slurping buckets. Buckets from this guy.
Service to his memory, and does the work of isolating the human condition from our society and the choices that we make. You know, he felt that he needed to do this because of U.S. actions abroad, and I don't want anyone else to engage in this. It's horrific. But the point is just that to say this is just a suicide attempt and this is just mental illness is really reductive and also a lie.
Well, it also, I mean, look, it makes no sense because we have tens of thousands of people who commit suicide a year in this country. I can't do the math, but it's, you know, I don't know how many a day that is. Maybe anywhere from, I don't know, 50 to 100 people a day commit suicide, and MSNBC doesn't cover it. There's one reason to cover this, because it's an act of protest. And so that's the way that it should be treated. Otherwise, you don't cover it. The idea that you're putting up somebody committed suicide today, and we want to just remind people that you shouldn't, here's a helpline, makes no sense. It is completely contradictory, self-contradictory to...
Okay. All right.
Report on it that way. Either you don't report on it because it's a story of someone who commits suicide.
I mean, I'm sure that anybody that like live streams like extra crazy suicides or homicides are probably always going to get reported on. That's probably pretty normal, but...
or you do, and you report on it because it's protest. And should also say what it just struck me about this, and the PBS segment is actually even better than this because they actually play his the part of the video right up front where he's talking about what he's doing, and you do see him. You know, I mean, look, I would not recommend watching the video. It is difficult to watch, but as he is in flames, he is yelling "Free Palestine" until he basically passes out. And one thing that I did notice the CNN did not mention is that one cop came with a fire extinguisher. Another cop came, pointing a gun at him. And
is it wrong to not feel as bad this guy BBK'd himself because he was a leftist? A lot of empathy eroded from me when he said colonizers. I knew he was going to do something dumb. I mean, like, it's a fleshed out thing. Like, technically, you shouldn't ever want people to die. Like, it's not good when people are dying, typically. So, I mean, it's not good that he died, but it's also kind of funny. But both those things can be true at the same time. There's a lot of funny things that aren't necessarily good.
you hear the cop who brought the fire extinguisher basically yelling at the other cops like, we don't need guns, we need fire extinguishers. Now, I mean, I don't know that they could have saved his life at that juncture anyways, but nevertheless, it was revealing.
Yeah. And the CNN report also, sorry, Matt, just really quickly, does mention, good for them, that this was not the first act of this kind of protest in the United States. One happened in Atlanta regarding Israel's genocide earlier, a few months ago.
Exactly, and I think Raphael Shimonov said this, if you're seeing Aaron Bushnell's bravery and helplessness...
Would you personally call Israel colonizers? No, it doesn't really fit the term of like what a traditional colony or colonization thing looks like. It's just colonizing is just a brain dead way to like shit on white people, but it's like a more extreme word of saying it. Kind of like how murder is boring, war crimes are boring, genocide is sexy and cool. So like colonizer is the way of like rich white people, I guess. It's dumb, it doesn't.
Face horror in Gaza, thinking you should follow. I hope you realize we need you here with us. We celebrate him, but we are also deeply hurt and mourning. I wish we got to know him to organize with him and you. I think that's a really good way to put it. But I also will say, like, I don't think this is going to be irrelevant to United States military planners' calculations going forward with regarding this thing. And I don't think people should diminish that this protest might have had an effect.
And someone in the IMs is saying it was an Israeli official from the embassy pointing his gun, not the cops.
Either way.
It was the rat Jew dog. I knew it was the fucking Jew that came out and pointed the gun up. I knew it, god damn it, of course.
IMs is saying it was an Israeli official from the embassy pointing his gun, not the cops.
Either way, kind of fitting. But, rest in power, Aaron Bushnell.
Bushnell was... Just doing a really committed Anakin Skywalker cosplay based. Can you at least give pushback on the idea of him drawing his gun? It makes 100% sense. Yeah, of course. Drawing your gun makes sense. You don't know if the guy's about to run around and start hugging people or doing crazy shit. I mean, he's already a guy setting himself on fire. Who knows what the fuck else he's about to do? Ethan calls out Frogan. Wait, was this already part of what we were listening to?
That's the problem. You know what I mean? So extreme. It really pisses me off because I never said a damn bad thing about that guy. And that's why I says, when you need me a fucking break, who's the problem? Scumbag. Scumbag. And you know what? I don't want to call out this because I'm going to say this because it pissed me the fuck off. And being an anti-Semite openly and proudly is now likes on Twitter. Frogan, she tweeted out, she goes, I have a problem with my Zionist therapist. Just call him a fucking Jew. I'm sorry, but you can't talk like that about any other fucking minority. I had a problem with my Zionist therapist. What'd you talk? Your Zionist therapist? Did you get those level of details from them? You had an in-depth conversation about the politics of Zionism with your therapist? No, I know what you mean. You mean fucking Jew.
True.
You know, I'm not gonna sit here and let my fucking people, be openly bigoted and racist. Fuck that shit. Nobody would expect that from any other minority. Nobody. It's disgusting. It is. And I'm here. I'm with you. I'm on your side all the fucking way. I'm on your side as much as I possibly can be. And instead of, holding hands and having a real conversation, you spit in my fucking face and you call me a Zionist. Fuck that shit. Fuck that. People get angry about what I said. That pisses me off. It's fucking absurd.
Think about poor Shetty. We've been making.
Oh. Wow, thank you. I love you.
Have a good night.
Be careful. Liberals want to protect their internalized anti-Semitism towards Jewish people onto me, when I have more than 2 brain cells to know that being Jewish doesn't mean you're a Zionist. When I say my therapist was a Zionist when I went to her back in 2019, I mean she literally brought up that I was Lebanese unprompted and confronted me on it, saying she was Israeli. She asked if I had a problem with that, if I felt like Israel had the right to exist, and started asking more and more if I was frustrated with Islam, and I considered taking off my hijab. I asked her if she was all right with me being Lebanese, and she got really aggressive, accusing me of flipping it on her and refused to answer. So when I say Zionist, I don't mean she was Jewish. I mean she was a racist Israeli who could not help herself but to confront me about my ethnicity in what was supposed to be a therapy session. This is her original take of this, by the way. I just went to therapy this is 4 years ago. I just went to therapy for the first time, and after talking about my dad fleeing the Israeli-Lebanon war, she was like, I'm Israeli, do you have any issues with me being your therapist? Bruh, I was so taken aback. What do you think about Frogan being picked by Twitch as a legendary woman of the year? Pretty gross. I think Frogan is a legitimately disgusting fuck human being. Who is most likely racist, or at the very least anti-Semitic. But yeah, she's super disgusting. Frogan is constantly propped up by Twitch streamers and Twitch itself, and she only averages 100 concurrent viewers. It just feels like one of those situations where they say it's diversity, but it just feels like nepotism all over again because some woman on the Twitch council really likes Frogan personally, almost for sure. This is disgusting. Oh, fuck, I have to be careful because I want to say violent things. Exciting news! Twitch has chosen me to be featured as a legendary woman on the front page, together for legendary women front page carousel, not just for March, but for the entire year. Frogan on October 7th. Leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America, but as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. When shaming the guy doesn't work, shame his friends. These messages to AB are genuinely so fucked up. AB and Lena are 2 of the best people I know. You're a straight sellout. You don't even deserve your Arabic name. Abdullah and Lena Ayad, the human doormats. Your families must be proud. The Zionists must be paying you well, Ab. I wonder what they mean by Zionist. Looks like Ethan saw Frogan's tweets on DD. The context and most of his talking points too, like word for word. Oh, moderators removed it. What about this one? Ethan and Ela having a good chuckle about Aaron Bushnell. This isn't my TikTok, so feel free to ignore some of the random text. I'm not trying to send hate/abuse to Ethan's way or anything. I just thought it was worth sharing because I find it gross.
I've been trying to get Panera Bread heart attack suicide tea. You know how that for sure.
260 comments. Damn. Ethan Klein's Zionist rant, After Dark number 139, 132 comments. Dehumanizing Aaron Bushnell by saying, oh, I think he burned really fine. Like, dude, you're not making a good point how to honor his name. And what he did and just call him mentally ill does not help. Ethan really losing it more and more. He's also been quoting lines and jokes that can be directly ripped from the Destiny subreddit. Really sad to see. This is from Hassan's Discord. No such thing as a good Israeli. Fuck all of them. I've seen Israelis go to prison because they refuse to join the IDF, though. LOL. Nazi or brain dead? Israel is literally a colony. They're colonizers. What's wrong with you? Like, in order for there to be a colony or a settlement, there has to be colonizers and settlers to occupy it. The fuck? Israel deserves deconstruction. Are the Israeli babies evil? Do you hear yourself? LeMayo, permaban. Damn. Reason, go fuck yourself. Base, Destiny bans. Worse than fucking animals. No actual human would identify themselves as Israeli. Holy shit. Are you okay over here? Of course he believes that it's valid when POC do it. Nasty fucking little Zionist thug. I need China to do shock and awe on the Israelis. You could pick up a speech or read a letter from Nazi Germany and immediately picture an Israeli speaking. You don't have to rummaging through media from World War II when finishing The Zone of Interest. It's insane how similar Israelis are. Insane. Like, not even just partially. Permaban. Damn. What'd this guy get banned for? I don't know. I'm not Ethan's fan, but I like The Leftovers. If Ethan's only bad take on Aaron's sacrifice was that he's mentally ill, then this isn't half as bad as people making fun of the man for doing so as people portray. Please grow up. The last part is bad, I agree, but again, he's not making fun, even if we believe the tweet word for word. Permaban. Imagine having friends with different outlooks on life. Nah, I love my hug box, even though I have no friends in real life. You'd have friends who support genocide? That's what we're talking about. This isn't about regular differing views. This is genocide. Wow, imagine being in a hug box protesting the Holocaust, you fucking tankies. Permaban. Damn. Israel is the worst thing ever to happen to Palestinians and the second worst thing ever to happen to Jews. Jesus. Hassan doesn't want shit from Discord. Caseytron breaks Rule 2 against the worst drama farming psycho with a community that watches this place closer than the mods do. Hoscore, let's all double down on this rather than dealing with it. Hassan will really appreciate the blowback from this, given he's the only one who will need to deal with this. Who will need to deal this it. Would deal with this, I think you meant to say. This place can't help itself. Permaban. Oh, no, wait. 7-day ban. What happened here? Did Ethan send the mafia? My God. Just today, this is what I mean when I say it's really hard to separate out like anti-Zionism from anti-Semitism. Just today, we have a horrific example of a man ran over by tanks in Gaza till he had no recognizable features with only an arm that was zip-tied, compared to filthy settlers like Ethan, evoking China because they were brainwashed by a screen grab of a video where the man was moved aside. Filthy settlers like Ethan. Damn. Free speech is a mistake. It shouldn't exist, and people like Ethan shouldn't be allowed to have public voice. For the good of society, some people should be kept in basements. Israelis are some of the most disgusting humans I've ever seen. How the fuck do you take women's lingerie and put them on your fucking cars, driving through shooting people? How do you tie up people and then run them over the tank for fun? For fun? What is Ethan didn't Ethan just live in Israel for a little bit? He wasn't born there. Isn't he an American? Or am I wrong on that? He has dual citizenship? Oh, okay. Damn.
What is the hardest job on Earth? If you ask me, I'd say being a Marine. Okay, no, actually, one addendum. Being a pregnant Marine. Okay, one more addendum. Being a YouTuber when you have to re-upload it. Being a pregnant YouTuber when you have to re-upload.
We'll do this drama next. Hold on. I need to eat. How long is this video?
Didn't say a bad thing about the guy.
It just feels
Ethan Klein needs to stop talking about Israel-Palestine.
wrong to, like Ethan said, to glamorize something like that because...
Not sure if Ethan
that's
was born in the U.S. or not, but he did live in Israel for 5-ish years, I think he said.
just a dangerous idea.
That's my point. And I feel like that's a that's at least, even if you disagree, a good place to have to get indignant over and to call me a Zionist. If you call me a Zionist, you're anti-Semite. You know why? Because I'm not a fucking Zionist, and I made that exactly profoundly, deeply clear. So when you see someone on Twitter, when you see someone in the audience calling me a Zionist, what they're calling me is a fucking Jew. Because that's the only goddamn thing that means at that point.
As people on the left, I guess we like to believe there are causes we believe in so strongly we would actually die for. I know there's definitely things I feel like I believe in so strongly I would die for. But would we actually? And it's a question like a lot of us might be thinking about recently with the sacrifice of Aaron Bushnell. And I don't know about you guys, but I can relate to him in many ways. Like, I wouldn't do what he did. And I'll keep it real, for multiple reasons, I wouldn't do that. But I can relate to the frustration. I can relate to the disgust. I can relate to just the feeling of, I have to do something. And, I've been to the protests. I've made loads of YouTube videos. I've been making videos on Israel for, years and years at this point. And it seems like it just gets worse. Nothing gets done. And with that frustration, like, what can I do as an individual? And in that sense, I totally respect what he did, because he used his position as someone in the biggest imperialist military in the entire world, which props up a system that oppresses most of us. They're the key architect of the capitalist system, which also means groups like the Palestinian become sacrificial lambs for capitalism. All the Arab states don't care because they're friends of Israel. Why? Because it benefits them to be pro-Western, pro-American, and by default, you've got to be pro-Israeli. Why do you think groups like the Saudis are even doing that recently? And in that, this whole prison we've created for ourselves, we just have to watch in 4K as a group of people get utterly decimated, destroyed, and have a genocide done against them by a nation state which resembles many colonial nation states, very similar to the United States, very similar to Canada, very similar to New Zealand and Australia, similar as well to my family's home country of Ireland. Countries where an occupying foreign power comes over, commits genocide, cultural genocide, seeks to erase your entire identity to make you either like them or wipe you off the face of the
Is this another person of like Arab descent or whatever who talks about how horrible and evil the West is while living in like Scotland for his entire life? There has to be like, there's got to be like a moral rule against this. Like, come on.
the earth to make room for their settlements. And it's probably not surprising that although a lot of people throw the argument about Jewish people being all native to the region, a lot of the original Zionists actually thought of themselves like American settlers. Because what we're seeing right now is basically what you saw in the 17, 18, and 1900s in the United States with the American government's own genocide of American natives to make way for the United States. And of course, who played a big role in that? Settlers. And what did they do with the remaining natives? Stuck them in reservations where their quality of life to this day is still worse than your average American, right? So we're watching all of that in real time, and Aaron Bushnell decided, I'm going to do something. I'm going to bring attention to this. I'm going to try and do something above what I've been doing already. And from what he's expressed and everything like that, he's mentally sound. And I totally get it as well. And I totally understand it as well. As someone who has such frustration with what I'm watching right now, I understand it. And I think a lot of us do, because we're being gaslit into thinking what we're seeing is normal. Xenophobic media, racist media, woke washing of the Israeli government, of their actions, to be carried by the news media of the West and make you feel like, you know, Palestinians deserve this. They deserve this, and Arabs always deserve this, basically, because they are uncivilized barbarians. This goes back to, like, the 1800s. And if you want a good Palestinian work on this, read Edward Said, because he outlines it perfectly, how we're so brainwashed in the West to see these people as savages who basically deserve all the bad things happening to them. Now, on that note, Ethan Klein keeps getting in hot water because he keeps saying stuff that his audience don't like. And in my opinion, his latest comments about Bushnell are pretty gross, in terms of he is saying he's just an edgy comedian who makes jokes, but I think it's just so revealing about his mindset. Now, I think what Ethan Klein represents is a lot of liberal sentiment towards the whole conflict, in that it's Hamas versus the Israeli government. These two parties are to blame for the destruction. Hamas for attacking, the Israeli government for going too far. And as someone who talks about nuanced conversations a lot, Ethan Klein doesn't have nuance on this issue because it's not the Israeli government alone. Every single Israeli government has done this. Every single Israeli political party supports this. Most Israeli Jews support what's going on. I've showed polls from January where 95% say that they support what's going on or they want more of it.
Do you think he shows any polls of Palestinians supporting violent action against Israel? Or do you think he shows anything of the history of Palestinian organizations always being terrorists or engaging in violence? Or,
40%, over 40% want more of it. Like, it's a deeply unwell society, deeply unwell, gripped by fascism, and it's continuously gotten worse and worse since its establishment, where it's at its probably most right-wing fascist peak, where you have basically a whole group of the population just frothing at the mouth for genocide, and even though it's been going on for months, they still like it. So I'll get more into my thoughts on Ethan Klein's comments in a sec, including him saying that anyone who calls him a Zionist is just wanting to call him a Jew, which, if I'm going to be super charitable, he fundamentally doesn't understand like what Zionism really means. He seems to conflate it with supporting everything the Israeli government does right now, which it definitely doesn't mean that. So just before we go any further, this happened a couple days ago, but I was waiting until I made a more like Israel-specific video to shout this out. But basically, you know, my girlfriend, she wrote an interview with a crew in Gaza who ran a dance school for children, and it was one of the few places that they could find a welcome break from just, you know, actually living through a genocide. I'm sad to report, the school was actually bombed by Israel, and 2 of the children died as well. So an update from their GoFundMe, which I'm going to link. Please go check this out. They need the resources still. They posted on...
you know what? I'm bored. From reward to rehab, our children. The Gaza Strip has a few refugee camps where families live with only basic medical and educational resources provided by the UN. Most of these families have many children and rely heavily on these basic services. It's challenging for these families to raise their children and provide for their basic physical needs, let alone provide the sense of safety and security that every child deserves. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing about this. This is... In the ICJ, the South African case, South Africa references the Great March of Return as being mostly peaceful. You know how in the UK, there's this huge epidemic of, like, domestic abuse and violence whenever you guys lose, like, your retarded fucking football games, your World Cup games, you'll go and beat the shit out of your wives? Fun fact. As I was reading what the UN had to say about the Great March of Return, because again, when I was quoting to Finkelstein, I only wanted to quote sources that he would trust, like the UN, ICJ judges, Amnesty International, not that he cared about any of it, but apparently it's not funny, but apparently Palestinians do this shit a lot too. Preliminary findings of a survey carried out by the Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics in the second quarter of 2019 revealed that 38% of women in Gaza reported some form of psychological, physical, sexual, social, or economic violence by their husbands at least once during the preceding 12 months. While domestic violence is a longstanding concern in the occupied territories, the gender-based violence subcluster estimates that the GMR has exacerbated it, the Great March of Return. Evidence gathered by partners to the working group indicate that mothers have often been blamed by their husbands for the injury or death of their children during a demonstration, and experienced increased related violence. Additionally, widows are at higher risk of immediate psychological and economic violence by family members, as some are expected to remarry, and the family of the late husband often take control over their finances. Further, girls who lost a father, who have a family with a disability, are at an increased risk of forced child marriage due to the decreased level of household income, as fathers or husbands are generally the breadwinners of the family. And then it goes through the story of Yasmin is a 22-year-old mother living in the North area. I used to live a happy life, but all that changed after my husband was killed in May of 2018 during a GMR demonstration. With my 2 sons, I returned to my family's house and stayed there for a year and a half. As a widow, I was under tighter control by my family. As is customary, Yasmin was requested to marry her brother-in-law. At first, she refused, but following pressure, she accepted. I didn't want to go back to my husband's family home as they treated me badly. Soon after we married, my new husband began beating me. I never imagined that someone would do that to me. After the killing of my first husband, I started to attend psychosocial support sessions. They helped me feel better and less stressed. However, after I married again, I could no longer attend as my husband's family opposed that. Now it's all back again. Jesus Christ. Camp Breaker's Crew is a dance team that was established in 2003 by a group of local youths to represent the Palestinian children and support them through the emotional and social struggles caused by the political turmoil around them by performing and teaching dance. CB crews help the children of Gaza heal from trauma, express and understand their emotions. Moving to the rhythm helps them gain a feeling of existence and belonging and gives hope and spreads awareness. CB crews projects quickly caught international attention. They presented their projects as art abroad at festivals and events throughout Europe and the Middle East, giving a voice to the Palestinian people. On the international stage, I think stuff like this is actually super ultra based. Having people express themselves or getting kids involved in activities or whatever that are like artistic and expression or whatever that get them away from other shit. I think this is actually a really cool idea. I was coming here to shit on this, but this seems actually pretty cool. When the school was bombed in the 2009 war, CB crew continued to dance and teach amid the rubble until, through a fundraising campaign, they were able to relocate at Nusrat refugee camp in central Gaza Strip. During the bombings in 2014, CB crew traveled to UN schools to the Gaza Strip. I was just curious if it actually got bombed or not. Oh, maybe this GoFundMe isn't about the bombing. He just brought up that it got bombed, maybe. But okay.
28th. Tragic news, support needed. We are writing with a heavy heart to inform you that yesterday, our dance school was bombed. The Camp Breakers dance school. Many children were killed and injured, including several of our family members. We are in despair. Rania and Tota, aged 9 and 5, were both killed along with their parents. They were happy students with big dreams. We are asking if anyone may be able to help with additional contributions to help repairing the damage or to share with your networks. We are increasing the fundraising target by $65 to $100,000. This will allow us to rebuild our studio and continue to support our students through activities and future workshops. Please help by donating or sharing with your networks. Every action helps. Thank you. That is just in the description, so please go and check that out. But basically, I'm not going to play you this video because it's on his private stream. Apparently, he threatened to copyright strike people who used it. Doesn't really matter because it's going around social media anyway, and someone thankfully wrote a transcript of it, so I can just read from it. And if you want to go find it, just go look for it, like you probably find it. And the Reddit user Thunderegg Transcribe did this. Ethan saying, I saw the video and my first reaction is that don't say rest in power, that's not for him. I see the leftist dialogue about this has been bananas. I think he was replying to a comment. My first reaction is this, it's absolutely insane how he stood the whole time, it was crazy. I don't even know how that's humanly possible. Again, not to put this uncouth, but he's a champ at burning alive. I mean, that sounds bad, but he did really good. Does that sound bad? We have to make levity of things. Does it sound bad that he was really good? I mean it as a compliment. What the fuck are you guys angry at me, you weirdos? What did I do? Stop. My point is this. First of all, I was stunned by the way he stood for the whole thing. I mean, that was wild. Really showed his true resolve to protest in that way. I can only imagine that's just a horrific way to die. So pretty wild. That being said, I do not believe that it is good for people to be romanticizing or encouraging. I know it's not. I know people aren't doing that. But the way people are romanticizing it is kind of fucked up in my opinion. He killed himself, and I don't think we should ever talk about that. issue with any kind of reverence. Because let's be real, the amount of people online who are talking about it in this wonderful, almost, I don't know how to describe it, people are trying to word it, people are idolizing him, you're going to. More people are going to kill themselves. I mean, that's just a matter of fact. It's just there are more people going to kill themselves. I can appreciate his dedication, to put it mildly, I can appreciate it, and his conviction. Self-immolation is literally suicide. He killed himself. Reading the chat, you should 100% do more research on self-immolation as protest. Yeah, you know who does it? People who are under tyrannical rule, who have literally no way for their voices to be heard. Other than that, like, I'm sorry, suicide bad. I don't think we should romanticize it. Everyone is glamorizing it. How can you...
Jesus, okay. Takes too much. Okay. I don't think I care much anymore. So apparently,
my plan was
about a week ago. No, not even. It was like 4 days ago. Ludwig uploads a video, and he makes the itty bittiest, the tiniest little joke about Hassan, and Hassan loses his fucking mind.
And the phrasing was bad. Shouldn't have said sucks the soul. So my plan was re-upload.
Wait.
Because for the most part, my video, again, was about the Twitch shutdown in Korea. I used the...
Oh, no, wait. This isn't even the original video. Fuck. Fuck, I don't think I have a timeline for all this. You watched the original on stream before you left? Yeah, but we need the full context, okay?
Fucking
What is the
asshole
hardest
said-
job on earth? If you ask me, I'd say being a Marine. Okay, no, actually, one addendum. Being a pregnant Marine. But the answer might be a lot simpler than that. Many online think the answer might be being a streamer. This is real. This has been a conversation point on Twitter. We're going to talk about it today. Real quick, by the way, I'm so fucking mad at X.com. I went online today, and I just saw somebody die in a car wreck. I had to follow Lois Pollo's TV because he posted that shit. I was like, dude, why are you making me look at this?
What? He's like, it's like a nuclear fucking reaction. It's like slowly spreading through his brain. He like can't fucking believe. Did this guy just step out of line? He's so fucking mad.
And then if I don't look at that, I scroll the website for 5 minutes and I see the same fucking Mr. Beast video for the 800th time in a row. I like the videos, Mr. Beast. I'm just sick of seeing it. Why is it always getting promoted to me? God damn, I hate opening that fucking app, but I keep opening the damn app. I don't know why I keep opening the app. Diatribe aside, we are talking today about streamers and how it might be a difficult job, possibly the hardest on earth. Why are we talking about this? Because this is what people, I don't know, people would do with their fucking days nowadays. I don't know. This is what some people do with their days. And it all started because of a clip from Hassan Piker, which I will just play out of context, and we'll get the context in a bit right now.
Yes, a real job can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired, but a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you. You know what I mean? In the same way that 9 hours of streaming absolutely will.
Now, as you can imagine, this clip went mega viral. The viral to the effect of 10 million views. And in my 5-year career as a YouTuber, I've never made a video with that many views before. So that it is an impressive number in my mind. And it has led to a lot of hate, of course, a lot of conversation, maybe is not the best word to use for it, and of course, memes. A real job doesn't suck the soul out of you in the same way streaming absolutely will. Stay strong, Hassan. At least our souls aren't being sucked. Thank God I am not a streamer. And it is people putting down bricks. Because look, it hits a little harder than if you put what most people's jobs are, which is like sitting at a desk. That wouldn't hit as hard, but you know, I get the meme. And that's where the conversation stems from. And I think most people have an issue with the exact phrase of a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you, because I think most people would disagree with that. I think it does suck the soul out of you. But Hassan actually was talking about something a little different, which he articulated in the full context clip about social battery.
9 hours of constant performance and people pleasing taps you out from social scenarios. After 9 hours of that, I could probably do fucking physical labor. It would not bother me, but I can't fucking do more social shit. That's my point.
And this clip wasn't parroted alone by Hassan. It was also Asmund Gold who agreed with Hassan and said this.
You really think that's not true? I mean, you really think it's not true that after you spend 9 hours being investigated by thousands of people with every facial movement, everything you say, every word, with people constantly trying to disagree with you and fight with you, that's not socially draining?
And I get the point being made here, and I feel like it's somewhat validated by the fact that this clip went so viral in the 15 seconds of Hassan's 9-hour stream has basically led to 2 days of him trending on Twitter, at least every time I go on the damn website. But he seems to be taking it in decent spirits, because in reply to this video, what's harder than this? He said Twitch streaming, which, okay, funny meme. But I wanted to talk about this as a streamer myself for almost 6 years now on how hard it really is. I'm kidding. I would look. I just.
Oh God, it's just like, what's funny is you haven't even addressed this again since then. I know it's just an opportunity for every single person to be like, look, guys, I'm a content creator. I'm really privileged. Like, yeah, dog, we all are. We all talk about it all the fucking time. It just annoys me because like it's such a fake fucking thing to do. It's just literally using someone who you're friends with, like being maliciously clipped out of context to be like, I'm actually one of the good content creators. I know how privileged I am. It's like, yeah, I do too. That's so fucking dumb. Oh my God. Like, it's like no different than what Muda did. He showed the context though. It doesn't fucking matter that he showed the context. It's just a way to just literally farm off the fucking drama. Whatever. Fuck it. Who gives a shit? It's just.
I don't give a shit about this conversation. Frankly,
yeah, no video for Nick Marks from Ludwig. Because
I think it's dumb. Okay, because I understand that I'm in a very fortunate position, and I'm in a fortunate position that I don't want to lose. So I work really hard to not lose it. But I don't give a fuck about telling you how hard I work. I just do that because I want to make sure the 30 employees I have still have jobs and that I don't get beaten out by the people who are a lot younger and funnier and more in touch than I am. Because, man, motherfucker, I'm getting old. People tell me every goddamn day. I like the spot I'm in. But I understand there's a lot of people who just outright fucking hate me or maybe an Asmund or a Hassan or whoever because
you can't
we
even
are
finish
streamers,
the video.
which, looking from the outside, we are people who make money by playing video games or watching videos or just talking about stuff. That's a whole lot better of a career and an upward trajectory path than most jobs. And most jobs in America are like retail, cashier, places without as much upward mobility, places.
I'm pretty sure I'll cover this and say you're from a family that's at the top 0.1% in Turkey because that's relevant. First of all, I'm not. So they're just fucking, once again, lying because they saw.
I've pretty sure also covered this and said you were from a family that is at the top 0.1% in Turkey because that's relevant for some reason. What do you mean you're not? How many people in Turkey go to private schools, ride horses as children, and like move to America and go to Rutgers? Like, it wouldn't surprise me if he was a top 0.1%er. His family was, given like his dad and his mom's position in the world too. They probably are at least top 1%. Probably top 0.1%, I think. But who knows? Maybe Turkey is actually an unbelievably, unfathomably wealthy place where everybody's just fucking loaded all the time. Who knows?
0.1% in Turkey because that's relevant. First of all, I'm not. So they're just fucking, once again, lying because they saw it on Twitter because it doesn't fucking matter because no matter how much I like offer context, it literally doesn't matter. He's just straight up fucking lying. This is literally what you said. He's just saying the same thing you did. I know. At this point, it's just like, it literally doesn't matter. How many death threats do you think Lug gets for playing video games? Like, what the fuck? How can you compare playing games to what you do on stream and these people have to deal with it all?
How can you compare playing video games to what you do on stream?
It's like, it's odd that I have to just like sit here and be like, yeah, that's right, dude. Yeah, wag your fucking finger at me. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's just, you're right. Communist, hypocrite, fucking, This bums me out more, honestly, than random dumb fucks online that are just saying a whole bunch of shit about my family or whatever. You know what I mean? I said this already. The shit from The shit from Twitter doesn't do anything. It's not real. It's like mostly fucking bot farmed into oblivion, and it's like a right-wing shithole.
But
it's when content creators who are liberal or have like a larger, broader
I
audience.
also like how Ludwig is like a liberal content creator. A guy who talks about Super Smash and does like podcasts or whatever is like also like a political liberal content creator. Like what?
Like an audience of real people, when they frame it in the same way that they see it off of Twitter, that is fucking, that actually does lead to real world shit. Never believed in magic until I saw my dog turn into a snake.
Where it doesn't feel like you have a path for 20, 30 years down the line. Places where it's really fucking hard to like juggle your job and then also saving up to buy a house and settle down, which is feeling like a more and more daunting task for most Americans. So I get it. If you fucking hate me, no problem. But let's ignore the top 1% of 1%, because that's what we are, frankly. And let's talk about something a little more interesting. We don't have to fucking feed into this dumbass conversation. Sure, streamers suck. Who gives a fuck? Ignore everything I've been saying in this video. It is me, Ludwig from the past, and I can
Fucking slap. I got used like a fucking cum rag for a Rocket Mortgage ad, dude. Come on.
But there are a lot more streamers out there who do have it rough. And once you reach the 2,000th biggest streamer in the world, which is very impressive to do, 2,000. Imagine you're the 2,000th best computer programmer in the world. You'd be damn fucking good at your job. They make a whole lot less money. Now you might look at this and be like, Ludwig, they're making $100,000. This is split over 2 years. So they're making $50,000 a year. Now these numbers are a bit outdated. It comes from the Twitch leaks. But bear in mind, those Twitch leaks came from when Twitch was a bigger website. So arguably the 2,000th biggest streamer, especially with the reduction in how much you make per sub, is making less than they were 2 years ago. It's about $50,000 a year. Okay? $50,000 a year. Now again, you do get to make your own hours. You do get to play whatever you want. But that is the reality. Okay? And I'm not trying to fucking woe is me for somebody making $50K playing video games. But it does get even worse for some streamers. Specifically, today, it got a whole lot worse for a lot of streamers. Because they woke up and the website that they used to stream on, that they built their career on, that they made their community in, is gone. And that's what I actually want to talk about here today, which is the Twitch shutdown in Korea. If you
That's so whack. Oh my god.
didn't know, that shutdown officially happens literally right now, February 27th Korea time. It's February 26th America time, and that's how time zones work. It is officially shut down. Why?
Dude, come on, bro. Don't fucking farm me like that. Jesus Christ. That's lame as fuck, actually.
Hassan is arguably a self-made person. He's very good at networking. Like, yes, he had an uncle that gave him opportunities most people won't have.
This
Hassan
is
still put in the
crazy, bro.
hours. I think we just disagree about what self-made means, but... And then, so I think after this, I think I go out of town. I think Ludwig ends up taking this video down. I'm pretty sure Ludwig lies. Ludwig lies, and he says that the sponsor didn't like it or something. But I'm pretty sure it was because Hassan cried about the thing, the install that was in there. Ludwig ends up uploading a completely different video.
What is the hardest job on earth? If you ask me, I'd say being a Marine. Okay.
And then in this new video that he uploads, apparently he's like super soft on Hassan and gets rid of any bad jokes about him.
And so what I ended up using as a clickbait to talk about that video was a topic that has been trending on Twitter for like 4 days now, which of course is about streaming perhaps being a hard job, harder than a real job, some people are saying. Where did this conversation start from? It seems like a silly thing to talk about. Well, it started from this clip on Hassan's channel. We'll watch it together here.
A real job can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired, but a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you. You know what I mean? In the same way that 9 hours of streaming absolutely will.
And that soundbite has gone a bit viral.
Wait, this is the second iteration of the re-upload. The first was 6 minutes long. Oh, wait, was there another iteration first? Lud changed the thumbnail first. We're taking the video down.
Going to a lot of places. Now, let's give the full context of what he's saying there. Because at the surface level, that sentence, a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you, is wrong. It's just flat out wrong. And I think Hassan on stream would probably say that, yeah, that was not the best wording. I should not have said that. What he was trying to talk about was this.
There are obviously real jobs out there that are good comparisons. Service sector, people-pleasing jobs would be very similar. Those are
good comparisons for a job that might drain your social battery. For context,
like I think customer service type shit. But like if you're an accountant or if you're even like in sales, my interactions with clients was limited, way more limited than like constantly having to do this for 9 hours with like a back and forth interaction for 9 hours. That's what like sucks your social battery and you just tap out after it.
And the term social battery is probably a lot more acceptable to most people than the term soul. People don't like the term soul because a soul-sucking job to most people would be like a job that doesn't have upwards mobility, which, again, I think Hassan would agree with, and I personally agree with, because I worked at Apple support for 2.5 fucking years, like literally helping boomers reset their Apple password, and in the final 6 months, and I think part of it's because my girlfriend at the time cheated on me, so I was going through it, I would throw my headset at the wall because I couldn't handle a sweet 70-year-old lady trying to figure out how to reset her password. I just couldn't handle that social interaction, which is bad of me. And the closest I've ever come to that is babysitting my chat. But people don't really give a shit about the context. People don't really give a shit about the conversation. addition, they just care about getting Twitter likes, which is all this really is, which is why people like fucking Keemstar are tweeting out shit like this, just, you know, just for a dunk sesh. Because nobody gives a fucking shit. Nobody gives a rat's ass about the facts or about any people involved.
Oh, no,
they just
no,
care
thanks
about
for
a little
resubbing.
Twitter like, little impression, right? That's why they tweet. What is this? Look at this shit they tweet, bro. Why do they all look like Twitch streamers? They don't. What are we doing here? But again, that's not the point. And just for some more clarity, I'm pretty sure Hassan also understands that workers have it rough and generally tries to voice for workers to have it better. And is actually one of the people that inspired me to make Off-Brand, my company that I own. Hello, I'm the owner of Off-Brand, and I have 30 employees, and turn it into a workers' co-op, a place that generally treats workers better.
And so one of my biggest goals this past year that we just announced last week is that we're making Off-Brand workers co-op. And so the people who work here will just own the company, and they will have votes equal to even the board of directors on the big decisions, who runs a company, what we do, what we use the surplus for. And that's part of the co-op is like, hey, here's how much we made. Here's how much stuff costs. Here's our...
So anyway, that was, yeah, in part inspired by Hassan. I talked to him about doing that because I want to make sure the people who work at my company have a good-ass fucking time. They're a fucking killer-ass company who kicks ass.
Bro, I haven't watched this video. Oh my god, this is actually so fucking pathetic. Are you serious? He actually bent the knee this fucking hard for Hassan? Hassan isn't even worth anything anymore. Why the fuck would you even try to milk out of him? What a weird fucking walk back on everything.
The ass takes names and makes a hell of a lot of money. All right? I don't think that 15-second clip is indicative of all of his thoughts and opinions. But again, the phrasing was bad. Shouldn't have said sucks the soul. So my plan was re-upload. Because for the most part, my video, again, was about the Twitch shutdown in Korea. I use a little bit of clickbait just to get you in there. I take out the ad. We're all hunky-dory. But then I fucking go awake today. I wake up today, I should say. And I see a bunch of people giving me shit. I see all over like random-ass videos about Aiden Ross getting scammed. People being like, no spine. Imagine taking down your video because your friend committed social suicide. Why would he private the last video? Whatever. Bunch of people also DMing me. Bro, I got DMs on LinkedIn. I got a death threat there. I was like, bro, I didn't even know I had one still. And I don't frankly give a shit. But I did get a little pissed off about it. Because I felt like no one actually gave a shit about what I was saying. I was just being used in a proxy war for people who don't like Hassan. Why the fuck am I being used for that? It's crazy. It's crazy people. And this is the one that sent me over the edge. Now, this is a DM from a guy that just said no balls because I removed the video. Okay, what the fucking plan to re-upload the video? But he messages me and he says no balls. Now, you know, by itself, you don't think much of it.
I mean, like, this is what you do, though. This is, yes, you used yourself knowingly as part of the proxy war. This is part of the thing I said about Vosh. Vosh's issue, when he separated himself from everybody and he has no friends and nobody willing to defend him, is nobody will step out, you know, and put their neck on the line for him. Nobody's going to say, like, oh, listen, Vosh didn't mean this or that or that or that or that. But when you lend your credibility to Vosh to help to buoy his reputation, right, after he got caught with lolly horse porn, you're going to take a hit too. That's how it works, right? That's how defending people works, is hopefully your reputation is good enough that you can take a small hit to salvage them, and then you, like, build each other up and blah, blah, blah. That's how it works. Ludwig did essentially the same when he lied about taking out a video because he said it was for sponsors, and then he re-uploaded something that works as, like, one of the most, like, asshole polishing videos I've ever seen in my entire fucking life, and now he's complaining about being part of a proxy war? Bro, you threw yourself into the proxy war, yeah.
But then I clicked on his Twitter account, and I see that he said this: wish assassinations were a real thing. This isn't a quote retweet to two people in this situation. Not trying to say who, I'm not trying to get demonetized here. But what a fucking crazy thing for Mr. Penis Head to say. And then I scrolled up in our DMs, and I found out that this dude was my viewer 5 years ago. Hey man, love your streams. They help me out a lot when I board or sad. When I have disposable income one day, I'll give you a few shekels a month. Dude, what the fuck are we doing, man? I feel like a crazy person. But when I see all this division, I feel like they're not...
This tweet was even before the video, if I recall. Oh, was the tweet date before the video?
Not humans. I feel like most...
I know that initially he tried to blame this on, like, being a DGGer. Like, there was, like, a Destiny fan threat, and he thought that all of it was... I just looked into it, and this proves it. The original February 26th Hassan stream, where Hassan reacts and complains about Ludwig video. At this point, Ludwig's video is 10 minutes old. This is the original stream that started the drama. I think this is the one we already watched.
Chris came to TurboTax.
Here's Hassan earlier on the same stream looking at his own tweet, which is dated February 26th, so we're not relying on Twitch's timestamps alone for VODs. Ludwig's bookmark of the death threat is dated 1:16 p.m., February 25th, 2024. Twitter timestamp UTC is the 25th, and LA time is the 25th, which is always the day before Hassan's 26th stream. So while this technically could be a Destiny fan still, it basically disproves the fact that this tweet had anything to do with Ludwig's Hassan sneak diss video drama. This also proves Ludwig to be an unreliable narrator because he claimed that this tweet was because of the diss in the video and all of the drama about taking down the video, but these are both impossible. He also claimed multiple death threats in an older video, but the only one he has shown has been disproven. If it was actually a Destiny fan, wouldn't they do the death threat after Ludwig has taken down the video with the Hassan diss because they're angry about him placating himself? And apparently Ludwig re-uploaded the video and then deleted that accusation. Or I don't think you have to re-upload actually on YouTube now. He just deleted that part of the video. Why the fuck isn't this working? Hello? The death threat was at Hassan, not Ludwig. Oh, okay. Ludwig commented afterwards on LSF. The guy actually messaged me again and said he was a Destiny fan at one point, but no longer is. I've been getting a bunch of messages from Destiny fans and conflated that dude as part of the mob, which was wrong to do. I removed that section and added a correction in the fact sheet, updates for every Mogul Mail video. Anyway, see this thread is getting bombarded and figured I'd provide context. PP proof. Or PP poof.
But what a fucking crazy thing for Mr. Penis Head to say. And then I scrolled up in our DMs, and I found out that this dude was my viewer 5 years ago. Hey man, love your streams. They help me out a lot when I'm bored or sad. When I have disposable income one day, I'll give you a few shekels a month. And has since moved on, I think, clearly to like watching Destiny, and on Destiny's behalf wants to like make Hassan's life a lot worse. And then
What a dick suck fucking comment. Fuck. Ludwig is like such a decently cool person, other than the fact that he's such a spineless fuck and carries so much water. I don't know if it's like a cloud obsession thing or if he legitimately just enjoys getting his ass fucking rimmed by Hassan every day. But like, it's especially frustrating because Ludwig knows better. I think that's the thing that frustrates me the most about this. Ludwig is a large content creator. I'm pretty sure he's like a larger content creator than me. I'm pretty sure he has a ton of different platforms and like he's got a ton of reach. He knows how irresponsible and stupid it is to take one fucking DM and pretend that it is exemplary or exemplifies an entire fan's fan base or an entire streamer's fan base. Like, what a stupid comment to make. You know better than this. You know that you would never stand for anybody doing this, that if I were to go up to you or if anybody else were to make a comment like, oh wow, Ludwig's fans think this because one guy DM me and he follows Ludwig on Twitter, which by the way, I don't think this guy followed me or Hassan or maybe not even Ludwig on Twitter, right? You know how stupid it is to make this type of generalization, but he does it anyway to defend his fucking friend Hassan. How weak. What a spineless fuck thing to do. Or it was just literally Hassan wrote the script for him to do here and he read this alongside the advertiser's script
and is trying to like guilt me in a proxy war to achieve that goal. And all I can fucking say, dude, what the fuck are we doing, man?
Like, this is what I experience daily. This is what some of you know. This is what some of you experience daily just for being fucking outward fans of.
And then Hassan vibes off of the very script that he wrote Ludwig to read. Like, this is so fucking pathetic. Like, you look like a 6-year-old. Bro, go read this in front of the class, and then I'm gonna tell everybody that, like, I totes agree, bro.
Mine, online. You get, everybody has gotten whispers, even in a fucking Twitch chat, from a dude who's been banned in here, to be like, hey, would you like to learn about Adolf?
Like, Hassan, I'm sorry, bro. People hate you all on the run. You're a very easily hateable person. Everybody hates rich, spoiled, over-entitled people. They don't realize how rich and spoiled and entitled they're acting. Like, you're a very easy-to-hate person. And everybody around him should be aware of that by now. It's just wild that he seems to think that I'm the most powerful influencer in the entire fucking world, that every single bit of hate online can be traced back to my community of Adolf Hitler-loving supporters. More investigation, they almost certainly weren't a Destiny viewer. Oh, effort post regarding the Destiny fans sending death threats narrative based on an example from Ludwig's recent video. Context, since Hassan can't keep it together for more than a week and his acquaintances are not going to bat for him hard enough for his hate, or for his taste, the DGG boogeyman has been utilized by Ludwig in his recent video. Mirror in case Hassan wants him to delete it again. Oh, I think this is what we just watched.
Crazy people.
Yeah.
Dude.
In his video, Ludwig claims that a person who messaged him after he deleted his recent video is making death threats towards 2 people in this situation on Twitter. He shows that the same person sent him a positive message 5 years ago, but has since then allegedly been radicalized by Destiny, is making death threats on Destiny's behalf. Don't go scorched earth. This is like the second or third time Ludwig has done this towards me. Like, no, it's pathetic. It's like disgusting. Like, I wouldn't even want this person in my corner, right? Because they're gonna flip on me as soon as there's like another clouded up asshole to lick or something. It's like actually so disgusting, especially when he's another large content creator. He knows better. Like, he knows better than this. So the fact that he intentionally sat down, read the script that probably still had Hassan's shit smeared on it, and decided that that was a good fucking idea without doing any research, any evidence, nothing on his own, is like, I think it should hit, it's a damage to his credibility. Like, he should feel stupid, and he should feel bad for doing this. Not feel bad because it hurt my feelings, but feel bad because it makes him out to be like a spineless, uneducated hack. Like, you know better than this. You know better than this. If this was like a 100 view, like a 100 follower Twitter user, okay, fine. It's still stupid, but like, I understand you don't know better. You don't know anything about this world, but Ludwig knows better, and he still went through with this. That's gross. Hey, can you check out my Lex Friedman animation, Wormwood, $10. Where do I check it out at? The offensive tweet has been seemingly deleted, and in his video, Ludwig censored the name, profile pic, and URL in an attempt to protect the identity of the user. Why? However, you're able to read the beginning of the person's Twitter name in his browser tab at the top, reading 30 Pantoja, I don't know, which was enough to find the potential account. It's the only account that shows up when searching for this part of the name. I understand that this doesn't guarantee this is the correct person, but there is additional information suggesting it likely is. Why, when is league content? True. Now remember, the claim is that this person is a radicalized Destiny viewer that fights in the trenches to make Hassan's life miserable. Surprisingly, this person has never tweeted at them or is following either Destiny or Hassan, only Ludwig. The only recent thing regarding Hassan I could find were 3 liked tweets that were generically shitting on Hassan for his latest take, as well as a handful of older retweets that someone brought up in the comments, see edit 2. This person almost exclusively likes and posts about UFC and other fighting-related topics. So the name fits, he follows Ludwig, and he knows about the recent Hassan drama, judging by the few tweets he liked in relation to it. It might all be a coincidence, but I'm pretty sure that this is the guy Ludwig brought up in his video, unless he quickly redacted all traces that would link him to Destiny since Ludwig published his video. I don't think describing him as an obsessed Hassan hater and a Destiny fan is justified. This person just seems like a UFC fan that got really triggered by Hassan's recent take and ended up making an unhinged extreme comment. TLDR, there's no evidence whatsoever that the person Ludwig mentioned was influenced by Destiny or as part of the community. This person does not seem obsessed with making Hassan's life miserable, judging by his recent Twitter activity. Edit, guy on Twitter approved of my findings and provided these 2 screenshots from an alleged reply to the thread in question, also showing that account name. Again, possibly another coincidence, but maybe not. I don't know enough about, but okay. In the comments, I Eat Pickles with Milk pointed out that there are older retweets where the Twitter user is critical of Hassan. Subreddit rules don't allow me to link to the comment. That person is possibly a casual Hassan hater, occasionally retweeting Dylan Burns' tweets criticizing Hassan, for example.
He's like, Mr. Kai Cenat, even though he's like, Mr. Beast sent me the Feastables. He sees Chris on that screen, and as soon as the camera turns off, he's like, bro, that fucking, hey, yo, that nigga Chris got his dick out. Hey, nigga, what, nigga? Hey, oh, when camera turns on, oh, Mr. B sent me a lunchbox. Camera turns off, what the fuck is they doing? Hey, nigga, what the fuck is they doing? That nigga Chris left his family, nigga? And all of them are lying about it. Kai Cenat, even though he's like,
okay. Oh, what else? Casey Tron went unhinged for a little bit. And then Zintani checked her and she deleted all of her shit. Apparently Lauren De Laguna and Hunter are fighting over unhinged shit. Don't know why. A lot of people got mad about the rest in power thing. Which seemed fucking stupid. Darius is streaming with Xena again? Really? Filters have completely distorted people's perceptions of their own faces. How can I eliminate texture on my skin? Jesus. Oh yeah, Ludwig has just said like just random shit about me. And it's just so fucking annoying. And I think all of it comes from Hassan.
Oh boy.
Ludwig's bizarre claims about Destiny goes viral on LSF. This was 2 years ago. What even was this?
More Ludwig commentary.
And while main stage is going on with all these Smash events, a couple of streamers are there by the name of Destiny and Melina. They are at a Smash event doing IRL speed dating. They're not affiliated with the event in any way. I think they just booked a part of the venue.
Oh, this was when Melina was doing content with the one Asian girl, CuteBot. I don't even think I was at this, right?
To do speed dating. And the only reason I know this is because they have like 2 goons roaming around trying to sign Smashers up to do speed dating. And then went up to my friend Bunt and they're like, you want to do speed dating? He's like, no, I have a girlfriend. And they're like, this is with Destiny the streamer. You could f his girlfriend. And he's like, yeah,
Christ.
no one cares. It's so weird.
Yeah, I wasn't even at this event, yeah.
It's so weird. But all right, hey, you know, content's content, you know what I mean? Anything for the sweet, sweet touch of content.
I mean, you would know. That's your entire career, right? It's not, by the way, this is not like me setting this up. It was the CuteBot girl too. I think Melina should be down there. I might go later, but I don't know. Oh, sorry. If you want to know
Oh yeah, I'm not even at this event at all. I think I picked him up at the end.
why Ludwig doesn't like me, it's because Cutie hates me because her friends hate me, and then it's because Hassan hates me, and Ludwig is like a fucking brown nose or whatever. That's literally the only thing.
True. And then there was the... Okay. I don't know how the... Somehow, I got blamed for doxing Hassan by Ludwig as well. Hassan is in his Discord typing out that I doxed him. Because I put a screenshot of like the third mainstream article that was published about him buying a $3 million WeHo house, okay? I don't know how the that counts as doxing. I don't know why the fuck dipshits like Ludwig would repeat that as doxing. This constant like demonization of me and my like community or whatever, of being like these crazy boogeymen. Like, you guys have fan bases that eclipse mine. Like, this guy will go... Oh yeah, because this was like fucking over 2 years ago even. So I was a bit... I didn't even have like my big red pill arc blow up or whatever. Like, they were still like quite a bit ahead of me. And the idea that like... The idea that my fan base had so much power on the internet to destroy and propagate and do everything evil that was ever happening to Hassan was all come from my fan base is like so unhinged.
The rich pay shirt and then the house, which you know.
That's right, by the way. That is what started it.
I mean, you gotta.
That is what started it.
Care somewhat. He's acting like the news just landed on his desk. But because of Destiny's tweet, it picked up in for the past like 3 days, 20th, 21st, 22nd, it was trending. And the fucked part is, in replies to Destiny's tweet, people were posting Hassan's address. And I don't want to get on Destiny's bad side because kind of like Aiden Ross, he has an absolute menace of a viewership.
He like, it's so funny because he's like barely able to say this while digging his tongue like out of Hassan's ass. Like, Destiny's fanbase, like, bro, what are you even talking about? What the fuck? Like, all of this is just getting shit right down his throat by Hassan. I don't know if he even has an original thought about me. It's so stupid. Or from Cutie, maybe.
That will hunt me down and make me regret ever speaking his name.
He's right about that too. That's the worst part about it is like I can't even fucking do anything about it.
God, and I hate how they vibe off of each other. It's so fucking gross that Hassan spreads this like bullshit rumor or this bullshit misinformation to Ludwig. Ludwig says it on stream, and then Hassan like vibes with it on his stream. Like, oh yeah, he's like, yo, Ludwig, like careful, Destiny's viewers are like all fucking Nazis. And like, you know, 2 days later, Ludwig on stream, I really think Destiny's viewers are all Nazis. And then I started watching like, yeah, bro, I totally agree with Ludwig. Yeah, they are all Nazis. Like, bro, come on.
Because they'll just keep doing this. And it's not that his viewership is gigantic. They're just the most dedicated motherfuckers on the planet. This is the secret thing that streamers like literally all fucking know and recognize is that, I'm sorry guys, I know some of you guys like probably watch him too, but his community is incredibly fucking loyal. And they operate in the exact same way that fucking old, like, 4chan circles used to operate in, like, Kiwi Farms and 4chans. They do. It's the exact same way. Maybe they don't go to the same fucking extent. Like, maybe they don't, I don't know, swap.
And it's so funny that, like, that's my fan base. Meanwhile, Hassan's fan base over the Ethan shit. I'm sorry, but like he can never live this down after how unhinged his fan base was. Over the Ethan stuff. It's not even close. Fuck, where were they posting about the... Wait, when you do, on Reddit, when you click this year, is it literally this year or is it the past 12 months? Like, will it go back, like... Does it go back more or is it just literally this calendar year? I have no idea. Is it past 12 months? Oh, okay. I don't know how up they were on this, but bro, the unhinged comments these people were making about Ethan was fucking wild. Also, the fact that, by the way,
the rich pay shirt and then the house, which you know,
my tweet got 7,400 likes. Okay, which is like decent for a tweet, but mega viral across the entire internet for 7,400 likes. Seriously?
you know,
That's right, by the way. That is.
They added an 8 GB update that just shrunk Tifa's boobs before and after the update. Uh-oh. What's the Dune take? I haven't watched it yet. This cannot be real. No shot is this real. Me, just a humble salesperson who listens to Dusty's stream on my breaks, but apparently I'm a conniving, vindictive boogeyman akin to 4chaners. True. Did you see how based Hunter Biden's deposition was? Yes, I only saw the quotes. I'm only seeing like headlines. I saw some of the quotes or pictures that popped up on my subreddit. Holy shit. The only time in my life I've ever thought that Joe Biden should step down as president would be for Hunter Biden to become president. Oh, fuck. Where's the thing? Shit, was this post? Were you on drugs when you were on the Burisma board? Hunter. Mr. Gates, look at me in the eye. You really think that's appropriate to ask me? Mr. Gates, absolutely. The witness. Of all the people sitting around this table, do you think that's appropriate to ask me? How many times did you pay for your father's household expenses? I don't know. I can't answer that. More or less than 10? I can't answer that here. More or less than 20? I'm under oath, and I'm not going to answer with any specificity or generality whatsoever. I do not know. More or less than 50. Again, Mr. Gates, I cannot answer you with any specificity. Why don't you go to 100 or 200 or 500? Because the answer will be the same. That's Hunter's lawyer, I think, Mr. Lowell. I do not know. Yeah, Mr. Gates. Okay. More or less than 500 times. Have you paid expenses for your dad? Hunter's lawyer. Go to 1,000. He just said he doesn't know. Take any number you want. Mr. Gates. I did. I picked 500. Okay. Can I get an answer? Hunter. I think I already answered it. I'm not. No, you didn't answer as to 500. Hunter. 5 million. I don't have any recollection. No matter how large you make the number or how small you make the number, I don't have, with any specificity, without any documentation in front of me, to be able to quantify how many times over the course of my 54 years of life and my adulthood in which I paid an incidental bill or dinner for my dad, or, you know, the ski rentals when we were skiing together. I don't know. Mr. Gates. So it sounds like your finances were pretty interwoven. Mr. Lowell. Will the record show that we're all laughing? Just the pictures I've seen of this deposition sound. Jesus. League of Politics champion spotlight. Vaush.
Welcome to this League of Politics champion spotlight, featuring Vaush, the Horse Lord.
Why do people wear gloves? It's obvious that my hands are cold.
Vaush is one of the 3 major champions that were released as part of the legendary Political Streamer expansion pack, which has since dominated the meta in League of Politics. He is a very powerful, dedicated tank, with a number of abilities that allow him to absorb tons of damage, drama, and general controversy. Let's take a look at what this hoofed hero can do on the Rift. Vaush hails from the most elite and wealthy parts of the upper city in Piltover. As a youth, Vaush witnessed the steep inequality between the citizens of the upper city and the disenfranchised denizens of the undercity known as Zon. Driven by his deep sense of compassion, Vaush became a socialist, courageously championing the plight of the poor and dispossessed without ever actually doing anything to help them. In his quest for glory, Vaush befriended a magical goblin called Destiny. But after an unfortunate dispute over a member of Destiny's harem, Vaush struck out on his own to conquer the Rift for himself. Vaush's passive is weapons-grade autism. Considered by many to be the ultimate double-edged sword, this ability grants major boosts to Vaush's rhetorical abilities.
Hyperfixation has always been my most predominant autistic characteristic, I suppose, like dropping everything to hyperfixate on something. For me, it was public speaking, which I obviously enjoy very much and now get to do for a living, so, you know, that worked out pretty well in my favor.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
The cost of such a powerful passive should not be underestimated, though. Without trying to deflect, this passive makes it difficult to read social cues from teammates and to avoid making optically unsound arguments.
And I hate to pull this out, because this sounds like some invalid self-defense, but I am autistic.
I'm a lot better at making arguments than I used to be. I'm a lot less... I don't know. I'm not trying to deflect. I'm a lot less autistic than I used to be. I don't know.
Vaush's Q is literally a fascist. Vaush targets an enemy champion and accuses them of being a fascist, dealing a moderate amount of true damage.
It is in being a fascist.
Because this ability deals true damage, Vaush doesn't need to itemize for armor penetration or provide any evidence. As long as they disagree with Vaush, they are vulnerable to this highly spammable ability.
It's from conservatives. People who are often fascists. You're a fascist! Lo, Vaush, you really saying Peterson is a fascist? Yeah. No matter what she personally believes, she covers for fascists. I don't even know if he's a Nazi. He's definitely an anti-Semite.
Vaush's W is postmodern parry. Vaush enters a defensive stance, ignoring all incoming damage from the next enemy attack. First, Vaush spends a few seconds channeling the power of moral relativism.
Whereas a moral anti-realist is of the opinion that there's no such thing as an epistemically objective morality, but they're objectively right or wrong in the framework of an intersubjective set of moral principles.
Once he's uttered the incantations, Vosh then puts his postmodern magic into practice, granting him invulnerability against even the most basic of facts.
But let's just use the example of water. Maybe we could agree that water is H2O. That was true even before we knew about chemistry.
This
it was
isn't
H2O.
true.
I'm sorry?
This isn't true.
That water has not always been H2O?
Yeah, all you have to do is cross the Mexican border. And over there, it's aqua. That's H2O, not water.
Aqua means water. Aqua is water.
It's a different term.
Actually, it's agua. It's not aqua, right?
And we're referring to terms and definitions here.
No, I'm referring to water, the stuff that fills lakes and rivers.
The
I'm
stuff
not
that
talking
fills
about the word one.
many things fill lakes and rivers.
Vosh's E is equestrian arrows. Vosh whinnies loudly, tapping into his...
Wait, I don't remember that line. Many things fills lakes and rivers. I don't remember that line. Wait, what the fuck?
Deep love and affinity for the animal kingdom.
You can write this down. I want to f a woman as a horse.
After transforming into a glorious stallion, Vosh gish gallops in a straight line, dealing massive damage to any naysayers in range, and significantly destabilizing their morale.
Christ.
Let's stop beating a dead horse here. Vosh's ultimate is Lollipop. Vosh ignores all the obvious negative effects of consistently and repeatedly sitting in front of your computer and watching too much adult content.
As somebody with an entirely healthy relationship to pornography, you know, if I want to look at fat, I can just look at the fat, and then I can just, you know, leave, walk away from the computer.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
As the inevitable desire for novelty increases, Vosh reaches a critical level of degeneracy.
See, this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
Allowing him to summon an army of questionable cartoon figures and short-stack goblins to aid him in battle.
You'll have to entertain me for a moment on this presumed shared knowledge of how goblins get drawn in pornography, but you know how they're all like thick short stacks, right?
These creepy conjurations then activate a global taunt, forcing every champion on the map, including his own allies, to attack Vosh wherever he is. As a hyper-progressive tank, Vosh is usually found in the top lane, alongside a team of other highly intelligent but generally useless socialists. Vosh is a strong lane bully, and can whittle down opponents by spamming literally a fascist over and over again. If he overextends, Equestrian Arrows grants Vosh horse-like mobility to escape any incoming ganks. But be careful when this ability is on cooldown, as Vosh has no other strong escapes, and his weapons-grade autism makes it difficult for him to travel.
Why are you so lazy? It's not a laziness thing, man. Travel makes me fucking queasy. It makes me sick. I feel like depressive the entire week after I fucking hate travel. I've always hated travel. Why? Literally autism.
Vosh's kit makes him very good at countering enemy carries.
How long does it take to put these videos together? This is like this is the highest effort League content. I feel bad. This guy should have made, like, yeah, somebody in chat pointed out, he should have done this when League was at its peak. Damn.
He can tell a spellcasting sorcerer like J.K. Rowling to literally shut the F up without suffering any damage from accusations of misogyny.
I'll just lay out my points right here, okay? I think that the people who are hand-wringing over this are borderline defending J.K. Rowling by implication. So the people who are fretting over this are essentially siding with the transphobe, either because their optics or civility politics brained in a very liberal fashion, or because they hate me so much that they have to adopt any position which allows them to condemn me.
Despite the hyper-progressive nature of his kit, Vosh is capable of making some base takes when postmodern parry is on cooldown and he's forced to use common sense.
Quit making pride, quit making the existence of gay people a sex thing. Isn't that the progressive argument? That teaching kids sexuality isn't the same thing as exposing them to sex? Isn't that the whole argument we make? Kids should go to pride. It should be a cool thing it should be a block party with cotton candy. It should be a community fair. If you want a kink thing, go to a private venue.
It's also important to remember that the majority of Vosh players are severely autistic teenagers, so while it's easy to write off Vosh as a bottom-tier champion, one should not forget the valid reasons so many people like to play him.
Listen, you have to understand, there's no such thing as a person who doesn't experience awkward conversations. There is nobody so charismatic that they don't have trouble with that. This is the conversational gap. Your thoughts are locked away inside of your skull. Nobody can see them and nobody ever will.
The best you can do is express them through vocal or physical communication. That's it. This is not a mechanism for seamless interaction making. It's gonna cause problems for everyone, you know? You're just trying to make it as good as you can.
Thank you for watching this Champion Spotlight. Join us next time for a closer look at Benjamin Netanyahu.
No shot.
Of darkness.
Jesus Christ. The Go Kanaru Sneeko video. I think we'll watch that tomorrow.
Communism has never worked except in this place.
Welcome to Israel!
Communism.
Because of the kibbutzes or whatever early on? Oh no. Let's see, what else? Oh.
All right. What could very well be the final call of the day.
Rowan is our resident DGG high effort meme maker, okay? That brought us many great hits such as the Destiny rap battles and the Destiny and Vosh domestic troubles video.
Hey. Calling from an 817 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hello, Sam. This is you from the future. And I know this is probably weird, but in the year 2028, you, or rather, myself, will convert to libertarianism. And I wanted to save you the years and all the time and the trouble that it's going to take you to be swayed into being a libertarian, and just give you the arguments right now that convinced me, and so I know that they will convince you because we are the same person. And so, basically, under libertarianism, it would essentially transform into feudalism, into this system where you have private courts settling property disputes and thousands of essentially little fiefdoms, battling it out, and whoever has the biggest army will win, because it's all just a bunch of unaccountable mini, governments, essentially. And I spent a lot of years arguing against libertarians on this point until one day, I woke up and I realized something. I woke up and I realized that sounds fucking awesome, because I, as a property owner, would be one of the feudal lords who would have a private army, and I can just swing my big dick around, and I can, I can do whatever I want. So that is what has led me to accept the gloriousness, the glory of the non-aggression principle. And Ayn Rand is now my personal favorite philosopher. Now, whenever there's somebody who, is going to knock on someone's door and say, "This is mine now, bye-bye," that's me. I am the one who knocks, okay? So just want to let you know, Sam.
Sam, I want to say thank you. You, whoever the caller is, you've got to email us and tell us if that was like AI or if you.
I know the
actually
program that must have been. I think actually.
That was awesome. Thank you for that call.
Damn it, Sam! Nobody has all the answers on how freedom works.
Is it a reference to something? I don't know.
Amazing. I appreciate the call. Is that how I sound, or is it? It seems a little bit
It's a little
higher.
bit high, yeah. I
the
didn't
register
really-
seemed a little bit high. To me.
Yeah. There's a few times it did get low.
Yeah.
I think it must have like sampled you during like an ad read or something where
Yeah.
you're talking a little bit differently.
Yeah. Yeah, that reminds me. I wanted to do that for.
Was it called the Libertarian Candidate back in the day? Gotcha.
You guys set them up. 2:20 on a Friday. Time for a libertarian call. This happens every time. Love it. That was amazing. No ums or ahs. Clearly fake Sam. Although there was
They
like a
added-
stutter,
yeah.
and I thought that was amazing.
They added the.
That was fantastic. Lori Jane got so excited, thought it was my husband sending out sweet messages via MR. Please tell my husband Daniel I'm disappointed. Folks, I don't want to get in between. I don't want to get in the middle of that. I don't want to get in the middle of that. All right, one final call from a non-Sam in the future. Calling from the floor.
AI will be the end of us. Robots will replace humans in every sector of the workforce. Good. The other day, I was at a coffee shop, and after pouring me a black coffee, the barista asked me for a 20% tip. You know who
Didn't we ever watch this?
doesn't ask me for a 20% tip when I want coffee? My Keurig. Yesterday, I was at a restaurant and I ordered a chicken schnitzel, and when the bill came, gratuity was included. You know who doesn't include gratuity without asking me? My air fryer. This morning, I paid $500 for a hand job. You know who doesn't charge me for intimacy? My Auto Blow 3000, my Platinum Browser subscription, my wife. Objects don't need tips. It's there to serve. That's it. And guess what? I'm here for it.
Okay.
Dude, I told you for the last time, it's ephebophilia, not pedophilia. It's just a biological fact that women are more fertile at that age.
Matt, and I cannot stress this enough, it is so weird that you keep bringing this up with me.
Dave.
Huh?
Dave Rubin.
Uh-oh.
Where is Dave's soul contract book?
Oh my gosh, did Dave seriously lose his soul contract book? What an absolute idiot.
Yeah, that guy's in for an ass whooping for sure.
Hey, Dennis, I heard you called for me.
Dave, where the hell is your contract book?
Oh, I think I might have dropped it into the mortal world earlier.
God damn it, Dave. Way to fuck everything up again.
Dave, what the hell is wrong with you?
I told you guys we shouldn't have let gay people into our movement.
Sorry, guys. I think I was just so caught up thinking about high-level ideas that I must have dropped it.
Oy vey. Dave, this is unacceptable. You know what horrors will befall mankind if a human gets a hold of that book.
Yeah, I know.
Well, then get cracking, you stupid son of a bitch.
I know. Geez, I'm on my way.
Yeah, the rap battles are doing super well, but I told you to wait to release their debate until after mine. I don't care about the greater good, I want views. Damn it, Lex, you're useless. Jesus.
Hello, Rowan.
Ah! Jesus Christ! What's the big idea?
Did you say ideas?
Who the hell are you?
You know who I am, Rowan.
Dave Rubin? In the flesh?
I no longer have flesh. All thanks to that book.
Okay. What is this book?
It's kind of like a contract book. You sign away your soul to an eldritch god and become rich beyond measure. For a price.
What is the price?
You have to become a right-wing pundit.
But I'm a liberal.
So am I, Rowan. A classical liberal.
Classical, you say? Well, in that case, count me in.
All you have to do is sign in blood, and the ritual will begin. I'll be able to possess you, and with our powers combined, we will destroy the woke left.
How do we start?
We're gonna debate Sam Cedar.
But Dave, I thought you said you would never debate Sam Cedar.
Alone? No way. That guy scares the shit out of me. But with our powers combined...
we might just stand a chance.
Exactly. So you just sign in blood that you left the left, and we're good to go.
Okay.
The contract is complete. Welcome to the Republican Party, Rowan.
Wow. I feel like my brain is entering recovery mode from so many high-level
ideas. Now, to debate Sam Cedar.
Calling from an 817 area code. I believe this person is Michigan as well.
Hello, is this Sam Cedar?
Yes, it is. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Sam, this is Dave Rubin. You know, I just wanted to say I'm sorry that I walked out of that podcast the other day whenever somebody brought you up. I was just, I was kind of scared that if I talked to you, it might put my brain into recovery mode. But, you know, I thought about it a lot, and I decided, Sam, that I'm going to be the bigger man and call into your show and, you know, finally, you know, just crush you in the free marketplace of ideas.
Great.
So, you know, Sam, there's a lot of things that you've said about me that I have a pretty big problem with. I know that, you know, you said that you weren't a big fan of my flat tax idea a while back, and, you know, you generally just, you mock my predictions, you call me stupid, you claim that I irresponsibly platform people like Stefan Molyneux, and, you know, I just wanted to, you know, hash a few of those things out.
Okay, where do you want to start, Dave?
Well, Sam, what was your problem with my flat tax idea? I thought it was a pretty high-level idea, personally.
Well, it's regressive. Flat taxes are regressive because if I know it is. This is amazing. This is amazing. We have entered into the future. It's regressive. Flat taxes are regressive, right? Because if everybody pays I guess, I mean, if you're talking about on income, 15% tax, you're still going to have a tremendous wealth inequality.
Well, Sam, isn't it wealth inequality that drives all of the best innovations in America? You know, this is the thing, Sam.
No,
it's
Dave,
really,
it's
whenever
not.
It comes down to
Wait, Dave.
People like you are pushing all this. What?
This is amazing. Dave, can you please explain why wealth inequality is necessary for innovation when we had the greatest expansion of the economy
under the 90%
in the 50s
tax
and
rates?
60s during what was known as the Great Compression, where we had the least amount of wealth inequality in this country's history?
Well, Sam, you see, whenever the rich get to do what they want to do with their money, it just results in the best thing for everybody. Now, we can get into, you know, the nuances and, you know, the details of economic policy, but, you know, really the main point here, Sam, is that it's really about freedom. It's about freedom to be, do, and say whatever you want. And people like you push all this, you know, this woke crap and this communism and this control. And people like me are pushing freedom. And this is really
But
the,
Dave,
you know,
you just
the
changed
rocket fuel that is behind Trump right now.
Dave, you just changed the topic, right? Didn't you ask me about flat tax and then you changed the topic to freedom?
Listen, Sam, I hang out with really smart people, okay? Like Brett Weinstein and others. And listen, you know, say what you want about me, Sam, but people respect me, okay? And I respect differences of other people's opinions, you know, on the right. Now, we can get into nuances of, like, gay rights and, you know, civil rights in general. But, you know, the point here really is freedom. And that's kind of the broader point.
But David, why did you bring up flat tax and then change it to freedom? So you're just against taxes.
Well, Sam, I'm not sure if you've heard of this little philosophy called libertarianism, but, you know, ideally, we would have the lowest amount of taxes that is possible so that the rich can innovate, and people like Elon Musk, who's a very smart guy, by the way. I actually personally, he's a good friend of mine, and so he can take us to Mars eventually.
Let me ask you a question, Dave. When are you concerned about the Republican Party attacking IVF? How do you square the fact that you have 2 children, but the party that you support, this so-called freedom agenda, they're assaulting people's right to determine what they're going to do with their bodies?
Well, Sam, you know, that's just one of those differences of opinion that some people on the right have. And it's, you know, that's one of those things. It's, you know, it's a nuance that we can sort out later. But here's the real thing, Sam, you know.
But wait, David, excuse me. I don't mean to interrupt you.
You want to make things personal.
David,
you can make things personal.
I'm not making it personal. I'm asking you how you reconcile that. You say it's a difference of opinion, but there's literally now operating law in one red state, and you have Project 2025 that wants to make that the law of the land.
Well, you know, Sam, I guess we'll just have to cross that bridge whenever we come to it, you know, because listen, Sam, I can look my partner in the eye and I can tell them, babe, I am making so much goddamn money, and no matter what happens, I'm going to be okay. And listen, Sam, if you want to make this about my personal life, I can make it about yours too, because quite frankly, your set on the Majority Report looks like shit. I'm looking at it right now. My set looks so much better. So not only are my ideas better than yours, but my show just looks better too. You know, you really lack a sense of, oh, what's the phrase? I believe it's mise en scene.
Oh, nice. You've got to be kidding me. Hey, Dave, would you react to this take by Daily Wire host Michael Knowles on IVF treatments? Here, tell me your opinion of this.
The reason surrogacy and IVF are immoral is because they interfere into the family. They break up the nucleus, the very building block of political society. They separate the reproductive from the conjugal act. They establish the domination of technology over the origin and destiny of human life. And they can have all sorts of unintended consequences.
So, Dave, let me ask you, how do you react to that? How do you react to the fact that you are assaulting the nucleus of our political society?
Well, I don't know much about nucleuses, but, you know, I think that states should be able to do whatever they want. And so if, you know, if there are Christians who want to have a Christian government in their state, I'm totally okay with that. I'm all for freedom. And, you know.
But what about
really, rocket fuel behind
how does that
people love the gas?
How does that allow freedom? Are you saying that there should be no Christians in that state because those non-Christians wouldn't have freedom, would they?
You know, Sam, what have you done in the past 20 years? Aside from Bob's Burgers, honestly, you know. I mean, there was that movie you were in the 90s, you know, where I believe it was C. Thomas Howell that said that he only hired you because you had this Jewishy accountant look, I believe.
I am just, my mind is blown, but that's accurate. But to be fair, that happened more than 20 years ago.
So, Sam, listen, here's the thing. I have to go here in a second. I just want to say that, you know, the Dial of Ideas has been turned down for a long time, but it's quickly moving into the hot position. And I'm not sure if you've ever heard of this person, this philosopher named Ayn Rand. But I think if you would read her work, it would really be enlightening for you and your general, you know, little political cause over there. And I hope that one day you see the light, Sam, that you too become a libertarian.
I just want to thank you because this has been one of the most amazing things I've ever experienced in my life.
Yeah, thank you.
And email us and tell us how you did this, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you, Sam.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Wow.
That was amazing.
I mean, it's indistinguishable from Dave Rubin, except he's a little bit too intelligent.
Dave! He loves me. He loves me not. He loves me. He loves me not.
Hello, Rowan.
He loves me.
Dave, you came back for me.
Of course I did, Rowan.
I feel like I failed you.
No, Rowan. It was I who failed you.
Dave, are we ever going to defeat that mean old Sam Cedar?
Oh, Rowan. We've only just begun.
That was amazing. That is so terrifying. Benjamin sent me a AI-generated thing of him singing Did It My Way as Bob's Burgers. And I was just like, dude, fire your agent and hire a lawyer because that's where this is going. But that is nuts. We just want to make it clear, as far as we know, that was not Dave Rubin because Dave Rubin's not that intelligent. Dave Rubin couldn't put together those sentences. But that was amazing. That was amazing. I'm so totally blown away right now. I know this is completely off topic and whatnot, but holy crap. That was amazing.
Yeah.
We'll get to some more calls in a second. I honestly, yes, my mind is in full recovery mode.
Yeah, no, not ironically.
That was amazing. Wasn't that?
Yeah, I like the little like.
All right, let's look into this. Hunter Biden is testifying today behind closed doors.
Cute. Wow, Javism. Thanks for 5 gifted subs, bro. Okay, can we ask the real questions? When does the Factorio DLC come out? You checked out the big Star Sector update? The one from like a year ago with like the slip space stuff or whatever? Or you gotta watch Shogun? Bro. I'm finally watching Hunter x Hunter, okay? What an amazing anime. Now I can finally understand the Gon references. Ugh. Shogun is unironically good. Yeah, that's what you guys said about House of the Dragons, and I died on episode 2 of that, okay? How far am I? I'm on like episode 5. Okay. Helldivers 2.
Flip, remember yesterday how you were mad like when you couldn't get in the game?
Yeah.
You were mad at that screen that wouldn't let you in the game, right?
Yeah, they fixed that. I could get in?
Well, no, now you can't get to that screen.
Flip!
Flip, I made it to
Are
the
you
second.
actually?
I made it to the second queue.
You did?
Oh my god, I'm at the service at capacity queue.
That's still not in.
Oh, but it's past the black screen.
Ben has been on that screen for like 2 hours.
I'm on the second queue. Dang, these graphics is good.
I know, it looks crazy.
I just set all the ship's clocks back an hour for freedom savings time.
This guy looks weird as fuck, man. This graphics isn't good as the cutscene.
The face, I said it was worse. They look like
Man,
Lego or like...
It look like a motherfucker.
Alright, where do you want to land? We can land anywhere.
Let's go Tilted Towers.
Try to dive into me.
Whoa, this game is good. If you ever get hurt, dive to heal.
Oh.
What is the point of this game? What do you do?
When we get really good, we'll do like this. We'll swap sides and we'll cover.
Oh!
Ben, come on!
That wasn't me! Wait, don't stand there.
Why not? I'm dead. You gotta bring me back. Bring me back stronger than before. I'm all out. I'm gonna refund on this.
Bro, I have like 2 hours played already.
Is this game still popular, or did it come and go in like 1 week? I feel like games get popular and people are like, this is the best thing ever, and then in like 10 days, nobody cares about them ever again. The fuck just happened? Oh, it's gonna be Wolfcan to scream at me, I bet. Oh,
it's not just popular for a week, okay? You are crazy. Well, it might be. But listen, this might be a really fun game. Okay, you get 4 players, okay? There's objectives that you do. Games don't last longer than half an hour, usually way shorter than that. It's super cooperative. Even reloading guns, you gotta do it with a friend.
What?
No, okay, not every gun. There's like big weapons, right? If you have a bazooka to take down like a big fucking mech, you get your friend to keep loading in shells for you, right? You get, even the healing you can do, like your buddy. It's super cooperative. At almost every level, it involves playing with a friend. You can do it on your own, but it's so much fucking fun to play cooperatively with friends. And you know what you haven't been doing? Is having your friends on stream, okay? And let me tell you, beautiful list of people we got here, okay? Irrelevant, yours truly, of course, me. Dan, all right? Darius, kind of like a... okay? Gistical, okay? We got a Wicked Supreme. That guy's hella fun, okay?
Is it always 4-player, or can it be 2-player, or what?
It can be 2-player. You can solo play. It's usually harder on solo play, but, you know, it's just because of the nature of, like, the enemies. Like, it's large waves of enemies. Give it a shot. Play it and give it a shot. Worst comes to worst, you definitely play under 2 hours. I doubt you need a refund, but you should fucking try it, okay? It's a fucking blast from start to finish.
I'll think about it, okay?
Yeah, Arrowhead's not even paying me, by the way. I just think this game is really good. Wow. And we're gonna play. I know we will, okay? All right, have fun watching.
Are there difficulty modes?
Hell yes. This game is meant to be played at the hardest fucking difficulty.
Do you guys play at the hardest difficulty?
Listen, I'm getting better, okay? Don't worry about what difficulty I play in, okay? It's about rising to the challenge. Plus, you don't even know what difficulty you're gonna... Oh, look who it is.
I would play at the
fellow
hardest
diver.
difficulty. Obviously, that'd be the only difficulty they would play at.
Listen,
I'm
100% in Destiny's crew here with playing games at the hardest difficulty. Here's the issue. You can't play at the hardest difficulty unless you unlock it. You have to unlock it. There's nothing you can do.
How do you unlock it? I can't just buy it?
You gotta get through the easier difficulties, yeah?
Oh,
look at this guy trying to pay his
my
way through the difficulties with his wallet, bro. Ain't no way.
Yeah.
Yes, you have to play through the difficulties. I think we just unlocked 8 out of 9.
That's right.
Wait, there's 9 difficulties? What?
9 difficulties, yes.
Oh my god.
Every mission, and here's the best part. Okay, I didn't even pitch you on this.
Okay.
So every mission that you picked is on a different planet in this giant universe that is sectored into different, mind you, the wording sectors, okay?
Wow.
And there's enemies from both sides, and every win actually contributes to a war effort where you get to push back the enemies, or if players don't do enough, they get to push back. So you can actually coordinate with people to be able to actually, you know, make some kind of difference. I know that you did this with the Twitch plays or whatever, Pokemon. This is it, buddy. This is the game for you. This is the game for you.
Wow. Okay.
You can even get like a DGG group going.
Okay, I'll keep it in mind, okay?
Play it or no balls.
God.
Right.
No balls. No balls.
I love you guys.
Oh my god. Get
coward.
Okay, last video. What do we got?
Mom and Dad play together.
Hey, what's that?
I don't know, but will you get out of my way?
Can you get it?
You can't get it when you're on Yoshi.
How do you get off of it? Jump off. Oh, I just did. Oh, you son! I'm like, what the fuck?
Ah!
No, I want to get that.
Too bad you're traveling with me. Where you belong, in my mouth. That does not sound... Uh-oh! No! No! Put me down! Stan! Put me down!
Okay. All right. I love you guys. It's been fun. I don't know what we're doing this month for stuff. I'm probably just gonna chill and I don't know. We'll see. Just do news and drama or something and chill. Is Candace Owens still this month? Yeah, supposedly that's on the 8th. And then maybe on the 5th or 6th is Michaela Peterson. If I'm actually going out to this, if they email me back, we'll see. Yeah. I love you guys. Been fun. Rip on a cappuccino, cappuccino, my dude. I will catch you guys tomorrow arena at 1 p.m. EST. Sharp. We'll go over the Wilbur suit allegations. Be careful. Is Jessica still streaming after me? Oh, look, there he is. Closing out the Paragon drama. Bro, that Paragon shit, what is going on? Jessica's server has reached critical autism mass in record time. Oh my god. I went by.